1409 The Matrix Pattern. The heavenly mandate realm imperial lord's robe was blowing in the wind. A horrifying gleam of divine light flashed in his eyes. He stared down at the mysterious figure and asked, "May I know your name, sir?" He called him sir because the person knew his father, the old imperial lord. "Who am I?" the mysterious man murmured as if he was also a little confused. He looked at the tumbling demonic cloud in the sky and said to himself, "Dugu is already dead. Dugu is dead." The warriors all stared at him, and those top figures seemed to be searching for which figure's surname was Dugu in their minds. Soon, they contracted their pupils slightly, and they seemed to have thought of someone. That was the time before the divine prefectures united, and he was a figure during the battle between the humans and demon beasts in the heavenly mandate realm. In the most recent war between the two races, there was a peak swordsman whose surname was Dugu. Han Ju Sword Emperor. When he drew his sword from the sheath, the world shivered for him. It was said that during the battle, he alone slew many demon emperors. The lord of the violet heavenly palace murmured. Han Ju Sword Emperor was a legend. According to some ancient records, his wife was killed by a warrior of the demon clan, and then he practiced swordsmanship alone and became a disciple of many famous masters in the sword to study it. In the end, he perfected the skill of wielding swords, and he slew countless demon warriors. The final battle was that so-called super war. It was rumored that he went alone to the deep of demon realm with one single sword, killed countless warriors of the demon clan, and sealed the souls of countless demon clan warriors under his sword. It looked like the place where these younger people broke into was the land where he killed monsters. Han Ju Sword Emperor, during the war of that year, pushed straight into the place of origin of the demon realm. The lord of the Jiang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Han Ju Sword Emperor and asked, "Sir, have you already passed away?" Han Ju Sword Emperor looked at him and said, "I suppose you could say that." He was no longer the Han Ju Sword Emperor of that time. During that battle, he was devoured by many powerful warriors of the demon realm, but a wisp of his memory persisted. The spirits of the demons had eroded him, and the soul of his sword and the demons had been fighting for so many years. He was no longer what he used to be. Han Ju Sword Emperor's body also contained the wills of countless big demon figures slain and buried by his own hands, and now they had all been combined as one, but still, the body was dominated by his own will. Before, he had been actually in a deep sleep state, until Yi Futian and others arrived. His will was awakened after Yi Wuchen pulled out that sword. In a sense, his experience and Yi Wuchen's experience were somewhat similar. He was also invaded by the wills of demons. Therefore, after seeing Yi Wuchen persist, he helped Yi Wuchen, because he saw himself in Yi Wuchen. The lord of the Jiang clan nodded slightly. He noticed that the Han Ju Sword Emperor's body didn't seem to be concrete, it was condensed from wills. He had lost his life at that time. The Han Ju Sword Emperor they saw today was no longer the Dugu Zhanzhou in the past. The powerful figures of demon clans all looked emotionless. Han Ju Sword Emperor was also a big figure whose name was well known in the heavenly mandate realm. He entered their demon world and exterminated the Chengqi Great Demon Clan. Nobody expected that such a figure was still alive and was in the mountain range of origin. Even though he said he had fallen, he still stood there. Top figures of the heavenly mandate realm at this moment all thought of Jiyu Tianxing. Since Han Ju Sword Emperor could be alive, could Jiyu Tianxing also be? Although Han Ju Sword Emperor was also a legendary figure, his strength in his peak period was not as high as Jiyu Tianxing's. Jiyu Tianxing was just a freaking genius, he even had touched the heavenly law. Many top figures turned their eyes back to Jiyu Dongliu who was above the single peak. The horror storm hovering above him was still flowing. Above his head, amid the terrifying spiral storm, an illusory phantom was looming, but the phantom was in the storm, in a distorted shape. "Go take him," a voice came out. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm didn't want to wait any longer, they had to take action after all. He raised his palm, grasping toward Jiyu Dongliu in the air, and suddenly a large palm print headed toward the single peak and clawed toward Jiyu Dongliu's body. Boom! When the big palm print arrived, a terrifying storm-light curtain appeared around Jiyu Dongliu's body, which shrouded his surrounding area and isolated him from that palm print of great law. The palace owner of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at him. Suddenly, The bright divine lightning lit up the earth and suddenly covered the sky. Thousands of thunderclouds gathered together, and the vast space seemed to have turned into a ruined world of thunder. The monstrous might of thunder attacked with the power of supreme destruction and blasted toward the place where Jiyu Dongliu sat today. He wanted to see what Jiyu Dongliu had arranged and how he would stop them. Fizz. The shrieking horrific sound came out, and the terrifying thunderstorm rubbed against the light curtain around Jiyu Dongliu's body. 9 beams of celestial light from Jiyu Dongliu's body rushed into the sky and poured into the storm above the sky dome. At this moment, the storm above the sky dome suddenly dropped endless immortal light, completely sealing Jiyu Dongliu's body, and the airflows of the great law above the sky flew down, blocking Jiyu Dongliu from all attacks. Sacred beams of divine light sparkled and shone. Above the sky, the speed of the storm's rotation was extremely stable, and the storm turned into a matrix pattern, emitting aura toward all the 9 skies. It turned into a supermatrix pattern that enveloped the endless void air. Huge endless ancient characters surrounded the matrix pattern, which were Lin, Bing, Du, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The 9 characters rotated, and the rays of celestial light rushed into the clouds, radiating demon beasts of hundreds of millions of miles, and the entire mountain range of origin was shaking, creating roars. A terrifying devouring force came out, emitting celestial light. The demon clouds above the sky were all rolling toward the matrix plane. At the same time, in the lower sky, the mountains were all collapsing, and the ground was cracking. Illusory figures of wills rose to the sky and merged into the slots on the edge of the matrix pattern, like becoming part of the matrix. Not only that, but the divine weapons buried under the ground of mountain range of origin also flew out and headed toward the matrix. Then they merged into the matrix slots and were refined into the pattern. Even Han Ju Sword Emperor, who was right below the matrix, felt his body was out of control and would have to head toward the sky and merge into the matrix. However, he looked relaxed and extremely calm. Was it refining the law between the sky and earth and obtaining the fortune of the space? Those top figures had their pupils contracted and their hearts trembled. No wonder they had hardly encountered any threat since they came near this area. It turned out that all had been absorbed by this supermatrix. Was he going to borrow the power of the whole mountain range of origin, refining all the power into the supermatrix? The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lord of the Jiang clan stared at the matrix in the upper sky. Their robes were blowing in the mind, and their hearts were slightly stirred. The scene was so familiar to them. They wouldn't forget how intimidating Jiyu Tianxing's life-spirit celestial matrix was. Was this matrix transformed from his life spirit? In the void sky, over the matrix, 9 celestial flashes merged into it. In the end, an illusory figure sat on the matrix. The illusory figure looked solemn and sacred. Even though it was just a blurry shadow, one could still see his domineering appearance. Jiyu Tianxing was alive. Even if he was not, he still had thoughts in the world, and the plan he set was still in existence. The Lord of Brahma's pure sky, Lord of the 10,000 divine mountains, and the big figures of the demon world also had complex feelings. Too powerful. Even so many years after he had fallen, Han Ju still had such mighty power. Yi Futian saw this and finally understood why this deceased person after so many years could still make the whole heavenly mandate realm tremble. Unless he completely disappeared, those powerful giants of the heavenly mandate realm would never be at peace. In a distant place, a group of warriors from the heavenly mandate realm were trapped in a relic, but at this moment, the relic fell and collapsed violently, cracks appeared on the ground, and a series of phantoms headed directly toward the distance. A demonic weapon was born from here. It was a peerless ominous sword, but it was also rolled into the distance. Not just here, similar scenes were happening everywhere in the mountain range of origin. In the mountain range of origin, everyone looked up in one direction, and they could faintly see the matrix of the great law above the sky dome, and the matrix was still growing. Only the people standing directly below the pattern could truly feel how terrifying this matrix was. Within hundreds of thousands of miles of the space, there were countless chaotic shadows roaring and rumbling and then being swallowed up, and countless divine weapons were also involved in the whirls. It seemed to have become a matrix pattern of the heavenly law. It still spun in an orderly way, absorbing everything in the world. Saint-level warriors were already powerful ones of their territories and no longer had perishable bodies, but at this time, Futian and other warriors standing under the matrix just felt so small, like millet in the sea. If Jiyu Tianxing was alive, what did he want to do with this matrix? Jiyu Donglio's body floated up and came right below the towering matrix. At this moment, the palace lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace finally lost patience. He stepped out, stretching out his hands. In an instant, endless divine thunder appeared around his body, glaring in the vast world, and there was also a matrix showing up around his body, which was the matrix of divine thunder. The matrix swallowed the divine thunder between the sky and earth. Hundreds of millions of lights of catastrophe shone at the same time, covering the boundless space. "Since you are dead, just rest in peace," the voice of the Heavenly Palace Lord was overbearing. Following his voice, hundreds of millions of divine thunders slashed toward the celestial matrix over the skydome and also hit toward Jiyu Donglio's body. Even after so many years, Jiyu Tianxing still was a strong threat to him. There was no other person in the heavenly mandate realm that could bring him this kind of feeling. For so many years, Jiyu Tianxing was the only one. He had not expected that Jiyu Tianxing was still so terrifying to him after his death. The heavenly divine thunder rose against the wind, the matrix of heavenly law in the void sky dropped hundreds of millions of beams of divine light as if innumerable demons transformed from demons rushed out. Countless divine weapons and instruments also fell and turned into divine light that could annihilate everything, colliding with the force of thunder. Boom, above the sky, there seemed to be destructive might, and the appalling divine light of thunder was restrained and could not attack Jiyu Donglio's body. Above the divine matrix, Jiyu Tianxing's phantom gradually solidified. He looked down at the warriors in the lower sky and said, a voice that sounded like it was coming from outside the sky. "One who has inherited the laws of origin can be the new king of the demon realm." Chapter 14:10 To make a new king. The laws of origin, the new king of the demon realm? Big figures of the demon realm looked up at the sky. What did he mean by the laws of origin? What did the new king of the demon realm mean? Could it be that Jiyu Tianxing wanted to obtain the power of the mountain range of origin and create a new king of the demon realm? But who did he think he was? Boom! Above the sky, the divine pattern of the great law was moving, endless divine light bloomed, and the demon clouds tumbled and roared violently, pouring into the divine pattern. All the warriors could see countless phantoms flowing into it, and solemn chants from the matrix pattern came out like demons' whispers. "He wants to seize the laws of the whole mountain range of origin," the Dragon Emperor said coldly. He had transformed into his original form, a sacred purple-gold divine dragon, with 9 claws below his belly and a body tens of thousands of meters long. When hovering above the sky, he looked like a heavenly dragon, covering the sky and hiding the sun. But even so, below the ultimate divine pattern, at this moment he still looked small and was shrouded by the celestial might of the matrix. The vast and boundless mountain range of origin was shaken even harder. Peaks were torn apart, and cracks appeared on the earth, rivers flowed backward, and tens of thousands of monsters all fell to their knees. The divine pattern was getting bigger and bigger, almost about to radiate toward the whole vast and boundless mountain range of origin area. A supreme power merged into the divine pattern. The 9 immortal shadows controlled the 9 characters and blended with them to launch the divine matrix. At this moment, the big figures below faintly felt the mighty pressure of the heavenly law but could not do anything to fight against it. "Stop!" The Dragon Emperor let out a roar, and the sky and earth trembled. The void air was about to shatter. But this roar did not affect the operation of the divine matrix, and the great law divine pattern was still rotating in a balanced manner. After a while, a tall and boundless phantom showed up on the top of the divine pattern. At this time, in the infinite space of the mountain range of origin, many weak demon beasts knelt on the ground and worshipped. Even some powerful demon saints had an impulse to bow at this moment. Even the demon emperors looked solemn and stared at the figure that just showed up. Was that phantom the demon monarch? The mountain range of origin was born from the demon monarch. When the demon monarch unified the demon realm, the mountain range of origin was where the demon monarch palace was built. After the demon monarch passed away, his skeleton turned into this endless mountain range and became a part of the mountain range of origin. Countless great demon beasts were bred from here, so it became called the place of origin. Now, Jiyu Tianxing wanted to seize the creative power of the mountain range of origin and let the demon monarch reveal himself. Was this what he said, inheriting the laws of origin? That was crazy. Giant figures of the heavenly mandate realm were stirred by the scene. What did Jiyu Tianxing do? After his death, did he merge his soul into the mountain range of origin just for this moment? Stop him, the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. His royal robe was dancing in the wind, he stepped into the void sky, and a faint phantom of a supreme renhuang of tens of thousands of meters in height loomed behind him, like a god, supporting that side of the sky. He stretched out his palm, and the great law divine light of all skies shot at him. The immense imperial might swept across the sky and earth, and countless wisps of keen life forces appeared between the sky and the earth, like endless divine weapons rushing toward him. His outstretched palm turned into a divine sword that pierced through the sky, and he raised his hand and slashed toward the divine pattern of the great law in the upper sky. At this moment, a huge, endless divine sword chopped toward the sky and instantly reached right below the celestial divine pattern, stabbing toward the center of the divine pattern. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was still standing in one place, but his arms and the divine pattern in the void sky seemed to be connected, which were all part of the divine sword light. Boom! The infinitely huge divine pattern trembled fiercely when attacked by the divine sword, but then the tremble gradually subsided and the pattern continued spinning. It was not disturbed and kept obtaining the creation power between the sky and earth. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was calm. Divine light shot out from his palm, and endless divine weapons integrated into the sword, emitting light beams that pierced through the sky, trying to chop off the divine pattern. Above the divine pattern, the figure sitting cross-legged glanced at him. Instantly, celestial light shone, and the beaming 9 characters above the divine pattern rotated. It looked like demons of all skies rushing out of the matrix slots. At the same time, the glare of the 9 characters shone down, blasting towards the imperial lord. At this moment, demons of all skies smashed down from the divine matrix at the same time toward the heavenly mandate imperial lord. The heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's huge figure held the divine sword with both hands. The divine sword flew, releasing magnificent radiance, tearing off all the skies. Many approaching demons were torn and shattered, but the radiance of the great law divine matrix was endless, which vanquished everything and pounced on his body. The heavenly mandate imperial lord's hands shook, and accordingly, the shape of the sword changed. It turned into a boundless huge golden bell. Clang! The sound of the bell resonated between the sky and earth. The boundless glory of the great law divine bell wiped out all the demons around. However, above the divine matrix in the sky, huge demon figures descended from the sky, as if all the demons in the place of origin were blended into the power of the divine matrix, which contained the power to destroy the world. Boom! A giant foot stepped on the imperial bell, and more demons were approaching, destroying all existence. Seeing this, the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord looked embarrassed. He held the imperial bell in his hand to sweep down toward the void air, unwavering. The attacks of the laws continued to fall endlessly. The ground collapsed and shattered at the feet of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and his body was sinking. At this time, the boundless and gorgeous divine light on the matrix pattern lit up the sky. Sacred and shining killing light went straight down, targeting the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's body. Boom! After a loud noise, the bodies of cultivators below imperial rank were all shaken away and flew to distant places. Futian was the same, and when he stabilized his body, the scene in front of him had already changed, and he was hundreds of miles away. He looked up at the divine pattern in the sky. It was still so dazzling, covering the whole space inside it. Not only that, but when he looked into the distance, he could still see the peerless figures standing over the sky dome. A groan escaped from his mouth. His blood was boiling. If the divine matrix had not been targeting the imperial lord, its aimless attack could wipe out all of them. Even some warriors of imperial rank were shaken from the central area to the edge of the land, only for their safety. Futian stared toward that direction. Even though the attack used so much might, it still did not affect the operation of the divine matrix. Even the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty might be injured by such a blow. Boom! The divine thunder shone between the sky and earth. Even Yi Futian was in a place hundreds of miles away. There was also lightning radiating in this area and shining in the sky. Yi Futian looked toward the central area of the thunder divine light, where the place lord of the violet heavenly palace summoned the catastrophic divine thunder and blasted it towards the sky divine matrix. They had to stop Jiyu Tianxing. Although they didn't know what Jiyu Tianxing wanted to do, he seized the power of the place of origin and let the demon monarch that had been underground for many years show up, so he must have a big scheme. The endless divine thunder blasted toward the sky and shrouded it. The divine matrix was still running. Demon-like figures showed up from the divine matrix, their bodies spinning. A divine sword was cast out of the demons of all skies and weapons. It thrust directly toward the violet heavenly palace lord in the lower sky. Yi Futian couldn't open his eyes because of the dazzling light. When the two attacks collided, another gust of heavenly might swept out. Their bodies were once again shaken by the shock and were shook hundreds of miles away. Many warriors coughed up blood and got hit by the after wave of the light of thunder, bodies burning. Yi Futian and his companions were all scattered and were in different directions. But everyone was still watching the appalling scene over there. At this time, Jiyu Donglu's body flew to the void air and appeared below the divine matrix. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and his long black hair was flying wildly in the wind. Under that might, he seemed calm while sitting, without knowing the outside changes. At this time, the divine light descended over him and poured into his body. He was receiving the laws of origin. A thought came into many people's minds. Jiyu Tianxing was trying to make himself the new king of the demon realm. He absorbed all creation power of the mountain range of origin and merged it into Jiyu Donglu's body. The big figures of the demon realm all looked sullen. This lunatic had passed the creation power of the mountain range of origin in the demon realm to one single person. But, Jiyu Donglu, could he handle it? The cultivation plane couldn't be taught directly to a person. At this moment, 9 beams of celestial light surrounded Jiyu Donglu's body and then poured directly into him. The 9 ancient characters also rushed above his body at the same time, as if they were guarding him so that he could inherit the laws of origin. The original form of the Lord of Sky Demon Court was a 3-legged golden raven. He stood below the divine matrix, and there was a golden aura of divine flame around him, like a sun deity. He stared at the figure in the void sky and said, "You want to pass the creation power of the demon realm to a human?" Jiyu Tianxing was a lunatic. The mountain range of origin contains the belief of the demon monarch was transformed from the demon monarch's flesh. The whole mountain range is filled with his wills. Before I died, I integrated my laws into his laws, so that I could one day launch it. Except me, there is no second person in the heavenly mandate realm able to do it. The voice in the upper sky was extremely solemn, spreading through the mountain range of origin. From now on, he will be the only one who inherits the belief of the demon monarch and wills of countless demon emperors and demon saints of the mountain range of origin. He was the future of the demon realm. After his laws get proven, he will become the new king of the demon realm. As a human, he was guided by the celestial cultivation method, but you said he will bear the origin of the demon realm and Jiyu Tianxing's heritage of celestial laws, the Sky Demon Court Lord asked in a loud voice. Jiyu Tianxing was just crazy. He wanted to create a new king. Now the world was under the rule of the human race. After Emperor Yeqing was expelled, the demon clans were split. Although they were still strong, they all understood that the demon world was still under the shadow of human cultivators, unless a new king showed up. Jiyu Tianxing wanted to create a new emperor. Moreover, if Jiyu Donglu bore the laws of origin, he would have an inseparable relationship with the demon world. By creating a new demon king, do you think you can do it as you want? The dragon emperor asked coldly. Since the unification of the world, for 300 years, has anyone in the heavenly mandate realm been stronger than me, Jiyu Tianxing? A domineering voice asked from the upper sky. The path he is taking is destined to surpass mine in the future. Chapter 14:11 The Celestial Gates Participation. Jiyu Tianxing's overbearing voice shocked the world and made countless people's hearts tremble. Since the two emperors unified the world, Jiyu Tianxing indeed was at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. One should know that in the past thousands of years, the heavenly mandate dynasty had been the leader of the heavenly mandate realm. The old imperial lord dominated the domain for thousands of years until the new imperial lord ascended the throne, and then the former imperial lord stepped down. He was like a super being of this world. But in the battle less than a century ago, because Jiyu Tianxing's offspring was assassinated by the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, Jiyu Tianxing entered the dynasty court in a rage and fought with both the old and the new imperial lords. To repel Jiyu Tianxing, the former imperial died in the dynasty court but also severely injured Jiyu Tianxing, which led to the battle in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, during which Jiyu Tianxing also lost his life. However, judging from that battle, even the Kanglan imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty, who dominated the realm for thousands of years, died in the hands of Jiyu Tianxing. Not to mention the warriors appearing after the reunification of the world, perhaps no figures in the past were comparable with him. Therefore, even though his words are incredibly arrogant, everyone had to admit that since the two emperors ruled the world, in the heavenly mandate realm, Jiyu Tianxing could be considered as the top one. At that time, Jiyu Tianxing's son, Jiyu Jiangnan, was not less talented than his father. Since Jiyu Dongliu might be Jiyu Jiangnan's offspring and used to be sealed by celestial methods, his talent must also be incredibly amazing. If he also obtained Jiyu Tianxing's celestial cultivation method and the laws of origin, what kind of monster would he become? There could be no suspense for him to reach the Renhuang level. Jiyu Tianxing was the first figure who made a breakthrough at that level, which could be seen from the fact that his wills integrated into the mountain range of origin and invoked the spirit of the demon monarch. He was the person who had reached the Renhuang plane, which was why he could do all these. If Jiyu Dongliu inherited the laws of origin, he would also own the talents of tens of thousands of demons, and in the future, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of monarch. Moreover, if he ascended to the throne, he would even be more suitable than the previous Emperor Yeqing. After all, Emperor Yeqing was just a human cultivator who could control demon beasts and was intimate with them. But Jiyu Dongliu directly inherited the laws derived from the tens of thousands of demons laws of the mountain range of origin. From this point of view, he was more suitable as the new king of the demon realm. Unless, like the ancient times, a demon monarch appeared from their own clans in the demon realm. But it was extremely difficult for demon beasts to seize the creation power between heaven and earth and take that step. It was also the difference between demon beasts and human cultivators. Demon beasts were very hard to touch the pinnacle that was within human beings' ability. Yi Futian heard Jiyu Tianxing's voice and trembled inwardly. No matter he was an unparalleled figure that intimidated the whole heavenly mandate realm, Jiyu Tianxing knew that the heavenly mandate realm could not tolerate the third brother, so he wanted to bind him together with the warriors of the demon realm. The only thing was that it was not that easy to let these prominent figures of the demon realm admit him as the new king, only if the third brother had the strength of that level one day. If he just received those laws, these prominent figures of the demon realm would just watch and not care about him. After all, they were already at the peak of their level. Boom! The might of thunder roared again. The lord of the violet heavenly palace summoned the thunder od destruction and threw it toward the direction where Jiyu Dongliu was located, right below the divine matrix pattern. How difficult was it to kill Jiyu Tianxing at that time? If previously both the old and new imperial lords who had seriously injured him, they would not have been able to kill Jiyu Tianxing. However, even so, Jiyu Tianxing had not died yet, and now he also wanted to create a new king of the demon realm whose talent was higher than himself. If Jiyu Tianxing really did this, it would be a great disaster for them. Therefore, for the two major forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was necessary to stop Jiyu Tianxing. In the land of Heavenly Mandate Realm, many top imperial clans in the demon domain coexist and govern the demon world together, each of which had their territories. The world of human cultivators and the demon realm is divided by the boundary stone and never interfere with each other. Jiyu Tianxing, you let all the great powers of the demon realm show reverence to a young saint plane cultivator who is also your descendant. Don't you feel it ridiculous? From the collapsed ground, the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty rose to the sky and raised his hand to cover the sky. Infinite divine palm prints appeared at the same time, destroying the great law of the heaven and earth and blasting toward the place where Jiyu Dongliu stood below the divine pattern. Two peak figures both wanted to wipe out Jiyu Dongliu here to prevent future problems. The divine pattern rotated, and the heavenly might came down. Appalling divine light bloomed from the vast and boundless fighting wills. Giant ancient characters appeared above the skydome, demon-like phantoms stepped down, like demons of all skies chanting in all skies, punching out fists of destruction, piercing through the great laws in the space. When the attacks collided, the sky and earth seemed to fall apart, mountains collapsed. The ground was cracking, and the land turned into a deep canyon. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty God was shaken into the crack of the canyon and quelled down below. The divine pattern still released the bright divine aura, the 9 characters' radiance flew at the same time, and the demons of all the skies surround the 9 figures, extremely solemn. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly might fell, and a phantom from the divine pattern crushed down from the sky. The demons of all heavens became one, thrusting toward the 2 people. Even those top figures of the heavenly mandate realm moved back quickly, to avoid this attack. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty felt the terrifying power of this attack, and they walked fast in the same way, raising their hands and removing the ground that obstructed their movements. However, it was too late. The demons of all skies came down with the divine pattern. They looked toward the sky, divine light erupting from their bodies, releasing the strongest might. The endless thunder protected the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. A vast ancient bell surrounded the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Those giant figures who dodged the attack looked at this side from a distance, hearts shaking. This attack had reached the limit. Even giant characters like the Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could not exert their strengths uncrushed. A devastating airstream swept past, and the bright light dispersed. There, the crowd saw 2 peak figures showing up, but their clothes seemed to be a little messy, and even there were bloodstains on their bodies. The shock injured these 2 giant figures. I will not blame all the people who participated in that thing except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. If you have any concerns, my grandson Jiyu Dongliu can marry the goddess of Brahma's pure sky if she agrees. As for 10,000 Divine Mountain, Jiyu Dongliu can also go to cultivate with the Mountain Lord, he again talked. Every sentence Jiyu Tianxing said seemed to be paving the way for Jiyu Dongliu to prevent future troubles. There were too many people who attacked him at that time. If he were attached to hatred, Jiyu Dongliu would surely die, and no one could save him. For some things, he should just let them go. He didn't blame others for his death, except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Those 2 significant forces could not be forgiven, especially the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Jiyu Dongliu's mission was to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The scene stirred many strong men. Jiyu Tianxing acknowledged that this person was his grandson. He was indeed Jiyu Jiangnan's son, who was sent to the lower realm to cultivate in order to escape the disturbance of that time. Until now, he returned to the upper realm. Jiyu Tianxing made the arrangements so that if one day his grandson could return, he would give everything to him and paved the best way for him. It could also make up for the regret that Jiyu Dongliu was sealed for so many years. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky and the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain did not have many thoughts on what Jiyu Tianxing has proposed. After all, prominent figures like them did not care too much about these. For example, about the political marriage, she, as the Lord of Brahma's pure sky, was the legendary empress in the Heavenly Mandate realm, unparalleled in the world. Did she need to protect herself through marriage? However, at least it reflected Jiyu Tianxing's attitude. Figures like Jiyu Tianxing did not bother to lie even though they were about to fall. Since he said that he could let go of his grievances with others, he could just let go of them. After Jiyu Tianxing's words, the terrifying divine might condensed again, and the divine light of 9 characters dazzled and once again thrust toward those 2 prominent figures. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked embarrassed. They flashed away, receded into the distance, and vanished in an instant. They left the space. The 2 of them were already injured, knowing that nothing could be done. They want to stop the running of the Great Law Divine Matrix, but with the power of two of them, they might not be able to do it. Now, it was time to lay out how to eliminate Jiyu Dongliu this potential danger. The terrifying divine light chased towards these two men. At the same time, over the flowing divine pattern, the celestial light rushed toward Jiyu Dongliu's body. At this moment, demons of all skies swarmed towards Jiyu Dongliu's body, making Jiyu Dongliu's body keep trembling. Above Jiyu Dongliu's body, the 9 beams of celestial light were extremely bright, guarding his will. Tens of thousands of beams of celestial light gradually were released from Jiyu Dongliu's body, resonating with the sky and earth. His body kept going up to the center of the divine matrix. Then Jiyu Tianxing took a glance toward the lower sky. There, a person was walking toward the void sky and came under the divine matrix. That figure was the Lord of Jiang clan. The scene made many powerful figures feel shocked. One should know that when the Jiyu clan was exterminated, and Jiyu Tianxing died, the other 2 clans of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were silent, or one could say they also participated in some things. However, at this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan walked to the divine matrix. What did he mean? This time, will you really go? The Lord of the Jiang clan looked up and said to Jiyu Tianxing. Jiyu Tianxing's phantom sat in the center of the divine matrix, nodding calmly. I asked you to die once, but now, you are really going to depart this life, the Lord of Jiang clan said, farewell. Warriors around him heard his words and were all stirred. At that time, did the Lord of Jiang clan ask Jiyu Tianxing to die? That was to say, at that time the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven sacrificed the Jiyu clan after they had reached a tacit understanding. Jiyu Tianxing was struck hard and must be sacrificed. The Jiyu clan couldn't survive. Therefore, he asked Jiyu Tianxing to die. So, had the Lord of Jiang clan also participated in today's plan? Was it also the reason that Jiyu Tianxing did not wholly die at that time? You hid it so deeply, the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain thought to himself. They were really cruel to themselves. The Jiyu clan's death was used in exchange for the prosperity of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and did they make the arrangement for today? At that time, they were all in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and witnessed Jiyu Tianxing's death, but he was now still alive, and also Jiyu Dongliu. If the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven said they didn't know anything, nobody would believe it. Obviously, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven directly participated in everything. Chapter 14:12 The Battle for the Imperial Bone. The 3 clans jointly controlled the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and when the news came out that year, people said they were divided. Now, it seemed that it was just a show for the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The relationship between Jiyu Tianxing and the Lord of the Jiang clan was better than people had expected. The Lord of the Jiang clan told him to rest in peace. More dazzling and sacred light shone, and Jiyu Tianxing's body gradually merged into the divine matrix. In the monstrous divine matrix, hundreds of millions of demons' wills, at this moment, all went towards Jiyu Dongliu at the center of the divine matrix. For a while, extremely bright celestial light was released from Jiyu Dongliu's body, and Jiyu Tianxing's body seemed to also integrate with him to protect him. The Lord of the Jiang clan waved his hand and sent a beam of celestial light to him. At this moment, Jiyu Dongliu had the 9 celestial beings as his armor. Jiyu Tianxing and the Lord of the Jiang clan were his guards. He had inherited the laws of origin, and his ability was strengthened by the divine matrix. He had indeed obtained the creation power of the sky and earth, which reflected Jiyu Tianxing's high hopes for him. Jiyu Tianxing hoped that before his death, he could create a hero that could outdo himself in the future, a person that could challenge heavenly laws. Although it sounded unreal, he had hope for Jiyu Dongliu, who was enhanced by so many ultimate methods. Many big figures around also understand what kind of monster Jiyu Tianxing had created. As long as he did not die, Jiyu Dongliu was destined to have a bright future and become a giant in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He shouldered the mission to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The divine matrix has merged with him, people yelled. Everyone was looking at the scene in front of them and trembled inside. The super divine matrix merged into Jiyu Dongliu's body. Over Jiyu Dongliu's body, the celestial light shone and rushed straight into the sky. The 9 characters circled him. The souls of the 9 immortals seemed to be burning. The Lord of Jiang clan looked solemn. Even the top big figures in the heavenly mandate realm were stunned. The Jiyu clan was not extinct, they still had one person. This last person carried the hope of the entire Jiyu clan. Those top figures of the Jiyu clan had completed their final mission and dedicated everything to Jiyu Dongliu. Although they could not see the future, they still made wishes for the future. Jiyu Dongliu of the Jiyu clan would dominate the heavenly mandate realm and continue the Jiyu clan's bloodline, returning to the peak. Those giant figures of the demon realm were somewhat stressed. How should they treat Jiyu Dongliu? He bore the laws of origin. Just as Jiyu Tianqing said, Jiyu Dongliu would be the only one who inherited the laws of demon monarch in the place of origin of the demon realm and wills of demons of all skies. The creation power of the mountain range of origin would only belong to Jiyu Dongliu. So, should they destroy him or recognize him? There was a brief silence in the vast space. Everyone silently watched what happened, including Yi Futian and others in the distance. At this time, Yi Futian and the Sword Saint were both happy for Jiyu Dongliu. The third disciple of Cottage could finally shine in the heavenly mandate realm. However, while they were happy, they were also slightly worried. The shock he caused this time was too great, and they couldn't predict what would happen next. What would these giant figures in the demon realm and the human peak figures do to him? If everyone still targeted him, he would have the same ending as before. Jiyu Dongliu would be hunted down and be killed just like Jiyu clan. However, today's situation was not the same as it was at that time. Time was changing, and people's hearts were also changing. In ancient times, the demon monarch was buried in the mountain range of origin, the place where the demon realm was established, the place of origin of our demon clans. But now, this human cultivator seized the laws of origin of our demon realm and destroyed the creation power of thousands of years. Someone said this, shrieking. Warriors followed the voice and saw the purple golden rat king in a golden robe talking to people of the demon realm. What do you think of this? He has obtained the laws of origin and should be regarded as a member of the demon realm. He inherits the thought of the demon monarch and wills of hundreds of millions of great demons. So now, he is not just a human cultivator, the Lord of Jiang clan roared. Other warriors looked at Jiyu Dongliu, his handsome face indeed had sort of demonic characteristics. As the Lord of the Jiang clan said, Jiyu Dongliu had inherited the supreme demonic laws this time, and he could be regarded as a half-demon. Moreover, if you kill him, the demon realm will no longer have the thoughts of demon monarch, and the laws of creation of the mountain range of origin will go extinct, the Lord of the Jiang clan continued. Give him a chance, wouldn't it be better? Can he become the same as us just by seizing the creation power of the mountain range of origin? The Lord of Yingjiao Mountain also said coldly. He wore a long silver robe. Extremely sharp life force was being released from his body. He looked toward several other big figures. The Divine Elephant Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, King of the Sky Demon Court, and the Golden Raven Demon Lord. They were the most influential giants in the demon realm, and their strengths were relatively more powerful. I think it is not necessary to intervene. Let's just wait and see what his future will be like. At this moment, a big demon beast said. Demon warriors looked back at the speaker behind the Dragon Emperor. It was Zhu Yang Demon Emperor. His relationship with the Dragon Divine clan seemed good, so he was standing behind the Dragon Emperor. However, the demon beasts were not surprised. The Thunder Divine clan was a branch of the Dragon Divine bloodline. In the past, the head of the Thunder Divine clan followed Emperor Yeqing, so did the Snow Ape Emperor of the Ape clan, so the relationship of the Dragon Divine clan and the Ape clan was not bad. Today, the Thunder Divine Demon Emperor was also cultivating in the Celestial Demon City. I think so, too, the Dragon Emperor slowly said. Jiyu Dongliu's enemies were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace. Even if demon clans just let him be, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace would deal with him, and their grievances with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would probably continue. The dispute among human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm would be good for the demon beasts. As for the future, they would see what level Jiyu Dongliu could reach. The divine elephant emperor looked around and seemed to be looking for something. He was more concerned about Yi Futian than Jiyu Dongliu. The heritage of mountain range of origin had been passed down for generations, and now it was more of a symbolic thing. The demon realm had long been separated from the mountain range of origin, and demon clans all existed independently. But the demon emperor bone of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions belonged to their ancestors. Since the laws of demon monarch had been passed on to Jiyu Dongliu, should the divine elephant clan take back the inheritance of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions? In the distance, many figures appeared. Those warriors, who had been shaken away, gradually returned to the lower sky. Yi Futian and his companions also came. The divine elephant emperor glanced down at Yi Futian and slightly moved, which aroused a suffocating might in this space. The Hanju sword emperor glanced up and looked at the divine elephant emperor. Whether you are a man or a ghost, you should return the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions to us, the divine elephant clan. The elephant emperor's voice was overbearing. It shrouded the air above everyone's head, especially Yi Futian. The suffocating might was strong for him. Yi Futian looked up at the emperor and said, "It's not that I want to take the divine elephant bone of 10 directions as my own, but that the elephant emperor's bone has been refined and integrated into my body and has become part of me. How is it possible that you could refine the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions?" The elephant emperor questioned him imposingly. In his eyes, Yi Futian was boasting. "Maybe I was destined to encounter the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to get it," Yi Futian said. There was a sound of elephant rumbling in his body, and soon, a phantom of the divine elephant appeared. The divine might shrouded the void air, and the horrifying demonic imperial light loomed from his body. The scene stunned many people. Was the bone refined by him? The divine elephant emperor also showed a surprised look. Could a saint-plain human cultivator refine the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions? When I got the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, I didn't know what it was and couldn't pry into its mystery, but this young man was able to unravel the secret and refine it. It seems that he was indeed chosen by the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Since your ancestor has given him a chance, why can't you be more generous? The Zhuyang demon emperor said to the divine elephant emperor. You are not from my clan, so you know anything about it, and it is not relevant to you. It is only in the hands of the divine elephant clan that the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions can exert its strongest power, the divine elephant emperor said coldly. But even if I give the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions to you, divine elephant clan, sir, I don't think you will unlock its mystery. I can take full advantage of it, not less, Yi Futian continued. Talking big, a warrior of the divine elephant clan said in a cold voice. A young saint-plain demon beast of the divine elephant clan stepped out. The void sky shook. A phantom of a divine elephant appeared over his body, his might overwhelming the void air. He looked down at Yi Futian below and said, "How much power of the divine elephant imperial bone can you use?" Yi Futian stared at him and said, "I welcome your instruction." After those words, his body flickered, and he descended into the void air. Above his head, that powerful demon elephant stepped down and trampled over all the skies. Giant elephant phantoms appeared, their extremely stout elephant legs trampling towards Yi Futian's body with immense power and repressing laws. A terrifying storm was born. The foot stepped down, which made many feel like Yi Futian's thin body below would be broken. At this moment, Yi Futian also stepped into the void sky, quelling the world, and the sound of the elephant trumpeting came out. His body was shining with golden light, and a huge elephant phantom wrapped him in it. The divine elephant trampled down, but it was not able to shake Yi Futian's defense. The demon elephant in the void paused a second, and his footsteps came out again. The rumbling sound continued, and tens of thousands of elephants roared at the same time, almost crushing the space into pieces. Yi Futian was not afraid at all. It was as if he hadn't seen it. He stepped up against the trend and similarly released countless golden elephant phantoms, which collided with elephants of the other side. At the same time, Yi Futian raised a punch and blasted out. A huge elephant phantom appeared over the sky, crushing the void air and turning everything into pieces. His fist bloomed, and all the fist wills turned into golden elephants, roaring in the sky and shattering a side of the world. The sky dome rumbled wildly, and with a dull sound, the warrior of the divine elephant clan was directly hit. He turned back into his original form, and the body was huge, but even so, he was still shaken. The fierce power made him spit blood. Chapter 14:13 Divine Elephant Stomping the Sky. The eyes of all the mighty ones contracted when they saw that scene, especially the divine elephants. The earth-shattering trumpeting of elephants was heard from Yi Futian's body. Furthermore, he was shining with pure golden light all over. The shadow of a divine elephant shrouded his entire body, causing multiple specters of divine elephants to appear all about him, stepping into the sky as they moved. It was as if he was the king of the elephants. The space turned extremely solemn within mere moments. It was as if the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions had been resurrected. I've yet to use any of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions powers, Yi Futian said to the divine elephant emperor. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and yet another raging divine elephant shadow stepped forth. He was the top figure among the younger generations of the divine elephants and a direct descendant of the divine elephant emperor. Xiong Mang. The mighty ones were all slightly rattled when they saw the one moving to attack. Xiong Mang was an extremely renowned figure in the demon realm, and he had the blood of the supreme elephant emperor flowing in his veins. If the divine elephants were to be able to get their hands on the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, they would have probably bestowed it to Xiong Mang. Xiong Mang caused the space around him to shake with just a single step, pinning down the great path. The air around Yi Futian felt stifling. He seemed to have seen 18 divine elephants stepping in the air at the same time, placing a lockdown on his immediate vicinity, pinning the space all around him dead, causing anyone caught in it unable to move. Yi Futian felt such pressure all over him at that moment. Xiong Mang was of a golden body and looked extremely dazzling. He stood in the air and made all around him wonder just how heavy that body of a human form would have to be just to be able to press down on the air around. He definitely had formidable powers, greater than the monster of Yingjiao Mountain Yi Futian faced back then. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying clashing noises were heard, and the sky shook. The great path rattled as Yi Futian shot upwards, stepping out as he went. Get down! Xiong Mang shouted, and an incredibly massive leg of the divine elephant appeared, stepping onto the air above Yi Futian's head, ignoring the distance of the space altogether. Furthermore, that leg contained true, formidable might of the divine elephants and was enormous. It was far stronger than the divine elephant who had fought before. Yi Futian lifted his head, and he, too, was clad in a golden elephant silhouette. He raised his arm and threw a punch in the air. The spectral punch shot to the air, and countless divine elephants trampled, causing a stampede in the air. They rammed into that enormous leg of the divine elephant. Countless shadows of the divine elephant were stomped on and shattered, yet they were still unable to stop the force of that elephant leg from coming down. Yi Futian threw another punch. A beam of divine light shot through the huge leg right away. A stifled rumble was heard, and Yi Futian was thrown down. However, that elephant leg was shattered as well, and it did not manage to shake Yi Futian. Xiong Mang cast his gaze down, surprised that the attack had not been able to crush Yi Futian. It seemed that the man had inherited the lineage of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. He was unable to believe that the power from just the bone of the demon emperor activated had been so powerful, so much so that it was able to resist his attacks altogether. Xiong Mang's eyes turned fierce and cold. He then stepped down, and shadows of divine elephants were seen running. He took another step again, and it seemed that the air itself rumbled. Yi Futian's blood was churning, and he was feeling restless. That one stomp seemed to have shattered the space all around him. Boom! Yet another step. The sound of the trumpeting rattled the eardrums of all within earshot. Some saints, who had gotten to the place, even went on to shut their senses off. Proving holiness-level saints who were not that formidable even started to bleed from the ears. Divine elephant stomping the sky. Those top figures all paid close attention to that battle. Xiong Mang was a top-notch figure among the younger generations and had formidable combat prowess. Divine Elephant Stomping the Sky was one of the top spells of the divine elephants, enabling one to stomp down the great path in their vicinity. One step would have been all it needed to cause the bodies of targets to tremble and their blood to rage. Consecutive steps would have been able to crush all the organs in the targets' bodies. The move was so powerful that it could even pin down souls, and it was lauded as one of the major attacks of the demons. Yi Futian hallucinated at that very moment. He was unable even to move using the power of the great path of space. His surroundings seemed to have been stomped down by Xiong Mang in the sky, shrouding everything. The power that was capable of stomping down the great path would, of course, include that of space. Boom! Yet another step. The might of the great path had gotten increasingly powerful. It gathered the might of the great path of their surroundings into a single entity and brought it all down on the space. Yi Futian's body was trembling violently, and his blood raged even more severely. He looked up at that figure high in the air. Dazzling light shot from his eyes. Yi Futian's pupils seemed to have changed at that moment, becoming unbelievably deep. It was as if he was able to see through the source of everything in the world. The winds howled in the sky, stifling the air where the two were. Xiong Mang's formidable might of the elephant was activated, and the great path melded with his being. He stomped down yet another time, bringing might greater than before. Yet another shadow of the elephant appeared, stepping onto that space as if it was stomping right above Yi Futian's head. Yi Futian's body was shaken and thrown down with a boom. The blood in his body howled. He continued to stare into the air above. There seemed to be a shadow of the divine elephant emperor appearing in his life palace, which was stepping into the air as well. He had acquired the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, which contained the will of the divine elephant emperor of the old days. However, it lacked the most direct form of major attacks of the divine elephants, and the divine elephants seemed to be able to provide him with such spells. Boom! Another step. Yi Futian was shaken and thrown further down. He then grunted. Even so, the spectators were astonished by how powerful Yi Futian was. They were surprised that he was able to last that long. The shocks would have killed common people. None would have been able to take the brunt of the divine elephant stomping the sky spell. At that moment, Yi Futian cast his gaze elsewhere and extended his hand. A golden staff materialized in his hand. The shadow of the divine elephant shrouded his body. Boundless great path of power gathered all over him. Yi Futian's body seemed to have become filled with tremendous power. Voom! He waved his staff about. That feat of being able to use staff techniques under such heavy pressure served as a testament to the extent of his raw strength. Xiong Mang frowned slightly, and his eyes remained cold yet extremely overbearing. He took yet another step down, which caused his surroundings to rattle. Yi Futian's staff lashed out in the air right away. It was as if he was bringing it down on the air itself. However, yet another stifled rumble was heard, and a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Storms whipped out, and Yi Futian's body was thrown behind. However, he continued to move forward, and his power grew even stronger. Another sweep of the staff flew high up in the air. That terrifying specter of the staff cleaved through the sky, causing all the mighty ones to be astonished. What is this staff technique? The Dragon Emperor looked at Zhu Yang behind him and asked, "Do you know anything about it?" "Seems familiar." According to what he told me, it was something descended from the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the apes when he was training in the lower worlds, Zhu Yang elaborated. The Dragon Emperor nodded and saw Yi Futian bring down yet another strike with the staff. He then added, "It seems to me that it's how that other one works when he is using a staff. A human youth like this one here is superbly talented." Zhu Yang naturally realized that the other one that the Dragon Emperor was referring to was the Emperor of the Apes. When Yi Futian struck out with his fourth attack, it was done against the flow, clashing with the divine elephant stomping the sky spell directly. The space where both of them were seemed about to crumble. The might of that staff technique was actually able to compare with that of the divine elephant stomping the sky. The mighty ones of the demons around were all astonished. The divine elephant stomping the sky was a major attack of formidable power. It was passed down by the divine elephants, after all. However, that staff technique actually looked as if it was on par with that attack. Furthermore, it seemed that both attacks were fundamentally identical. They shared a vague resemblance in how the might of the Great Path was gathered. Futian continued to go against the flow and brought the seventh attack to bear. Xiong Mang took yet another step. Elephants trumpeted and were imbued within that leg, while Futian seemed to have melded all staff techniques into that one strike. When the attacks clashed, countless shadows of the elephants and the staff were destroyed. Both of them were separated from each other. At that time, it was no longer only Futian moving, Xiong Mang was thrown behind as well. Demons, notwithstanding, even top-notch human cultivators were rather shocked at what Futian pulled. That was a pinnacle figure among the divine elephants, and yet that human cultivator was able to hold his own in such a battle. The number one virgin of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, looked at Futian. He had fought with Zhong Yuan, the one with the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace, before. While Futian was not of some top-notch force, his talents were undeniably shocking nonetheless. Staff techniques of the apes. Even Xiong Mang managed to recognize that. He then looked at Futian and asked, infusing the great path of power of the Supreme Elephant Emperor's bone into that staff attack. That's the might of the Divine Elephant Emperor's bone that you have acquired? Futian gazed at Xiong Mang and answered, it's more than that. Trumpeting of elephants shocked the air as soon as he spoke. There seemed to be billions of shadows of divine elephants glittering in the air, which proceeded to run in the sky. He was extremely glittering all over, shining with golden light. He was clad in the divine elephants and took one step that shocked the air around him, causing the minds of the spectators to be rattled as well. Xiong Mang, who was standing at the opposite end, experienced this even more so. Dazzling light shot from his eyes as his heart raced. He felt stifled. However, his huge eyes glared at Futian. Boom! Yet another step. Tens of thousands of elephants trumpeted at once, and the air shook. Xiong Mang was rattled, yet he kept his gaze forward. Divine elephant stomping the sky. The spectators all stared at Futian, wondering how it was possible. That move was a major attack spell belonging to the divine elephants, and they would never pass it to outsiders. It was even more so with the case of human cultivators. Furthermore, anyone who was not of the divine elephants would face extreme difficulty in picking up the move. Even if they were to truly train in it, they would have only managed to mimic the form and not be able to bring about its power. What Futian pulled, however, was the true divine elephant stomping the sky. The mighty ones of the divine elephants stared at Futian coldly. Even the divine elephant emperor's eyes glittered. He stepped forward and put his might down, looking at Futian and asking, "Where did you learn this?" Futian looked up at the divine elephant emperor and answered, "I did say that it was the divine elephant emperor who chose me to inherit his path. Right now, I've completely internalized the bone of the elephant emperor. I only need to observe attacks of the divine elephants to trigger the bone's power, which will then activate the will of the great path of the divine elephant emperor, enabling the move to be passed to me." The divine elephant emperor stared at Futian. He could inherit something like that right away, just by watching the divine elephants use them. Had Futian truly earned the approval of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions? But if he had lied, where could that spell have come from? Chapter 14:14, Inquiry with the Empress. Xiong Mang stared at Futian. He was unable to believe that a human cultivator had been able to use divine elephant stomping the sky just as he had. That spell had been the ultimate skill as well as a significant attack spell on the divine elephants. Elephant trumpeting resounded in the air, and Xiong Mang continued moving forward. He wanted to see if Futian's divine elephant stomping the sky had been authentic. Futian stepped out just like Xiong Mang did. Their surroundings rumbled, and the space trembled. Xiong Mang felt unbelievable might shrouding all over him, shaking the insides of his body, causing his blood to boil. There seemed to be a huge divine elephant capable of shocking people's souls bearing down on him. His expression changed somewhat. The state of being of the attack was just like the one he pulled before. What Yi Futian cast right there and then had not been some cheap imitation, but a true major attack spell of the divine elephants. Both of them headed towards each other. A terrible storm whipped out in the air. The sound of elephant trumpeting shook the place all around them. Everyone looked up at the two of them. While they had not been clashing with each other just yet, the same spell that the two of them cast made it seem like the place all around them was about to explode. Thousands of elephants trumpeted, and their surroundings were rapidly crushed. The storm drowned out their surroundings, and the golden light blinded the spectators. Many saints felt their blood raging. Some even grunted, and their face turned pale. If you want to have a look at the power of the bone so badly, I'd be happy to oblige, Yi Futian said, and an even more dazzling beam of light was cast from his body. A huge, majestic divine elephant stepped into the air, appearing right above Yi Futian. Thousands of shadows of divine elephants appeared at the same time below, right beneath the feet of the divine elephant emperor. At that moment, as Yi Futian stepped forward, that shadow of the divine elephant emperor moved forward as well. All of the divine elephants moved together, making the scene truly terrifying, as they looked like they were out to flatten the entire place. Xiong Mang felt divine might of the great path cast at him. He lifted his feet and intended to step forward, yet the rumbling continued, and boundless might gushed at his body. A divine elephant in the air seemed to have stepped onto his body, making his blood boil rapidly and his veins pop. Xiong forcefully took a single step out after letting out an angry roar, intending to destroy that attack coming at him. Boom! Xiong Mang's body seemed to have exploded, and terrifying noises were heard from within his body. All of his orifices bled, and his face looked ashen. He returned to his original divine elephant form and trumpeted at the heavens, yet that extremely raging attack continued to pound on his body. Eventually, he was unable to withstand the attack any longer and was thrown hard to the ground. Yi Futian rescinded his power. The mighty one of the divine elephants grabbed hold of Xiong Mang and then looked up at Yi Futian, wondering if that had truly been the might of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. That was stronger than even a Renhuang ritual implement indeed, many muttered to themselves. The bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions contained the might of the great path of the divine elephant emperor, bursting with greater imperial might. That might, when coupled with the divine elephant stomping the sky, had been able to bring out unimaginable power. Even a being as formidable as Xiong Mang had been unable to withstand such an attack. He was damaged from the shock, and that was something that could have only been mitigated with the use of Demon Emperor class items. It was obvious that Xiong Mang was deeply resentful of Yi Futian acquiring the bone of an ancestor of the divine elephants, and had brought his greatest might to resist it, which resulted in being injured by such a raging attack. However, he was already considered extremely powerful for being able even to get that far. The human cultivators and the great figures of the demons all stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had indeed been telling the truth. He had truly internalized the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions completely, so much so that he had been able to make it his own and bring such terrifying might to bear. From a certain perspective, Yi Futian had indeed earned the lineage of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. The current divine elephant emperor eyed Yi Futian. The bone had not been surfaced for long, and Yi Futian had gotten it from the celestial fox palace before entering the Origin Mountains. That human had surprisingly been able to internalize it within such a short period of time. Furthermore, it was said that the bone had been something no one wanted, no one but Yi Futian. "I apologize for the intrusion," Yi Futian said. "Even if I were not to be the one to acquire the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, it would have been taken by those from Yingzhou Mountain all the same. At present, I have indeed internalized it." He would not have been able to return it even if he wanted to. Senior Elephant Emperor had once been an overlord of the demon realm, and there is no need to be petty with a member of the younger generation. Furthermore, since the kid has already internalized the bone of the Elephant Emperor, then it was indeed a matter of destiny between him and the divine elephants. Now that he has learned the divine elephant stomping the sky spell, he is considered a successor of the past divine elephant emperor. How about you let him study and train under you, divine elephant emperor? That would make him half a member of the divine elephants, Zhu Yang the demon emperor then said. It was evident that he was vouching for Yi Futian. Not only had Yi Futian acquired the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, but he had also picked up the divine elephant stomping the sky spell. If he were not to be lumped together with the divine elephants, they would have found such a turn of events to be an insult. As such, Zhu Yang proposed that Yi Futian be allowed to study under the elephant emperor. The kid broke the limit of the divine mountain back in the purple underworld and refused the violet heavenly palace's invitations. He also beat every challenge that the ones from the violet heavenly palace threw at him. He let anyone from any plane of sainthood pick their challenge. You've seen what he is capable of, Elephant Emperor, and he will not have you down, the head of the Jiang clan said. He naturally knew of the relationship between Jiyu Dongliu and Yi Futian. At present, Jiyu Dongliu had acquired the lineage of the demon monarch. If Yi Futian were to be able to form an amicable relationship with the divine elephants, all of them would have a greater influence in the demon realm. The divine elephant emperor's eyes were huge, and his form was extremely imposing. Those bell-like eyes of his stared at Yi Futian, seemingly thinking of something. He learned staff techniques of the apes before, and that will make him a friend of the demons. It is something worth considering, Elephant Emperor, the Dragon Emperor added. The divine Elephant Emperor continued to eye Yi Futian and asked, "Do you mind heading to the divine elephant's place with me?" "I naturally wouldn't refuse such an invitation," Yi Futian replied frankly. The divine Elephant Emperor was one of the big shots in the demon realm. If he were to get on the wrong side of the divine elephants, things would be disastrous for him. It was something that he needed to see through. It might have been a disaster lying in wait, but it could also be an opportunity. He had been able to use the divine elephant stomping the sky spell only by seeing Xiong Mang use it before. If the divine elephant emperor had indeed been willing to teach him some spells unique to the divine elephants, the presence of that bone in his body would allow him to pick those spells up quickly. What about him then? The king of Yingzhou Mountain looked at Jiyu Dongliu and asked. The matter had not been settled before Yi Futian stole everyone's attention. "Do you all remember the prophet's words?" A voice was heard at that moment. Everyone looked at the one who spoke. It was none other than the Lord of the Sky Demon Court. His words had a lot of weight, and all the monsters turned their attention to him. Said Lord was basking in the divine light of the sun. He then turned to look at Jiyu Dongliu and said, "The prophet prophesied that there would be a change in all of the heavenly mandate realm, and significant happenings would take place in the demon realm. Now, I'm sure that the significant happenings began with Origin Mountains. As you can all see, the entire heavenly mandate realm will soon change, although no one knows how such changes will come. In that case, I propose that we go with the flow of things." The prophet had prophesied that there would be a major figure, and all wondered who it would be. The answer remained shrouded in mystery even then. Would it be Jiyu Tianxing or Jiyu Dongliu? However, none had expected there would be 2 members of the younger generation caught at the center of the storm. There might have been more to them than what met the eye. As such, one simply needed to have their eyes peeled for further happenings. Everyone saw fit to see how things would have turned out to be. Become the king of the demon realm? Us old people aside, I'm sure a good number of the younger generation of all demon clans here wouldn't have agreed to that easily. While Jiyu Tianxing had bestowed him with extremely formidable talents, the path of cultivation will be anything but easy, the Dragon Emperor said at that moment, and all the top-notch figures of the demon realm nodded. Among the top demon clans, there would be many extraordinary demons, like Xiong Mang, and every single one of them would be legendary in their own right. Jiyu Dongliu inherited the laws of origin, and he had to be able to first eclipse those younger generation members before coming to surpass those who were his seniors. Only by then could he get anywhere near becoming a king of the demon realm. The Sky Demon Court was an alliance. There were several extremely extraordinary younger members within the court, and all of them would have become Jiyu Dongliu's match. There were no demons who did not want to see the demon realm unified. "Let's go." The Dragon Emperor turned around and left. Zhu Yang looked at Zhu Zhao and the others and said, "Time to go." The trip would have been a very memorable one for Zhu Zhao. Jiyu Dongliu seemed to be still steeped in his training in the sky. He had inherited too many lineages of the Great Path. Despite having the protection of the 9 divine beings, he needed time to internalize what he had just picked up. Mighty ones from all directions were getting ready to leave. Futian was seen casting his gaze elsewhere. There stood the most legendary of empresses in all of the heavenly mandate realm, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Senior, there was once a woman in the 9 states of the lower worlds who tapped into your will, Empress. Do you have any impression of that happening? Futian asked the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. While he had asked that before, he still hoped the Empress would save Gu. With the Empress right before him at the moment, there probably would not be anyone else who was clearer about Gu's fate back then. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky took a plain look at Futian. Those eyes of hers were considered perfect, and every inch of her body seemed to be filled with the essence of everything in existence, making her look flawless. If you know of me, then you know that my will reaches all 3,000 realms. My will fills all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there is no way I can remember everything, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky said plainly. Futian's face became ashen after hearing that. He had clung to that bit of hope all those years ago, hoping that Gu would have been saved by the Empress. And now, the Empress did not even have any recollection of that happening, let alone having actually saved Gu. In truth, he should have long realized that the Lady of Brahma's pure sky was a being like no other. She would not have spared any thought to just that one person in all of the living beings in existence and saved Gu. Futian had only been fooling himself, and he was only doing so because he wished things had been so. Xia Qingyuan, who was at Futian's side, saw how dejected he was. Her hand twitched, and it touched Futian's hand, but she eventually pulled it back. Farewell, the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky said before turning around and leaving. Those from Brahma's pure sky all followed her lead. A group of people went far away in an instant. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky, who was in the air, actually flickered. However, that lasted only for an instant and she returned to her usual composure. Nothing else seemed to have been seen in those eyes of hers. The mighty ones around left one after another. The storm that was kicked up by Jiu Tianxing seemed to have come to an end by then. However, the effects of what he did seemed to long from over. Chapter 14:15, Divine Elephant Emperor's Question. The mighty ones all dispersed, and there was no more of that demonic aura high up in the air at Origin Mountains. Furthermore, the luck contained with that mountain had all been passed down to Jiu Dongliu. Everything that was contained within that vast mountain had all been devoured by that divine matrix, which was then siphoned into Jiu Dongliu's body. Jiu Tianxing had been laying all of that out all on his own, just to create someone who had the potential to step into that supreme plane. It was not known, at the moment, if he had succeeded or not. All the mighty ones returned one by one. There were dynastic forces at the center of the heavenly mandate realm, and Renhuang ruled all of those forces. All of those powers were coalesced into a monstrous entity known as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was at the center of all the dynasties. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had been restored after that devastating battle all those years ago. Mighty ones and geniuses emerged like a flood within the past century, making it seem like they were about to reclaim their glory as the utmost supreme force. The Heavenly Dynasty had been the oldest of all the forces found in the realm. Its history and wealth were rich, and it reigned over the dynasties. At that moment, in a tall, majestic palace in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the dynastic overlord sat above, and many Renhuangs were in the hall, making the scene terrifying. Jiu Tianxing passed down both the laws of origin and the mystical ways onto Jiu Dongliu. While that son of Jiu Jiangnan is young, he might become a monstrous figure in the future. What do you think about it? The dynastic overlord asked solemnly. While Jiu Dongliu was, presently, a fragile, insignificant being not worthy of even mentioning, it remained a fact that none of those top-notch geniuses had been able to reach his height. The height Jiu Tianxing reached all those years ago was even more unimaginable and out of reach. As of that heavenly plane, he deemed that it was just Jiu Tianxing's delusion. But then again, the overlord saw the need to be on guard nonetheless. There was one who had been passed down by all that laws of origin gathered by Jiu Tianxing after all. If they were to lower their guard, the heavenly mandate realm might end up facing yet another being capable of threatening them. They and the Jiu clan were sworn enemies, after all. After that trip to Origin Mountains, both he and the Palace Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace never returned. It was not that they did not want to, but that they knew where they were now. After giving their all to resist attacks from Jiyu Qianxing's divine matrix, they ended up injured. Furthermore, their injuries were serious. Given the plane they were at, injuries of any kind would be grievous, as injuries hardly happened to them in the first place. While that descendant of the Jiyu clan is of no importance right now, it is still best to get rid of him as soon as possible, someone answered. They and the Overlord shared the same opinion. The lineage inherited by Jiyu Dongliu was simply too terrifying, and they were unable to afford to let their guard down. It would have been possible that this insignificant figure would become a major threat in the future. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven pretended to have wiped the Jiyu clan out all those years ago. None of us expected that they reached a pact instead. Jiyu Qianxing knew that his days were numbered back in that battle, and there was no way the Jiyu clan would have been able to emerge unscathed, so the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the other two major clans teamed up to set things up with the Jiyu clan, also that what happened today would come to pass. Now, they will never easily let the last descendant of the Jiyu clan perish, the dynastic overlord continued. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they were to kill Jiyu Dongliu, they would have had to wage war again with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heavenly, obliterating them once and for all before they were able to kill Jiyu Dongliu. However, they had just recovered, and if they were fighting such a war again, they would suffer considerable losses again. If that were to happen, the 10,000 Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky would be able to get ahead of them. Both of those forces had developed into formidable forces with a massive number of mighty ones at their disposal. It was due to both the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Jiyu clan was backed into a corner in more ways than one, that they went all out to kill each other without considering the consequences. Both of them would have remained at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate realm otherwise, pinning down all the other forces. Someone was walking in at the moment, bowing solemnly to the dynastic overlord. The Crown Prince has returned. The messenger reported, he is now a holiness of Nirvana. Good. The eyes of the overlord sparkled as he cast his gaze far away as if to pierce through the void before him. All the other Renhuang below smiled, and their minds rattled. In that battle all those years ago, the previous Crown Prince plotted and killed Jiyu Jiangnan, invoking Jiyu Qianxing's towering fury, and he went on a killing spree at the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The previous Crown Prince was dead, and that had been the most humiliating part of their history. They had never suffered a grievous insult. The previous overlord was of extremely formidable training, yet he had fallen in that war all the same. None of the princes of Heavenly Mandate realm from then on out had been able to compare with the previous Crown Prince until the birth of the youngest prince. Said prince had displayed exceptional talent from a very young age. He was made the Crown Prince officially when he turned 18. He had then been training for over 50 years and had become a holiness of Nirvana. That was a talent like no other. He was born to be an emperor and the next dynastic overlord at that. Congratulations, my son. The dynastic overlord cast his gaze far away and saw a figure walking straight into the great hall of the palace. He was dazzling all over like he was clad in divine light. His eyes contained terrifying brilliance as if he was able to see through the void. He was filled with a supreme bearing throughout his entire being. Father. The Crown Prince bowed and then looked at the others. Greetings, emperors. The Crown Prince is of such magnificent talent and is unparalleled in his speed of advancement throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. Furthermore, his plane is stable, and his aura brimming. It is indeed a pity that all in Heavenly Mandate realm know only of the Crown Prince's existence, but remain oblivious to the extent of the Crown Prince's powers, a Renhuang then said. Now that Jiyu Qianxing created a monster, we can finally get the Crown Prince to show what he is truly made of, yet another Renhuang added. It was apparent that the dynasty held the Crown Prince in the highest regard. My son was born supreme, and none have been able to beat him. It has indeed been hard for you throughout the years, the dynastic overlord said to the prince. The people of the realm probably knew only that Heavenly Mandate dynasty had gotten themselves a new Crown Prince, yet few had seen the new Crown Prince in person. That was because the death of the previous Crown Prince left a traumatic blow to the dynastic overlord, resulting in him being extremely protective of the Crown Prince. He had even sent the crown prince on a pilgrimage to other realms. And now, the crown prince was already a holiness of nirvana, making him only one step away from becoming a renhuang. The prophet of the demon realm prophesied that heavenly mandate realm would see great changes, and everyone wondered who would cause that change in the heavenly mandate realm, reaching the very top. The heavenly mandate dynasty was making preparations for the future, and so did other top forces. Everyone continued to make preparations after they returned. It was possible that a huge storm would sweep all over the heavenly mandate realm in the near future. There was a huge mountain of rock in the demon realm. That rocky mountain was formed naturally. When seen from afar, the mountain looked like an incredibly huge statue, resembling that of a divine elephant, and it looked shocking. There were demonic palaces on top of that boundlessly huge divine elephant rock mountain. That was where the mighty ones of the divine elephants stayed. The surrounding areas had countless demonic mighty ones taking up residence. That was an extremely renowned demon city in the demon realm, Divine Elephant City. When they gazed upon that skyscraping divine elephant mountain, they would have all sported solemn expressions, hoping to one day train in that mountain, especially the monsters among the divine elephants. In that huge, majestic divine elephant mountain, there was divine might of the great path that was extremely formidable, making it very difficult for anyone who was below the saint plane to venture into it. A saintly dazzling screen of light shrouded the entire divine mountain, and a group of people appeared somewhere on the mountain. Those people were none other than Futian and the others, who were all arranged to stay there. At that moment, the demon emperor, whose bearing was extremely powerful. He then said to Futian, "Come with me." "Will do." Futian nodded and followed. The two of them came before a divine elephant palace, and there was an overwhelming figure who was found sitting cross-legged outside the divine elephant emperor. "Come and have a sit," the divine elephant emperor said and cast his gaze below the divine mountain. Futian walked to the side of the divine elephant emperor and stood there. "Sit," the divine elephant emperor added. Futian went on to sit quietly. He cast his gaze forward, which allowed him to see the divine elephant city far away. "How do you feel here?" the divine elephant emperor asked. "Majestic, solemn," Futian answered in a low voice. The divine elephant mountain was crafted by the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions all those years ago, and it remains standing through years of turmoil, the divine elephant emperor said. Futian did not say anything in reply. "Do you know why I have invited you to come to the divine elephants?" the emperor continued. "I have no idea." Futian shook his head. "Some guts you have for still daring to show up." The divine elephant emperor then added plainly, "Say it. How did you manage to learn the divine elephant stomping the sky spell?" Futian was dumbfounded as he looked at the divine elephant emperor. The divine elephants have some kind of divine art called bone crafting. A demon emperor, even after they have passed, will imbue every part of their body with the will of the great path still. However, bone crafting of the divine elephants allows our demon emperors to infuse their power in their bones, which will then be passed to future generations. Said bone could be planted into one's body. With such a part imbued with towering might of the great path in their bodies, if said person were to use attacks of the divine elephants, it would then resonate with the bone, making their attacks even more powerful. The divine elephant emperor then slowly continued, but the divine elephant bones absolutely did not allow for direct transmission of methods, and no one outside of the divine elephants has ever gotten such a function out of the bones by using them. As such, you couldn't learn the divine elephant stomping the sky spell through such means. Futian felt formless pressure around him. He only realized that the divine elephants had such special abilities then. "I picked it up when I was fighting before. It might be something that has to do with the bone nonetheless," Futian said. The emperor turned around to look at Futian with a grim expression. "Do you have any idea what kind of a level that spell is at? Do you know what level of comprehension you would need just to take a look and manage to pick it up, even when it still has something to do with the bone?" "You don't believe me?" Futian asked. "I believe you." The emperor then said plainly, "It is impossible for you to have picked the spell up from elsewhere. As such, you could have only learned it while you were fighting with Xiong Mang. You really do have immense talent. So, Was that how you picked those staff techniques up as well? Yi Futian's pupils contracted. He had never expected the Divine Elephant Emperor to have linked the spell to his staff techniques. Seeing that Yi Futian was silent, the Emperor continued, "The reason why I didn't bring you here before was that I heard something. You were said to be the last person the Prophet met, no? No one else gave that any thought before, as no one would have thought that the Prophet would have passed in meditation because of a human saint cultivator. Yi Futian had only been one of the people who had been summoned by the Prophet, which made him no different from the others. However, if he were to link how he had been able to learn Divine Elephant stomping the sky simply by mere observation, then the Divine Elephant Emperor would not have been able to help but to link that to something else." Chapter 14:16 Changes Outside. Was it just a coincidence that Yi Futian was the last person who the Prophet met? If one truly did not know him, one would not have had suspicions about anything else, even if he were supremely talented. The Prophet was someone very capable and very revered in the demon realm, after all, and the Prophet had met a good number of unbelievable geniuses. However, even top demonic beasts would have had a hard time meeting the Prophet. That Prophet definitely wouldn't have been willing to pass just because of the talents of a member of the younger generation being extremely talented. If this were not a coincidence, it would have been a testament that there was more to Yi Futian than what met the eye. He would have had huge secrets about him, enough to move the Prophet to pass on for him. Yi Futian turned his eyes to the Divine Elephant Emperor. He never expected to have been able to link the Divine Elephant stomping the sky spell to that many things. In truth, he still was unable to fathom what made the Prophet do that. "I do have some special abilities, which are what resulted in my extraordinarily keen comprehension. Furthermore, I indeed was the last person that the Prophet met. However, the Prophet simply took a look at me, and I was already out of the Prophet's palace. As to why the Prophet has passed on, I'm just as baffled about it," Yi Futian elaborated. He was telling the truth. The Divine Elephant Emperor nodded slightly, but he wondered if it had to do with his keen comprehension. Just what kind of comprehension would allow a person to learn Divine Elephant stomping the sky with a mere look? It was worth noting that the spell itself was some major attack spell that exceeded Yi Futian's plane. Even those from the Divine Elephants would require a considerable amount of time to pick it up methodically before they could develop any proficiency. Yi Futian was but a saint, after all, and he would not have developed such a high comprehension of the Great Path. Furthermore, the staff techniques of the apes reminded the Emperor of an old friend back in the demon realm. He had once fought said friend many years ago, so he was very familiar with the staff techniques of said friend. While Yi Futian's staff techniques were rather different, as it had been imbued with what he learned throughout the years, the Emperor was nonetheless able to sense some bit of familiarity with those techniques. When such correlations were made, Yi Futian would have been more than he claimed to be. If it had not been for Yi Futian being able to use Divine Elephant stomping the sky right away, the Emperor would not have thought of it at all. However, when he made connections between all those points, he was able to come to something somehow. "This is all such a headache," the Divine Elephant Emperor muttered to himself deep down. The mighty ones of the Divine Elephants were most versed in the ways of sheer power, and they did not like using their brains much. The Emperor had gotten tired of speculating. If that indeed turned out to be accurate, then the Prophet had indeed chosen to pass in meditation instead of divulging any severe divine secrets. As such, he saw no point to dwell on the matter any further, as he knew that nothing good would come out of it. The Divine Elephants are of unparalleled strength. When cultivation reaches extreme levels, we can pin down the great path of all around us. The Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions had been able to get close to the heavenly path all those years ago, enabling him to pin down a vast area with just a single step. Now that you've acquired the most important bone of our ancestor, the Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions, and you've internalized it, then we can say that you're considered to have a part of the Divine Elephants within you. The Divine Elephant Emperor said this to Yi Futian instead of delving on the previous matter. That lightened the pressure that Yi Futian felt considerably. Seems like the Divine Elephant Emperor has no intention of continuing to ask questions. Now that they were where the Divine Elephants were, if the Divine Elephant Emperor wanted to know something, there was no way he could have been able to hide it. All demonic clans will have their extremely formidable spells passed down, and forging one's bones is one of the ways the divine elephants do so. Other than the divine elephant stomping the sky, which is a major attack spell, there is also another ability called divine elephant void-splitting fist. This attack spell is used with absolute power. In ancient times, when all top-notch demon clans warred with each other, all had their specialties. For instance, we of the divine elephants were proficient in the ways of overbearing might, and there were also the likes of the Kuanping and the Rock, who were among demonic beasts proficient in unparalleled speed, zipping about in the air. It enabled them never to be caught at a disadvantage in a confrontation. The Emperor then continued, "We of the divine elephants have created the divine elephant void-splitting fist, which was a major suppression spell. The spell utilizes the great path of extreme might and suppression, allowing a single punch to break the great path of space with sheer force, pinning down a vast area. I shall now pass that spell on to you." Yi Futian looked at the divine elephant emperor with a dumbfounded expression. That was one of the ultimate spells of the divine elephants, and he wondered if it would have been all right to just pass it down to him like that. If there is a day when you no longer need the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, do return it to the divine elephants, the emperor continued. "I will, senior," Yi Futian nodded and said. An extremely powerful aura enveloped him as soon as he finished. It was as if he had been placed in an independent space. The emperor was standing at the front. A terrifying pressure swept all over the place, and thousands of divine elephant shadows appeared all around the emperor. Those shadows seemed to be about to meld with the emperor. All force was merged within a single entity. When the emperor clenched his fist, towering might emerged. A terrifying whirlpool of power seemed to have appeared before the divine elephant emperor's arm. Their surroundings felt stifling. The emperor then took a step forward and extended his arm, throwing a punch. Stifling rumbles were heard. It was as if the space all around them had been shattered, making the attack sound like thunder. He then pulled his fist back and then asked Yi Futian, "Are you able to understand it?" "I didn't." Yi Futian shook his head. The emperor's plane was just too high. The state of mind achieved when he attacked was not something Yi Futian could easily grasp. The emperor did not say anything and continued to demonstrate the move to him. The emperor went on to demonstrate divine elephant stomping the sky after a while. The one that Yi Futian picked up from observing Xiong Mang was of a state that was leagues different from that demonstrated by the emperor. The state of mind imbued when the emperor used the move was something several magnitudes of order above him. While Yi Futian was indeed proficient with the spell, he had not actually truly mastered it. There was still much to learn. What he was able to pick was based on the foundations laid down by Xiong Mang, and what he pulled was equal to Xiong Mang at most. However, such major attacks were something that could get increasingly strong as one's training progressed. Time passed, and many mighty ones from the demon realm stepped into the Origin Mountains again. However, Origin Mountains had been reduced to a simple, commonplace, and those demons had all returned, disappointed. While that storm had indeed come to a close, the effects from it continued to affect cultivators from all over Heavenly Mandate Realm regardless if they were humans or demonic beasts. The one genius from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty who had been made the Crown Prince at 18 and was seldom seen had truly gone into the world to continue training, bringing extremely overwhelming might to bear on many mighty ones and defeating a great many holiness of nirvanas within the dynasty's territory. He was lauded to be a supreme one from birth and was destined to be the one to succeed the dynastic overlord when he stepped into the pinnacle of Renhuang Plain. Read more chapter on novel full. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty caused quite a commotion after going into the world, and many wondered if he was meant to be the one to be at odds with that extreme genius that Jiyu Qianxing created. There was news later that the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paid a visit to Brahma's pure sky and sparred with some virgins there. However, they did not clash until their relations became strained, as the Crown Prince had his eye on Qin He, the number one virgin. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty seemed intent on letting the Crown Prince be paired with Qin He. That seemed to be something meant to take on Jiyu Qianxing. Jiyu Qianxing proposed that Jiyu Dongliu be married to a goddess from Brahma's pure sky, thus allying with the two parties. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty seemed to only take the first opportunity, being the first to ally with Brahma's pure sky. But then again, there was no way the number one virgin of Brahma's pure sky would simply agree to be married. As such, that matter had to be put aside for the time being. It was, at the moment, but a proposal from the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were not the ones doing something, as there were also top-notch geniuses emerging from 10,000 Divine Mountain to begin on their pilgrimage. Everyone was doing something to prepare for the future. More shocking news was heard soon after. The Violet Heavenly Palace had gathered cultivators from all over Heavenly Mandate Realm, and they were about to throw a grand feast in order to select a group of extraordinarily talented people to be imparted with the Way of Lightning. That time, it was open to more than just the 8 orthodox forces of thunder, as every cultivator from all over the Heavenly Mandate Realm was allowed to participate. Furthermore, top-notch forces from all over the Heavenly Mandate Realm were invited. It was said that the Violet Heavenly Palace truly prepared to pass on the strongest great path of lightning, and there was a possibility of being selected to become the personal student of the Palace Lord right away. All top-notch figures began to foster extraordinary future generations one after another. One could only imagine the commotion such news caused. During usual days, a figure like the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who stood at the very pinnacle, was someone that people would not have the chance to meet. Countless ambitious cultivators attended the event, arriving at the Violet Heavenly Palace. The humans of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were not the only ones affected, as the news caused a commotion that was just as great in the demon realm. Many top-notch mighty ones from renowned forces ventured outside, getting ready to go on a pilgrimage in the human realm. Countless cultivators throughout Heavenly Mandate Realm were invited to witness the event at Violet Heavenly Palace shortly after. When the grand event was held at Violet Heavenly Palace, Futian and his people came to Celestial Demon City from Divine Elephant City. They then went to the Demon Emperor's palace of Celestial Demon City. Zhu Yang, the Demon Emperor, received them personally. Zhu Yang then looked at those behind Futian at the hall, surprised to find that the mighty ones of Divine Elephants were present. He was unable to help but quip, "Seems like you've earned the approval of the Divine Elephant Emperor. I'm here specifically to express my gratitude, Senior." Futian bowed solemnly. If it had not been for Zhu Yang speaking on their behalf, things would have ended very differently. That's hardly worth mentioning. The Divine Elephant Emperor is a senior of mine, and he has his mind. No words of mine could have swayed him. You're indeed destined to be with the Divine Elephants, given how you've acquired a bone of the Divine Elephant's ancestor. You have yourself to thank for all of that, Zhu Yang waved and said. He had not been able to discern anything when he had acquired the bone, after all. It was indeed Futian's own doing that led to such turn of events. Make yourselves at home. Zhu Yang left after saying that. Futian looked at Zhu Zhao and said, "Anything worth taking note of from that place? Any news about my brother? The Heavenly Mandate Realm is very lively these days. It seems like what Jiyu Tianxing did to that brother of yours has made those top-notch figures unable to sit still. All geniuses from all forces are out in the world for training now. The Violet Heavenly Palace is hosting a grand event now, gathering countless mighty ones from all over the Heavenly Mandate Realm. There is even a good number of monsters from the demon realm attending it." Zhu Zhao elaborated, "As for your brother being taken away by those from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, I've no idea where he ended up." Futian nodded, and Zhu Zhao asked, "So, you have any plans of staying here at the demon realm to train? Or will you be heading back there?" "I'll be heading back," Futian said. "I'm thinking of heading out there myself." "Let's go together," Zhu Zhao said. He had been looking forward to going to the world of human cultivators for a long time. Chapter 14:17, The Grand Event at Violet Heavenly Palace. The northwestern part of the Heavenly Mandate Realm was the turf of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the supreme force of the region. The 8 orthodox forces of thunder of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were all found there. The most renowned city in that region was no doubt the place where the Violet Heavenly Realm was at, Thunder Punishment City. The city was right below the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the entire city was shrouded in lightning, making the will of the great path of lightning extremely thick there. One only needed to look up to find flashes of lightning everywhere in that city. The Thunder Punishment City was named after the flashing lightning above. When the ones below cast their gaze far away, they were able to easily see the floating city hovering high above in the sky right above Thunder Punishment City itself. That floating city had boundless might of lightning all around it. It was as if that was where the will of the great path of lightning shrouding the entire Thunder Punishment City came from, and the floating city hung in the sky like some divine hall. One would be able to see that on the edge of that floating city, there seemed to be a boundlessly huge platform, and many blurry figures were gathering on it. That was where the supreme force of the region in the heavenly mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace, was found. Many mighty ones gathered around the Violet Heavenly Palace to participate in the grand event. There were also many cultivators coming from afar. All of them headed in the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace. There were many extremely powerful beings found there for many days. They were all training in various places in the heavenly mandate realm, and they had only been able to showcase their frightening talent due to such a grand event being held. I wonder just how many students the Violet Heavenly Palace will accept in this event. I've heard that exceptional students from the 8 Orthodox forces participated in the event this time, taking the opportunity to get into the palace. Furthermore, many cultivators practiced the way of lightning here as well. I don't care about any of that. There is only one thing in my mind: will the Palace Lord take any personal students, and will any of them be able to compare to the likes of Zhong Yuan? While it is said that mighty ones are everywhere, but Zhong Yuan is of the supreme body of the Great Path. He was born with supreme talents in the ways of lightning. He is destined to become someone standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate realm. How could anyone compare to him? It's extremely difficult to get someone who can get anywhere near him already. People talked and lauded the one who possessed the supreme body of the Great Path as unbelievably dazzling, the one who stood at the very tip of a pyramid. Few throughout all top forces in Heavenly Mandate were on par with him. A top force could only foster 1 or 2 such figures. Getting yet another of such magnificent talents was deemed to be so unbelievably complicated that it was considered almost impossible. They were, however, able to compare with geniuses of top-notch forces who came to witness the event. But then again, it is said that geniuses of other pinnacle forces have shown up en masse as well. It is quite a pity that they are probably not going to fight one another. That person who sang praises to Zhong Yuan earlier continued, feeling that such a situation was a pity. I'm rather curious though, how would the talents of that monster fostered by Jiyu Tianxing, the pitilessly extraordinary someone all those years ago, fare? Is he so powerful that the top-notch forces will begin fostering future generations just to prepare for what is to come? Jiyu Tianxing was the type of person who emerges once in 1,000 years. That, coupled with what happened in the Origin Mountains and the younger man being the son of Jiyu Jiangnan, means the last descendant of the Jiyu clan probably can shoot for the skies right away. Even so, I don't think he'd be so powerful that he could compare to Zhong Yuan, who possesses a supreme body of the Great Path. Someone, who greatly admired the Violet Heavenly Palace, added. That remains to be seen. I have heard things from the Origin Mountains. That young man who messed up the Purple Underground and refused to join the Violet Heavenly Palace, Futian, demonstrated unbelievable talent as well. He was able to even fight with top fighters of the Divine Elephants. He was capable of using Divine Elephant stomping the sky, a skill unique to the Divine Elephants. He is now with the Divine Elephant Emperor. That guy who messed the Violet Heavenly Palace up. Someone said this but quickly scanned the place, feeling like what they said was a taboo of sorts. The Violet Heavenly Palace was beaten in a challenge, and they had been allowed to pick anyone from their ranks, of any of 4 planes of sainthood, to fight people of corresponding planes. That naturally was not something to be proud of. Yeah, who would have thought that a member of the younger generation who was challenging the Divine Mountain to see the Emperor of Purple Underground would have such immense talent? There is now also the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty getting into the world in the Heavenly Mandate realm. That one guy from 10,000 Divine Mountain, the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky, and that descendant of Celestial Gate of Vast Sky. Who knows who among those people will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate realm in the end? The ones there were not the only ones who talked. Many mighty ones throughout Thunder Punishment City were talking about the grand event as well, So much so that even the cities below Thunder Punishment City were all talking. Thunder Punishment City was where the Violet Heavenly Palace was located, and the city was below the palace, making it the #1 city in that vast region. There were many cities in the surrounding areas of Thunder Punishment City, circling around that main city housing the Violet Heavenly Palace. The people of those cities were all under direct rule by those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. All of that was part of that region's ruling power, the Violet Heavenly Palace. Passages in the cities leading to Thunder Punishment City and the Violet Heavenly Palace saw massive traffic of great figures from faraway lands coming. At that moment, there was a group of people zipping past in the air, intending to land directly inside Thunder Punishment City. They were stopped by a group of mighty ones right away, who then asked, "Mighty ones of the demons?" The Sky Demon Court, about to witness the event at the Violet Heavenly Palace, an extremely sharp voice said in the air. Those people then burst through the barricade right away, and those who stopped them did not get in their way further, letting them inside Thunder Punishment City. All manner of great figures appeared one after another for quite some time, and everyone had gotten very used to things like that happening. That grand event at the Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have become a reason for top-notch forces everywhere to gather around. After what happened back in Origin Mountains, that was the time that all of them were gathered in yet another region again. The Sky Demon Court was a supreme force in the demon realm, and there was, of course, no one who would have stood in their way. They continued moving forward and headed straight for the sky stairwell leading to the Violet Heavenly Palace after getting into the city to get on that floating city that hung majestically in the sky. The news of the arrival of the Sky Demon Court quickly spread everywhere. Supreme forces of the demon realm began to show up one after another. It looked as if things were about to get increasingly rowdy. As more and more mighty ones arrived, news, including rumors of all kinds, spread everywhere in Thunder Punishment City as well. It was said that the divine elephants were there as well. Furthermore, Futian was not with them. Some said that Futian might have had the bone of that ancestral divine elephant emperor ripped out of him by the current divine elephant emperor and that the divine elephants currently imprisoned him. Some said that the divine elephant emperor might have killed Futian. However, everyone was not actually all that concerned with Futian. They were more concerned about the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Realm, the #1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky, as well as that last descendant of the Jiyu clan. But then again, Futian would have paid no heed to those rumors. At that moment, a group of people appeared somewhere right outside Thunder Punishment City. That place was the entrance to the city, and only the ones permitted entry would have been allowed to step inside the city basking in the might of the great path of lightning. The place was garrisoned by a massive army. Many came and reported their identities. They were then inspected before being permitted entry into the city. Despite what it looked like, that was actually considered rather lenient. In the past, getting inside Thunder Punishment City to train would have been very difficult. The 7th swordsman, here to witness the event in Thunder Punishment City, a handsome swordsman clad in white said at that moment. His eyes shone with demonic grace, and he wore a sword on his back. The guard took a look at him. Countless people wanted entry into the city to witness the event, and that intention alone would not have sufficed. Futian unleashed his aura. At the same time, lightning flashed dazzlingly about him, and that was the infernal thunder of Wutu. "I'm from somewhere under the rule of Purple Underground, and I've ventured into the Divine Mountain and gained the path of infernal thunder of Wutu," Futian continued. Only then did the guard allow him to pass. Futian had earned the right to enter the city. "So you are from somewhere under the rule of the Purple Underground," then, a group of people called at that moment. They were being inspected as well but were granted passage right away after their identities were verified. "Indeed." Futian nodded. "We are of the Purple Underground. If you ventured into the Divine Mountain and have gained the way of infernal thunder of Wutu, why haven't you joined our ranks?" a young man asked. "My training is not something worth mentioning, and I would have been an insult to the Purple Underground," Futian answered. "I see that your will of the great path of the infernal thunder of Wutu is actually rather decent. You wouldn't be anywhere near being an insult." Another one in the group added, "Since we happen to meet here, let's travel together then." "Very well." Futian smiled and nodded. He did not expect to run into cultivators of the purple underground there. It was quite a coincidence. You go by the name Seventh Swordsman, then? So, you're here to witness the event as well? A young man of the purple underground smiled and asked. They continued moving forward as they talked, heading towards the Thunder Punishment City, which was basking in lightning. Indeed. It's a grand event of the Violet Heavenly Palace, after all. I wouldn't miss it for anything, Futian smiled and answered. Well said. Such a grand event is an extremely rare opportunity, as well. While our teachers did not request that we participate in the event, we wanted to come anyway, another at his side said. They were not the students at the core of the Purple Underground, or they would have come with their teachers instead of just showing up by themselves. Brother Changqing might have been able to train in the Violet Heavenly Palace this time. I'd, of course, want to take the opportunity to see for myself just how capable he would have been, a female cultivator smiled and said. Zhong Changqing? Futian looked at her and asked. Is there another Brother Changqing in the Purple Underground? The woman chuckled and continued, it seems like you've heard of Brother Changqing. I have, the one who withstood 900 lightning strikes. Futian nodded. You have ventured into the divine mountain of Wutu before, so you should know how great the pressure of that place was. I see that your ways of infernal thunder of Wutu are not weak. How many strikes were you been able to withstand when you were in there? The woman smiled and asked. 1,000, Futian lowered his voice and said. The ones from the Purple Underground were all baffled. 1,000 strikes of the heavenly thunder meant that he had broken the limit, and there had only been one person capable of such a feat. That man was rather renowned all over Heavenly Mandate Realm at the moment. They had all seen what he was like in the Purple Underground. The man seemed humble but was extremely prideful, so much so that he had declined an invitation from the Violet Heavenly Palace. That man was rumored to have messed up the Violet Heavenly Palace with his people later. Just kidding. 100, Futian smiled and said, after seeing how baffled those people were, looking carefree as he did so. All of them chuckled. They thought a cultivator from a territory under the rule of the Purple Underground would have been tense seeing them, yet that seventh swordsman seemed to have a very powerful aura, and they deemed that he was anything but weak. As for that man who withstood 1,000 lightning strikes, some wondered if he had been even able to make it out of the divine elephant's place alive. 1418 at the Heavenly Palace. Of course, even only inheriting 100 of the strikes of heavenly thunder would make one an extremely powerful figure. If they had not previously seen that Futian's infernal thunder of Wutu was so powerful, they would not have called upon him to go with them. The group entered Thunder Punishment City. Futian looked up into the sky and saw endless flashes of lightning. Thunder will flowed across their bodies, making their wills tremble as it entered into them. His heart trembled slightly. This was the main city of the area that the Violet Heavenly Palace controlled. Thunder will was everywhere, covering all of Thunder Punishment City. It was no wonder that the influx of population was controlled. If you were to cultivate in this sort of environment, endlessly bathing in thunder will ever since you were young, you would have an advantage over everyone else in terms of the environment you grew up in. In an environment like this, there would be few difficulties in becoming a saint. As long as you were not extremely untalented and you bathed in will ever since you were young, how could you not achieve enlightenment? As long as your state of mind was up to the task, your ability to become a saint was not in any doubt. And the other top forces cultivation places were probably no worse off than Thunder Punishment City. Brother, it was a difficult journey to Thunder Punishment City this time. Should we go and explore? Said the woman from the Purple Underworld. Zijuan, a great event at the Heavenly Palace is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. We can't miss it. We can explore the city after we have watched the ceremony, said a middle-aged saint. Zijuan was relatively young and had cultivated to only a rather weak level. Right, I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to watch Brother Changqing enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, said Zijuan with a smile. She was greatly affected by the environment of Thunder Punishment City, and she was full of respect and curiosity for it. Let's go. We are still a good ways away from the Violet Heavenly Palace, said the middle-aged man. The group sped up, their figures flashing as they moved forward. From time to time, they would look up into the distant sky. The city built upon the clouds was up there. It was grand and majestic as a temple of a god of thunder, and people could not help but be in awe of it. They may have been able to see it, but in reality, it was still very far away. Countless people were soaring through the air towards the violet heavenly palace. They were all coming to observe the ceremony as well. "I heard that the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty is here," said Zijuan. "Not only him. Qin He, the foremost lady saint of Brahma's pure sky, is here as well. And besides the most prestigious human cultivators, many powerful members of the demon families are coming to the violet heavenly palace to watch the ceremony as well. Since the juniors of the Jiyu clan have shown up, all of the other top figures came in succession. These juniors have officially started to travel around the world," said the middle-aged man from the purple underworld. He was getting old, and he had cultivated to the level of an unblemished saint, so he had a clear understanding of the situation. This event taking place at the Violet Heavenly Palace was not so simple as just picking a new disciple. The significance behind it was that a new era was about to begin. The younger generation was beginning to take the stage and was getting ready to enter the imperial plane. They were getting ready to replace the older generation. Now, all of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is taking of this prince. "How strong is he?" Zijuan asked curiously. "The emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty has said that his son's talent is worthy of respect, and he is full of confidence in him. Moreover, he was officially made a prince at the age of 18 and has rarely appeared in public since then. It was only once he reached the nirvana level that he started to come out more. The emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty obviously has great expectations for him. This is obviously very grating for that genius who was created by Jiyu Tianxing." "Jiyu Jiangnan's son?" asked Zijuan. "Yes. You saw him before in the purple underworld. He cultivated in the lower realms, where he proved his talent. Now, I don't even know how powerful he is," said the middle-aged man. "Can he compare to the supreme body of the great path of the Violet Heavenly Palace?" asked Zijuan. She had cultivated the way of thunder, and thus naturally had a special reverence for the Violet Heavenly Palace. "It's hard to say." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and thunder flashed in his eyes. Jiyu Tianxing was so powerful, and he had been training people for so many years, and so it was not an easy answer. This could be clearly seen from the reactions of great figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. And then there was Jiyu Dongliu, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was certainly not inferior to Zhong Yuan at all. In addition, the top figures of the demon families had come out into the realm of human cultivators. Their powers were unfamiliar to human cultivators. But how could it be any weaker than theirs? "What do you think, seventh swordsman?" the middle-aged man asked Yi Futian. He had seen that Yi Futian was silent, and he wanted to know his opinion. "Truly?" asked Yi Futian. The middle-aged man nodded. "Of course. The purple underworld uses a branch of the Violet Heavenly Palace's 8 great thunder methods, and so you all must have a special attachment to the Violet Heavenly Palace. You may be overestimating them," said Yi Futian. The others were shocked and stared at him. They would never have thought that he would say something so bold. "The Violet Heavenly Palace is at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How could we overestimate them?" asked Zijuan with a frown. This seventh swordsman was speaking nonsense. Yi Futian smiled. "Then, I will not express my opinion. Please speak without hesitation," said the middle-aged man. "We will listen. How does Jiyu Tianxing compare to the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm today?" asked Yi Futian. "He is stronger than them, of course," said the middle-aged man. They would concede this point. If so, then Jiyu Tianxing's descendant, who is also the inheritor of the laws of origin. Given this setup, how could the people that he trains be any worse than others? And if this is the case, then why do you regard the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm so highly? Countered Yi Futian. He continued softly, "Also, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate realm concealed his son for decades, so this is not just a simple comparison. On the other hand, the Violet Heavenly Palace is said to be embroiled in some disputes within the Origin Mountains, and it is also said that they have suffered grievous defeats. Those who have supreme bodies of the Great Path are always very superficial. Everyone regards them highly, but I don't see them as being able to defeat the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Everyone listened quietly and did not make any comments. What Yi Futian was saying made sense. However, the Violet Heavenly Palace was the ultimate inheritor of thunder punishment after all. All of the thunder methods in the world came from the Heavenly Palace. From this, it could be seen that the Violet Heavenly Palace was the central focus for everyone who cultivated the way of thunder. Thus, they were still a bit unconvinced by what Yi Futian was saying. Especially Zijuan, who snorted contemptuously. But Yi Futian did not care. The group continued forward. After a while, they finally arrived below the palace. The feeling of awe grew stronger as they looked up at the distant Temple of Thunder. It was an astonishing sight. The noise was clamorous. One could see many scenes while standing outside of the sky stairwell. There was a sea of people there, as countless cultivators had gathered. At that moment, some people were walking up the sky stairwell. Lightning fell upon them with every step, but some of them continued forward, while others were sent flying back down the stairs, grievously wounded. Only those who could make their way up the sky stairwell of thunder could enter the Violet Heavenly Palace and watch the ceremony. A sky stairwell of the Great Path has various rules. The higher up you go, the harder it gets. "We need to take this seriously, or we won't earn the right to watch the ceremony," said the middle-aged man at their head. Then he started up the stairway first. All the cultivators of the purple underworld moved forward at the same time, moving up the stairwell step by step. They moved incredibly quickly. After all, the beginning was relatively easy. Yi Futian watched them, then stepped forward himself. He shot through the air, straight as a sword, passing the cultivators of the purple underworld in a flash. "He's so arrogant," Zijuan said quietly as she watched him. She did not shy away from saying this about him. She expressed herself naturally. If he moved up the sky stairwell so quickly, he would certainly pay a heavy price. Yi Futian turned into a sword as he flew upwards, and a terrible airflow appeared all around him. Thunder boomed and rolled across him, but it did not affect his progress in the least. "Huh!" The middle-aged man from the purple underworld watched him. It looked like they had underestimated Seventh Swordsman's power. Thunder boomed as he continued forward. It seemed to be very powerful. He rushed up the stairway, flying over many stairs with each step. A roar came up from the stairway as he shot up it, moving incredibly quickly as it chased after Yi Futian. The other cultivators of the purple underworld sped up as well. As they continued forward, the thunder grew stronger and stronger. A terrible roar rang out as one of them was sent flying down the stairs. "Slow down." A voice rolled down to them from up ahead of them. The rest of the cultivators of the purple underworld no longer forced themselves forward. They slowed down instead. An ugly look came over Zijuan's face as she watched the figure charging on undisturbed ahead of them. Were the cultivators of the purple underworld not as good as a wandering swordsman? They continued up, their eyes full of fierce determination. After a while, they finally reached the top of the staircase. When they arrived, a white-robed figure was standing there calmly, as if he had already been waiting there for a long time. The people from the purple underworld's expressions changed as they looked at Yi Futian now. They had just watched him ascend the sky stairwell. It had been shocking. But soon, their attention was drawn to the scene before them. They gazed out into the distance. High up in the sky, there were several different areas. The great figures of the heavenly mandate realm were all there. The central area was also the highest. A group of purple-robed figures was seated there. Their auras were overpowering. The assistant palace lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace was seated in a place of honor in the central area. The people around him were all great figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace. They saw that even the emperor of the purple underworld was only sitting to their side. And it was not only him. The Renhuang-level figures who were the inheritors of the 8 great thunder methods were all there. Besides them, many of the Renhuang-level figures who were under the Violet Heavenly Palace's command had come to watch as well. Yi Futian noticed a familiar figure. Emperor Qi was there as well. He was also an emperor of one of the areas under the Violet Heavenly Palace's control. These people represented the most powerful of the infinite territories under the Violet Heavenly Palace's control. Almost all of the top figures were there. Among all these Renhuang-level figures, there were only a scant few saint-level cultivators who had the right to be there. One of them was Zhong Yuan of the Supreme Body of the Great Path. Is that Zhong Yuan? Several of the people from the purple underworld looked at the man with the supreme body of the Great Path. Lightning flowed over his form, bathing him in divine light. The thunder while falling down from the Violet Heavenly Palace fell continuously upon him. It was like he was constantly cultivating. Yes, the foremost talent of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhong Yuan. He is an unblemished saint, and yet he can fight Nirvana-level saints, whispered the middle-aged man from the purple underworld. Their hearts beat wildly when they beheld this legendary figure. They were very familiar with his supreme body of the Great Path. They had heard about it countless times. But this was the first time they had actually seen him. There are so many powerful figures here, sighed the people from the purple underworld. Their own clan chief was only of high enough status to sit off to the side. He was not in the center. More than half of the greatest figures in the land were there. And not all of them were from the Violet Heavenly Palace. All around the palace were people from all over. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were on the right side of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the people at their center had incredibly powerful auras. Even if you only caught a single glance of them, you would never forget them. One of them was a figure whose name had been heralded throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm for many years, and the other was the one who was currently the most talked about person in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The first was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty besides the Divine Overlord, the Divine General. The other was the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. These were the two most important people in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty besides the Divine Overlord. Many of the Jyotian goddess's people were also there on the right side, and all of them looked stunning. Qin He was there, with her peerless style attracting everyone's gaze. Everyone could not help but look at the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate realm and Qin He. Previously, news had circulated that the Divine Overlord wished for his son to marry her, but Brahma's pure sky did not want this. They would not let their foremost lady saint marry an outsider. 10,000 Divine Mountain was there as well. One of the youths amid the crowd of people from the mountain was attracting a lot of attention. His long hair was as black as ink, and his dark eyes were deep. He was tall and broad, and gave off a powerful aura. His name was Jiao Huang. Although he had not been kept away from society for many years like the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he had still not appeared outside many times. But he was very famous in the area around the Mountain of Celestial Divinity and was greatly admired by many people. It was said that Jiao Huang had incredible potential and had cultivated many different abilities. He had trained in each ability to the highest level. He had integrated all these abilities together. He even gave others pointers about their cultivation when he went around in the outside world. Many people in the area around the Mountain of Celestial Divinity owed him a debt of gratitude, and thus he had a great reputation. 10,000 Divine Mountain had never announced his status to the outside world like the Divine Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm had boasted of his son's prowess by naming him a prince. Nor was he boasted of like the foremost Saint Qin He or Zhong Yuan with his supreme body of the Great Path. Jiao Huang did not have such high expectations placed upon him, and so he was pretty much able to walk his own path. Now, all of the cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain assumed that Jiao Huang would one day become the heir of the mountain. This would be harder for him than it would be for people like Qin He and Zhong Yuan. However, Jiao Huang was a little older than them and had already cultivated up to the Nirvana level. He was the most powerful person in 10,000 Divine Mountain below the Renhuang level. Of the top 5 human forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, only the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had not come. This gave people a bizarre feeling. It seemed like the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to isolate the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Or rather, their goal was to purposely target the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Jiyu family of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would never produce another Jiyu Tianxing. In fact, other than these powerful human cultivators, Many powerful members of the demon clans had come as well. But the vast number of people from the heavenly mandate realm were not acquainted with the cultivators from the demon realm, and thus they had no particular feelings towards them. They did not feel such a strong sense of astonishment when seeing them like they did when they saw the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty and Zhong Yuan with his supreme body of the great path. However, powerful demons like the golden bird of the sky demon court, Kuanpeng, the golden-winged pengbird, the phoenix, as well as top cultivators like the dragon gods and the divine elephants were not any weaker than the most powerful of human cultivators. They had come from the demon realm to the world of human cultivators. In some sense, they had come to the world of cultivation in preparation for the great changes in the heavenly mandate. Below all of the great forces was a massive altar with 9 thunder platforms upon it. Even lower than that were all the cultivators who had come to watch. There was a sea of people there that filled the area completely. "Is anyone looking at we people from the purple underworld?" someone asked. "Brother Changqing is, over there," said Zijuan, pleasantly surprised. They all looked towards a place among the 9 thunder platforms and saw a figure there. It was indeed the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the purple underworld, Zhong Changqing. "Let's go." They all moved over there, making their way through the crowd of people. Before long, they had reached where they were going. "Why are you all here?" asked someone who saw the group of them moving through the crowd. There were so many people from the purple underworld gathered there. "All of us wanted to come and watch, so we decided to all come together," said the middle-aged man. The man who had spoken before nodded, then looked at Futian. "Who is he?" he asked coldly. "He is 7th Swordsman, a cultivator from the lands under the purple underworld's control. He once entered Wutu Divine Mountain, so he is extraordinarily powerful," said the middle-aged man. 7th Swordsman, everyone here is our brothers and sisters of the purple underworld." At this point, he wanted to try and convince Futian to join the purple underworld. But Futian had no intention of doing so. He knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, but he just nodded casually. He did not look too interested. The cultivators of the purple underworld were naturally aware of the middle-aged man's intentions as well. But this 7th Swordsman seemed extremely arrogant and did not seem to want to have too much to do with them. They looked at Futian but did not say anything. After a moment, they averted their gazes. At that moment, it could be said that cultivators had gathered there like clouds. Even a force as powerful as the purple underworld counted for very little in such surroundings. They were only a mid-level power, and not eye-catching at all. In such an environment, it was only natural that people would not be paying attention to them. And besides, how could a talented cultivator like 7th Swordsman not be proud? "Who is Brother Zhong Changqing's opponent going to be?" asked Zijuan as she looked up at the battle platform. A figure was standing across from Zhong Changqing with an extraordinary aura. The banquet has been going on for many days already. Those who still dare to go up to the battle platform are all powerful figures. This man has cultivated a strange form of the thunder methods and has defeated many people in the previous battles. "He is extremely powerful," said the man from the purple underworld. "As long as Brother Changqing uses all his techniques, he should not have any problems," said Zijuan quietly. She had always greatly admired Zhong Changqing. "Let's watch," said the man from the purple underworld. The battle broke out in an instant. Zhong Changqing's infernal thunder of Wutu was performed at the highest degree of perfection. Peal after peal of thunder boomed, shaking everyone's very souls. But his opponent was difficult to get a hold of. He was skilled in a strange form of thunder methods. His speed was incredible, and his thunder methods changed into many different forms. Several times he managed to threaten Zhong Changqing as he himself was being attacked. The battle between unblemished saints was incredibly fierce, and even the smallest misstep would be enough to cost you the match. The battle was strange and did not last very long. Zhong Changqing seized his chance to defeat his opponent, ending the fight. Brother Changqing is powerful, indeed. Even at this point, he is still able to crush his opponents, said Zijuan with a smile. He was hurt as well, said Futian. Zijuan was stunned. She looked back at Futian. The cultivators from the purple underworld who were standing in front of them looked back as well with surprised expressions. He had been able to see that. It is incredibly difficult to defend against a thunder method attack. It is perfectly normal to take a small wound, someone said. Futian looked at him indifferently. A small wound. Zhong Changqing is very clever. If he had not intentionally taken a wound from that strange thunder method, he would not have been able to defeat his opponent. If they had continued to fight, the outcome would have been in doubt. Thus, he had decided to end the battle quickly. But the price he paid for this was that the thunder method hit him. It will probably be difficult for him to continue, said Futian coolly. He did not leave the person he was talking to any room for saving face. What is this nonsense? Snorted Zijuan. Had he said that Brother Changqing would have a hard time continuing? However, one of the Nirvana-level cultivators from the purple underworld was staring at Futian. He could see that what Futian had said was not far from the truth. Zhong Changqing's opponent had been very slippery. "Who are you?" came a voice. Everyone turned and saw a figure coming. "Brother Changqing," called Zizan, her face full of admiration. "This is a man we ran into on the road. You don't need to listen to his nonsense." "I am 7th Swordsman," said Futian indifferently. "You are indeed the most talented member of the Purple Underworld, but people from all over the area controlled by the Violet Heavenly Palace are here, and many of them are extraordinary, especially those who have fought their way to this point. Everyone who is left is a top talent. Since you took a wound in this battle, you probably will not make it much further. Of course, even so, you will still probably have proved yourself worthy to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate." Zhong Changqing stared at Futian. He had never heard the name 7th Swordsman. However, the fact that he dared to give pointers to his better showed just how arrogant he was. But he had to admit that what Futian had said was true. The people at all levels fighting elsewhere all seem to be quite strong, so we must be reaching the end of this grand event, Futian murmured. But as long as they can enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, it will be enough. It is just not as glorious as an actual victory. Have you also cultivated the thunder methods? Zhong Changqing was staring at Futian. If he took a wound at the end, and even though he was able to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace he was not able to make it to the final fight, he would still count it as a loss. If the other forces that cultivated the 8 great thunder methods made a more outstanding display than him, his master would lose face. But as far as he knew, there were several people there who were better than him. "Of course," said Futian. "Then let me see your thunder methods," said Zhong Changqing. "Brother." Many people looked at him, not understanding what he intended. A look of surprise came over the faces of some of those who were older than him. Futian reached out, and suddenly, a terrible aura spread out from the palm of his hand. Dark thunder rolled out like the light of death, making everyone suddenly feel cold. Zhong Changqing narrowed his eyes when he felt this will. He stared at Futian. There was, of course, no way that he could know that the man before his eyes had appeared before him many times in the past. Zhong Changqing stared at Futian, feeling the light from the dark thunder overhead. His face fell, and he said, "You are not at a high enough level." Futian looked back at him calmly, and let his internal will spread out. It swept out in an instant as light flowed all across him. His will did not have a single flaw, like a piece of beautiful, unblemished jade. It had reached perfection. After returning from cultivating with the divine elements, he was now unblemished. Zijuan and the other cultivators looked at him in shock. Their eyes narrowed. This guy had hidden his power and had pulled the wool over their eyes. They had not seen how powerful he was. He was so young for an unblemished saint. He was clearly extremely talented. Moreover, he seemed to be a sword master, but he had also trained in thunder magic as well as the great path of death. He was well trained in many skills and understood many law powers. Zhong Changqing felt Futian's power. He had not been on the unblemished saint plane for very long, and thus his aura was not that thick. However, it was still extremely potent. He raised his hands, and a horrible crack of thunder burst from his palms. He stepped forward, pressing his hands towards Futian. Futian raised his hands as well, and they smashed into his opponents. Terrible thunder rolled across their hands as they pressed their attacks as much as possible. Terrible energy formed between their hands. It was difficult to control so much power in such a small area. They squeezed out as much power as they possibly could, and the destructive energy grew even more fierce. As the cultivators of the purple underworld watched from all around, they released their auras one by one, cutting themselves off from the awful power. They saw that the two men's robes were not even blowing in the wind. Cough! A line of blood trickled down from Zhong Changqing's mouth. His internal organs were trembling violently. A dull noise rang out as he stepped back. He looked at his hands and saw that they had turned black as death were wrapped around them. He looked at Futian again, and his expression was unchanged. There was not the slightest trace of disturbance on his face. This made the hearts of the people around them from the purple underworld beat faster. How strong was this seventh swordsman? Zijuan's expression changed as well. Zhong Changqing was the foremost talent of the purple underworld, and she had always held him in high esteem. And yet his thunder methods had been overpowered. You see, Futian said to Zhong Changqing. The world is large. There are many cultivators that you do not know, but they are not necessarily weak. Many of the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm had gathered here in the violet heavenly palace. You must have seen many of the other powerful figures here. It will be difficult for you to advance. Zhong Changqing stared at Futian, and then his face fell. Do you wish to enter the violet heavenly palace? Futian did not answer him. He looked up high in the sky, where a group of great figures was seated. From their high vantage point, they could overlook the whole scene. When he saw Futian's expression, Zhong Changqing understood. Of all the cultivators who studied the thunder methods, which of them did not want to enter the violet heavenly palace? All of the thunder methods in the world came out of the palace. This was an extremely rare opportunity, where you could display your ability and receive the favor of the violet heavenly palace. It was only reasonable for wanderers like Seventh Swordsman to come here. You may enter in the name of the purple underworld. I will go and ask our master if we can make an exception and have you replace me, said Zhong Changqing to Futian. Futian looked at Zhong Changqing with no emotion in his deep eyes. Excellent, he said softly. It seemed that Zhong Changqing was a man who knew his limits. This way, he would fulfill his purpose in accompanying the purple underworld here. Changqing called a nirvana-level cultivator from the purple underworld. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Even though he was injured, Zhong Changqing could still fight. This was a chance to enter the violet heavenly palace. It would be a pity if he gave up now. You are right, said Zhong Changqing. I will have a hard time showing my strengths in the next battle. It would be better to step down and allow more worthy fighters to take the stage than to enter the violet heavenly palace in a way like this. He stared at Futian. I hope you won't disappoint me. Upon saying this, he turned and left. The fighting was already in its late stages, and there were not many matched going on anymore. Most of the fighters that he might face next were people that he was familiar with. They had come from other forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. He knew their strength very well. Even if he had been at full strength, he would have no assurance of victory. Now that he was injured, victory would be even more difficult. If he had been the one arranging the fights, then the next opponent that the Violet Heavenly Palace matched him with would be someone from one of the top forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. If he lost, he would not necessarily be able to enter the palace. Moreover, the purple underworld would lose face. This grand event was a meeting between the great forces of the heavenly mandate realm, but it was also a struggle between the forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. Futian stood there calmly, watching the large thunder platforms. There were great stirrings in the heavenly mandate realm. The best human and demon cultivators were coming out one after another with a will to fight. The heavenly mandate dynasty and the violet heavenly palace wanted to form an alliance to deal with the celestial gate of vast heaven. The heavenly mandate realm might come to misfortune. He needed to earn a place among those powerful figures before that misfortune came. Only in this way could he influence some of the great powers. Why didn't you enter the violet heavenly palace? Zijuan asked Futian. He had said that he had been to Divine Mountain, and he had shown such outstanding talent here. So why had he not already entered the Violet Heavenly Palace? Why would I want to enter the palace? Countered Yi Futian. Zijuan's face paled. She had no response. If Brother Changqing had been willing to give up his place for this man, what could she say? Yi Futian turned his gaze, no longer looking at her. After a little bit, Zhong Changqing returned, saying, "The master has agreed to put forward my request, but we don't know if it will be accepted. We must wait for a while." At that moment, Yi Futian could feel someone looking at him. He turned and looked up at the high platform. A figure there was staring directly at him. It was the Emperor of the Purple Underground. "It is not a problem if you want to fight. If you have any strength, you had better show it," said the Emperor of the Purple Underground. He wasn't worried about whether or not Yi Futian was plotting something. Even if he was very talented, he was just a saint-level figure. Would he really dare plot against a Renhuang? He could not imagine anyone doing this. At that moment, an elder upon the thunder platform said, "The first fighter is Wang Xiao of Godslaughtering Mountain. Zhong Changqing of the Purple Underground was wounded and has forfeited his right to fight, and has asked his fellow disciple 7th Swordsman to replace him." Everyone looked surprised. Wang Xiao and Zhong Changqing were the two best people to display the power of the 8 thunder methods. Wang Xiao was the best saint-level disciple of Godslaughtering Mountain and had forged extremely powerful demonic thunder of Lucian. And Zhong Changqing was the genius of the Purple Underground. Now, Zhong Changqing had forfeited and had asked someone from the Purple Underground that no one had ever heard of to fight in his place. Was Zhong Changqing a coward? Perhaps he was indeed wounded and knew that it would be impossible to continue, and that was why he had forfeited. Zhong Changqing's forfeit implied that the Purple Underground had given up. This 7th swordsman was probably just being used as a stopgap to make up for the awkwardness of Zhong Changqing stepping down. Many of the disciples of Godslaughtering Mountain, even the master of Godslaughtering Mountain, looked at the Emperor the Purple Underground beside him and asked, "Did Zhong Changqing come here to ask you for permission to give up?" Zhong Changqing took a wound, but he found someone to take his place, "So it is all the same," said the Emperor of the Purple Underground. "But I have never heard of 7th swordsman. Are you just sending out someone to save face?" asked the master of Godslaughtering Mountain. "Watch and see." The Emperor of the Purple Underground's expression did not change. Up upon the massive thunder platform, powerful demonic thunder was flowing over Wang Xiao's body, making a wild burst of lightning appear on the battle platform that was sealed by matrices. It was incredibly terrifying. Yi Futian stepped onto the thunder platform as well. Only a few people in the crowd were watching him. Zhong Changqing does not even have the power for one more fight. Since he wanted to give up, why not simply forfeit? "Why did he have you come here to waste my time?" said Wang Xiao as he watched Yi Futian. Peals of black demonic thunder roared, falling all around Yi Futian, forming a cage of destructive thunder all around him. Yi Futian drew his sword. As it came out, thunder flashed up into the sky. Bang! Yi Futian stepped forward, holding his sword in both hands. Suddenly, heavy and dark swords of deadly lightning flew around him. Demonic thunder fell from the sky, making fierce crashing sounds. Demonic thunder entered him, flowing through his body with a loud roar. But it did not threaten him. He swept his sword through the sky, pulling thousands of catastrophes into it. Lightning flashed in the air, dazzling everyone who was watching. Countless swords appeared, flowing all around Yi Futian. A terrible flow of deadly qi flowed within each sword. Wang Xiao felt how threatening Yi Futian was. He floated up, commanding thunder to fall from the sky. A peal of terrible demonic thunder fell with the power to destroy someone's spiritual willpower. Yi Futian waved his hand, and his swords shot out, splitting through the demonic thunder. The lightning was split down the middle. This was the way of space. "Go!" shouted Yi Futian, and suddenly the thousands of swords shot out towards Wang Xiao. Boom! Wang Xiao wrapped himself in an armor of dark demonic thunder. He thrust out his fists with incredible strength, and the sky seemed to crack as the swords that were flying towards him shattered. But the endless sword will continued to fly through the sky. Wang Xiao gave a great cry, and the phantom of a thundering god of war appeared behind him. It thrust out its fist, making the sky shake. The swords surrounding him were endless. Death will covered the sky, allowing no life to exist. Wang Xiao's face grew darker. This was too much for him to bear. He stepped into the sky, then shot upwards, trying to escape the area. Yi Futian pointed towards him. The swords that were shooting towards him contained the power of the Great Path. Cracking sounds rang out, one after another. Each sword was more powerful than the last. Wang Xiao seemed to be trapped in a sword pattern. It would be difficult for him to break out. That, everyone gasped as they watched the fight between Yi Futian and Wang Xiao with trembling hearts. The foremost talent of the Purple Underground had not forfeited. How could his replacement be even stronger than him? He was crushing Wang Xiao so badly that he had no power to fight back. The Emperor of the Purple Underground looked at Yi Futian in surprise as well. He had defended against the thunder with his sword. It seemed like a skill from the Golden Clan. The thunder in his sword contained both the infernal thunder of Wutu with its overwhelming attack power and the extremely frightening death lightning. However, this was not the violet thunder of Shengmie, one of the 8 thunder methods. He had never thought that there was someone so outstanding in the lands he ruled. There were many incredible talents in the world of cultivators. This one had probably kept his abilities hidden in the past, but now he probably wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thus he had come out, using the power of the Purple Underground to advance himself. Of course, he did not care. As long as 7th Swordsman's display was good enough, it would bring honor to the Purple Underground. Beside him, the master of God-slaughtering mountain watched his disciple being crushed. He looked at the Emperor of the Purple Underground and said, "It seems that you hid that one very well. 7th Swordsman is just one cultivator among many in the Purple Underground. Why should I deliberately hide him? However, his strength is a little surprising. It seems like your disciple doesn't even have a chance to counterattack." The Purple Emperor was gladdened by what the master of God-slaughtering mountain had said, and so he deliberately tried to make him angry. This guy was usually haughty and arrogant. It felt good to be able to trample on his prestige a little bit now. Your disciple Zhong Changqing forfeited and asked this one to take his place. He merely waited until the end so that all his opponents would be exhausted. It is a good trick, snorted the master of God-slaughtering mountain. Of course, in reality, he knew from the disparity in power that the two fighters were displaying that even if 7th Swordsman had not waited until his opponent was tired, the battle would still be the same. The outcome was not in any doubt. Yi Futian slashed his sword through the sky, graceful as a flowing cloud. He formed a sword matrix, and the Great Path rules entered into his sword. He continued to bring his sword down, crushing Wang Xiao of God-slaughtering mountain even further. A loud noise rang out as Wang Xiao was sent flying backward. He slammed into the wall of light around the thunder platform. All of the swords moved together, shrieking towards him with a fierce whistling sound. The outcome of this battle was not in any doubt. He would definitely be crushed. Everyone watched Yi Futian with surprise. Who is this man? Wang Xiao of God-slaughtering mountain is being dominated. He does not even have the strength to fight back. He's someone from the Purple Underground, said some of the ones who were discussing this. Zhong Changqing forfeited, and he showed up. He must have gotten here late. But he is powerful and skilled in many different methods. This battle had obviously attracted a lot of attention. Zhong Changqing stood among the crowd of people below the thunder platform, watching Yi Futian's brilliant display. He was a bit troubled by this. What Yi Futian was doing was everything that he had wanted to do, but he had not been able to do it. Now, Yi Futian was taking all the glory. It was possible that he would not enter the Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate. 7th Swordsman might replace him. But he had no regrets. It would be better to stay in the Purple Underground and continue to cultivate rather than being embarrassed here as he tried to force his way into the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thus, he would give this chance to 7th Swordsman, as this also had the benefit of making the Purple Underground look good. He hoped that 7th Swordsman would bring them great honor. After Yi Futian came down, Zhong Changqing looked at him and said, "Not bad. It seems that you are already ready. The people from the Purple Underground who had come here with Futian looked at him in shock as well. Seventh Swordsman had walked alongside them so he could use their position to get into this feast, and thus have a chance to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. In that case, he had used them all. Zijuan's face darkened. No wonder he had been so cold and arrogant. But Futian was so strong. Zhong Changqing and the rest of them had all witnessed it. So she could not say anything. There are not many people left at the unblemished level. If you win about 3 more battles, you can probably make it to the final battle. How sure are you of victory? Zhong Changqing asked Futian. There were 9 thunder platforms here. There were 4 on each side, corresponding to the 4 tiers of the Saint Plane. The 4 tiers would all fight at the same time. So many people had been eliminated over the past few days, so those who were left over could truly be said to be powerful figures. In the end, the final victors of each of the platforms on both sides would face each other in a final battle on the platform in the center. Based on how grand this occasion was, most of the people there assumed that the 4 cultivators who made it to the final battle would probably be directly accepted as disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace, at least in name. As for how much favor they could win, it would depend on just how talented they were. I am completely sure, said Futian calmly. Zhong Changqing felt himself twitch at Futian's casual words. He was so confident in himself that it was almost crazy. He dared to say that he was sure of victory. But Futian was indeed powerful. Before you reach the final battle, your greatest opponent will be Li Ba of the Li clan in Thunder Punishment City. It is said that he is a cultivation genius. He has made it to the saint level, but he is quite inexperienced, as he has spent all his time cultivating. He has been immersed in thunder ever since he was young. He is not wise in the ways of the world, and so even though Thunder Punishment City is right below the Violet Heavenly Palace, his family never sent him there to study. But now, the Li family vows to seize this chance to show the world how talented Li Ba is in the way of thunder by having him directly enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. If he can do so, he will be able to focus on nothing else but cultivation once again, Zhong Changqing told Futian. Even if I were at full strength, I would not have a chance against Li Ba. He was not being modest. He was just very aware of the gap between them. Li Ba was one of the most highly regarded unblemished saint here. There was probably no one here who could compare with him. If Futian wanted to make it to the final battle, he would have to surpass him. This would be extremely difficult. Are you reminding me? Futian looked at Zhong Changqing. If you faced me when you were at full strength, you would not have a chance either. It's good that you are confident. I hope that you can make it to the final battle. And it would naturally be even better if you could win the final battle, said Zhong Changqing. If a member of the Purple Underground could enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would make for a great story, and it would be beneficial to them as well. Seventh Swordsman may not have been a disciple of the Purple Underground, but he had taken the identity of one to replace him in the last battle, so there was no difference. Futian still seemed extremely cold and distant. He watched the battles upon the thunder platforms, ignoring Zhong Changqing. This made the other disciples of the Purple Underground unhappy. This guy may have been powerful, but his arrogance was simply ridiculous. He did not pay any attention to them at all. Zhong Changqing was a great talent, but in Futian's eyes, it was like he did not even exist. He ignored him in every way possible. After a while, Futian fought in his second battle. His swords flashed through the sky, and he once again crushed his opponent. It was very similar to what had happened in the first battle. This made many more people take notice of Futian. Previously, most of the people there had thought that Li Ba was without equal on this side of the thunder platforms and that no one would put up a good fight. Now, it looked like Seventh Swordsman of the Purple Underground had the potential to offer him a good fight. Futian was watching how Li Ba fought. He was strong, extremely strong. He crushed his opponents in an overwhelming fashion. No wonder someone as strong as Zhong Changqing had said that even if he were at full strength, he would have no chance against him. Li Ba achieved absolute victory over many of the cultivators from the Purple Underground. Given his strength, There was no doubt that he would become a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Li family of Thunder Punishment City hoped that he would be personally taught by the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Even if he could not achieve that, he could at least be trained by the Vice Palace Lord. Given Li Ba's personality, this was the only way that they could avoid offending him. As the battle continued, practitioners of all of the 8 thunder methods all showed their skills, but 7th swordsman from the Purple Underground persevered. Even the cultivators of the Purple Underground were paying attention to Yi Futian now. The Vice Palace Lord asked the clan leader of the Purple Underground, "This 7th swordsman is quite strong. Did he study under you?" The Emperor of the Purple Underground felt a little bit of trepidation, and so he did not respond. Previously, Yi Futian had used the Purple Underground's name to participate in the battles, and he had told everyone that he looked on 7th swordsman as a disciple. If he told the Vice Palace Lord that he was not a disciple now, that would mean that he had been tricking a Renhuang-level cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. He had not thought that 7th swordsman was so strong that the Vice Palace Lord would ask about him. 7th swordsman has been cultivating in the outside world, so I have not taught him much. The Emperor of the Purple Underground had to lie. "Ah. He is good enough to enter our palace," said the Vice Palace Master. "Congratulations to the Purple Underground," said the other clan leaders up on the platform. The Vice Palace Lord had spoken, and so there was no longer any question of whether or not 7th swordsman would be able to enter the palace. Moreover, there would probably be many Renhuang-level cultivators willing to teach him. The other clan leaders were a bit unhappy, but they still congratulated him. After all, 7th swordsman's status would soon change. "Zhong Yuan, what do you think of him?" the Vice Palace Lord asked the man beside him. "He is skilled in many different methods, and he is very balanced. He is very strong, which is why he has been able to win so many battles in a row. However, he has not shown off any skills that give him an absolute assurance of victory. In this way, Li Ba is stronger than him," said Zhong Yuan. Millimeter, the Vice Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace nodded. Zhong Yuan's evaluation was excellent. 7th swordsman was good at everything, but he was not an absolute master of all these varied skills. It could only be said that he had a huge advantage. But to truly be the best, he had to be utterly outstanding in every respect. Li Ba could do this. If this were all that 7th swordsman could do, then Li Ba would surely defeat him. The two of them continued to chat casually. "What about the fighters of the other levels? How are they?" asked the Vice Palace Lord. After a while, all of the battles on the Thunder platforms reached their climax. Almost all of them were epic showdowns. Li Ba of Thunder Punishment City and 7th swordsman of the Purple Underground step onto the platform, came a voice that drew everyone's gaze. A burly and overbearing figure flew up to the Thunder platform. Terrifying purple lightning wrapped around him. His bare arms were corded with powerful muscles. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of overwhelming power. Everyone was watching. They were all very interested in this battle. Li Ba had a very distinctive personality. There were very few people like him on his level, and thus he attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 1422, Extremely Rare. Yi Futian alighted upon the Thunder platform as well. Li Ba cast his gaze over him, and overwhelming thunder will shot out of his eyes, making Yi Futian feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Ba watched him with a look of total superiority. And it was not just Yi Futian that he felt superior to, he had felt superior to all of the opponents that he had faced earlier. Boom! Thunder boomed as it fell from the sky towards Yi Futian. But he stood there calmly. The terrifying thunder fell upon him, washing over his body and flowing around him before it disappeared into nothing. Mighty thunder will was gathering in the air above the Thunder platform until it formed a massive image of a god of thunder. Li Ba stepped forward, and the thunder will entered into him. He looked at Yi Futian with his lightning-filled eyes, and suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning shot out, locking onto Yi Futian. A fierce roaring sound rang out as the massive bolt of lightning smashed into Yi Futian. But he was still standing there. He seemed so small under that giant bolt of lightning, But he still bore the brunt of the assault with nothing but his body. Could his flesh really be so strong? Everyone looked shocked. It may have only been a will attack, but it had been an extremely powerful one. A thunder will attack like that would have shattered an average person of Yi Futian's level. How could they withstand it like he had? It seemed like this seventh swordsman might be able to withstand Li Ba. Because of this, all of the other cultivators suddenly became interested in the fight. Your attack was too weak. Yi Futian's body was bathed in divine thunder. He floated up into the sky, brilliant sword will flowing all around him. Li Ba was best at attacking. The thunder method that he had practiced the most was sky-booming thunder, which was able to destroy someone's body and soul. But Yi Futian had dared to say that his attack had been too weak. Overwhelming lightning flashed in Li Ba's eyes. A mighty divine aura descended, and endless divine thunder gathered together on the thunder platform. The figure of a mighty war god of thunder appeared, then was absorbed into Li Ba's body, making him turn into a war god of thunder himself. Not only that, but a thunder hammer also appeared in his hands. Thunder boomed, as endless lightning gathered together within the hammer. Both life spirits released their power at the same time, and in that instant, Li Ba seemed to no longer be a human being of flesh and blood. He seemed like a god. Boom! A terrible peal of thunder rang out, making everyone's eardrums tremble. Yi Futian could feel the blood roiling in his veins as his spiritual will was shaken. Li Ba was taking this fight seriously and putting forth his most powerful techniques. Just the sound of all that thunder would have been difficult for ordinary people at their level to bear. At that moment, it seemed like Yi Futian was standing under the foot of a god. All the pressure up in the sky was bearing down on him. Everyone shook their heads. This guy dared to mock Li Ba for having weak attacks. He must have been crazy. Who could bear an attack from sky-booming thunder? Even those who were watching from the sidelines felt themselves going numb from all the power. Yi Futian felt the pressure as well. Li Ba was one of the greatest geniuses of the heavenly mandate realm. His thunder method was top-notch as well. When you added his natural talent to that, any one of his attacks would be difficult for any opponent to bear. The sound of shrieking swords screamed out from all around Yi Futian. The swords around him glowed in a strange pattern, making the sword will grow stronger and stronger. Many ancient characters appeared and then turned into a massive divine sword that pointed up into the sky. A sharp snapping sound rang out, and the sword that had formed out of ancient characters flashed with eye-piercingly brilliant light. Thunder crashed as Li Ba stepped up into the sky. The sky-booming thunder rolled downwards menacingly, trying to crush everything in the area. Yi Futian pointed into the sky, and all of the divine swords that had formed shot through the air, slamming into the falling thunder. In an instant, a shocking destructive power exploded out from where they smashed together. The massive thunder hammer fell through that devastating power. Lightning wrapped around the hammer like countless chains, giving it infinite destructive power. The swords flashed through the air, flowing along using the power of the rules of the Great Path as they shot towards the falling lightning. There was one more huge sword right above Yi Futian. It drew upon the endless sword will, and shot straight up straight into the sky. A huge crack appeared in the sword as it struck the hammer. Brilliant light flashed out wildly. Each beam of light looked like a sword. There was a loud noise as the huge sword shattered into nothingness. But in that instant, a figure appeared in the air in front of the hammer. It was Yi Futian. He appeared right in front of the massive thunder god, another sword in his hand. The thunder god looked at him, and terrible lightning shot out towards him. But in that instant, Yi Futian turned into a beam of light and shot right through his opponent's attack, shooting towards him at incredible speed. Crack! Powerful lightning armor appeared upon the thunder god's body. Obviously, Li Ba knew that Yi Futian wanted to avoid a direct collision with him. He tried to use his physical strength to take advantage of his weaknesses. Frightening sword will seeped out of Yi Futian's eyes. The endless will wrapped around him. It descended in an instant, piercing towards the thunder god's forehead. A terrible bolt of lightning shot towards him, but the sword split it in two. The sword struck his forehead, but it could not pierce through it instantly. Powerful thunder will was seeping out of his forehead, and it covered Yi Futian. Yi Futian had a cold and sharp look on his face as the thunder rumbled through him. His arms contained infinite power that flowed into his sword. The sword penetrated his forehead, and destructive power flowed out of it wildly. Everyone's expression changed as they watched this, especially those from the Li family of Thunder Punishment City. There was a loud noise as the huge image of the thunder god disappeared, and a figure was sent flying backward. As his life spirit was retracted, Li Ba's original form reappeared. Blood was flowing from his forehead as he stared at Yi Futian. Boom! The thunder hammer appeared in the sky once again with all of its overwhelming power. Li Ba reached out to control it, but Yi Futian's figure flashed, and he disappeared. He reappeared right in front of Li Ba in an instant. He thrust his sword forward. Li Ba roared, and thunder shot out from his fist with overwhelming power. The sword fell upon his fist, which was as strong and sharp as a soldier's, but Yi Futian was powerful as well. He had been training his body all along and had cultivated the power of the divine elephants. Just his raw strength was impressive, and it was even more so when it was put into his sword. Blood appeared on Li Ba's fist, and the sound of his veins burst in his arm could be heard. But the fist did smash into Yi Futian's sword, and the lightning struck him, flowing all over his body. "Look, Zhong Yuan," said the Vice Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. "This man's attack and defensive power are all top-notch. Now, look at Li Ba. His attack power is impressive, but as long as you can block his most powerful attacks, then you can target his weak points." Millimeter. Zhong Yuan nodded. This is indeed most unexpected. Seventh Swordsman's sword is stronger than his lightning. It seems that since Li Ba focused on cultivating the thunder methods, he is weaker than him in many aspects. Li Ba has been defeated utterly. "It looks like the best unblemished saint will turn out to be Seventh Swordsman," said the Vice Palace Lord with a smile. "If you fought him, how much of your strength would you have to use?" "About half of my strength," answered Zhong Yuan. "Li Ba's attacks have flaws. Otherwise, there would be no way to defeat him." Millimeter. Once he enters the palace and receives some of our teachings, they will become perfect. If he can forge his thunder method matrix to be compatible with his thunder hammer, he will be on a whole new level, said the Vice Palace Lord with a smile. Li Ba may have been defeated, but if his potential was cultivated, he would be no weaker than Seventh Swordsman. He was a good prospect. Also, once these two enter the palace, we will need to suppress their arrogance. "When that time comes, I leave it to you," said the Vice Palace Lord. Zhong Yuan nodded. If the two of them were well trained, then in the future they could become his two greatest assistants. Many of the other people from the great powers were discussing how powerful Yi Futian was and comparing him to their own disciples. "The Purple Underground has a good disciple," said someone beside the Emperor of the Purple Underground. He was a little bit bitter, having heard the tone of praise that the Vice Palace Lord had when he spoke of Seventh Swordsman. The Emperor of the Purple Underground smiled but said nothing. Upon the thunder platform, Li Ba was staring at Yi Futian. His aura rose around him, and his expression was cold. "If you had directly tried to resist my attack, you would be the one who lost," said Li Ba coldly. Yi Futian looked at him, then turned to leave. Before he walked away, he said, "If I had directly resisted your attack, you would have lost even worse." Once he said this, his figure flashed, and he flew down off the platform. Li Ba watched him leave in disbelief. If he had directly resisted his attack, he would have lost even worse. Yi Futian had purposely avoided his attack and targeted his weak point. "After we enter the palace, I will find you again for another fight," he called down to Yi Futian below him. Yi Futian did not approve of this, and so he did not reply. He was not going to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. But given Li Ba's strength, there was no doubt that he would be able to enter the palace. The battles on the other platforms continued, each of the different levels holding their fights at the same time. It was the last fight before the final battle, and the cultivators who were left were all extremely powerful. Finally, the battles on the 8 thunder platforms ended, and there were only 8 people left. Everyone was talking about them, and guessing who would win in each of the 4 tiers of the Saint Plane. The 8 people who are left are all quite strong, But none of them has a supreme body of the great path, said the divine general of the heavenly mandate dynasty. The people around him all nodded. Indeed, people who had supreme bodies of the great path were extremely rare. Thunder fell from the sky upon the platforms in the violet heavenly palace, converging upon the central thunder platform. A powerful Renhuang-level figure walked to the center. He closed his hands, and endless divine lightning converged towards one place. The 9 thunder platforms merged together, forming one huge platform. Thunder will flow down from the sky upon the platform, suffusing it with lightning. The 8 people who are left will now stand around the platform, said the Renhuang-level figure. 8 figures stepped forward and walked up to the curtain of light that surrounded the platform. Their levitating bodies were bathed in thunder will, and their auras grew even stronger. Futian was naturally among them. The cultivators of the divine elephants gazed at him. When he had been cultivating with them, the divine elephant emperor had personally trained him. Most of the cultivators of the divine elephants did not know the reason for this, but Futian was indeed frighteningly powerful. He had learned their divine elephant stomping the sky and divine elephant void-splitting fist techniques, and had trained himself in the divine elephant massive power. Additionally, he had learned many other techniques. Later, there had been friction between him and Xiong Mang, but every time they fought, it seemed like Futian had restrained himself from using his full power. Even so, he had still been able to deal with Xiong Mang, which showed how incredible his combat ability was. Many of the divine elephants even mistakenly thought that Futian was one of them. After Futian left, the divine elephant emperor's orders had shocked them. Now, he had taken the identity of 7th swordsman, and he was just as powerful. He was still not exerting all of his powers, like the techniques he had learned from the divine elephants, his staff techniques, his starry spells, and more. One of the great figures of 10,000 divine mountains turned to Jiao Huang beside him and asked, "Who do you think is the strongest of these 8 people?" When he asked who was strongest, he did not mean in terms of physical power. He was speaking of the differences in their levels. Jiao Huang naturally knew what he meant. He watched the 8 people by the thunder platform with his deep, dark eyes. "The 7th swordsman," he said. "The one from the purple underground who defeated Li Ba." "Why do you think it is him?" said the man beside him. "The one from the Nirvana level and the Saint of True Self are outstanding as well. Perhaps they are not as good as Zhong Yuan with his supreme body of the Great Path, but if they have the chance to study at the Violet Heavenly Palace, they will not be much weaker than him. They have great potential. Because he is the only one that I can't see right through," said Jiao Huang softly. The man he was talking to nodded slightly. That was true. The other 7 were strong, but they had all revealed their most powerful abilities in their previous fights. But even in his fight with Li Ba, it had not been clear if 7th swordsman was pushing himself to the limit. Beside them, the divine general of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked at the cultivator from 10,000 divine mountain. Then he turned to the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty and said, "What do you think, Your Highness?" "They are all the same to me." Brilliant light flashed in the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty's eyes. His voice light and casual, but it was still full of power. The divine general smiled. He knew what he had meant by saying they were all the same. Indeed, His Highness always said that the prince was a supreme talent. All of these fighters would be the same when facing him. If they fought him, they would be crushed. The number of people who could face him in the heavenly mandate realm could be counted on one hand. There were probably not more than 3. His main opponent was probably that genius who had been built up by Jiyu Tianxing. The celestial gate of vast heaven had not come today, but it was easy to imagine that the genius that had been created out of the heavens and the earth by Jiyu Tianxing would be an extremely formidable foe. The divine general of the heavenly mandate dynasty watched as 2 doctrine saints stepped onto the platform one after another. A great hubbub broke out below them. One of the 2 doctrine saints was one of the top forces of Thunder Punishment City, and the other one was an extremely young cultivator who had come from far away. He was very talented and had a deep understanding of thunder will. Many people admired him and thought that he had a lot of potential. The battle started, and in the end, it was the cultivator from the top force in Thunder Punishment City who won. His opponent had not been any less talented than him and was maybe even a little bit better, but it had been their use of thunder techniques that had decided the battle. After the battle was over, the Violet Heavenly Palace sent them invitations. They both agreed to enter the palace to cultivate, changing from enemies into fellow disciples. But there were many disciples in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Entering the palace meant that they were joining the number one power that used heavenly mandate thunder techniques, but how far they could advance would be up to them. The second battle was just as exciting. Both of the Saints of True Self were incredibly strong, especially one of them whose genius was so astonishing that the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace trembled to behold it. After the battle, the two of them were also invited to enter the palace and become disciples. Now for the battle of the unblemished saints, Seventh Swordsman and Zhuo Yuan, came the announcement. Zhuo Yuan was just as highly praised as Li Ba had been. And Seventh Swordsman's strength had shocked everyone when he had defeated Li Ba. Thus, their battle attracted a lot of attention. The two of them stepped onto the platform. Sword will wrapped around Yi Futian, with lightning moving through it. Lightning flashed in front of Zhuo Yuan as he stood there, giving off sharp crackling noises as they shone like beams of light. Lightning fell straight all around Yi Futian, each bolt even sharper than any of these swords. Zhuo Yuan's lightning had incredible cutting power. It was a peculiar quality of his lightning, which made it very strong. He floated up into the air, and endless thunderbolts shot out towards the space above Yi Futian in straight lines. With but a thought, the swords whirling around Yi Futian rose up and slammed into the falling thunderbolts, creating a sharp, ear-splitting sound rather than the sound of crashing thunder. Crack! Crack! The thunderbolts fell like beams of light, covering the whole area. The swords were split and broken, and some of the thunderbolts fell upon Yi Futian. He felt a terrible tearing sensation. It was like his very soul was going to be cut open. Zhuo Yuan floated towards Yi Futian, and more thunderbolts flashed to life. They swirled around Yi Futian and up in the sky, covering him completely. With a solemn face, he formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly the endless thunderbolts shot towards Yi Futian. The entire area was bathed in the light of the thunderbolts. Yi Futian reached out with both hands, holding up his infinitely bright sword. He floated up into the air as well, and the sword shrieked through the sky, creating a destructive storm of sword chi that enveloped him. The storm rose upwards, slamming into the falling thunderbolts. Zhuo Yuan's thunderbolt attacks contain space rule power within them. He is quite powerful, said the great figure watching from up above. Many of the disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace could not even perform attacks like that. But at that moment, a single sword burst through the terrible storm of sword chi with incredible power. It shot straight towards Zhuo Yuan. Yi Futian was flying on the sword, piercing through the air on a blade filled with chi. Zhuo Yuan reached out, and suddenly a terrible swallowing power appeared in his hands. Endless thunderbolts formed there, forming a terrible space vortex that wrapped around the oncoming sword. Cut, said Yi Futian as he crossed the distance between them. The sword fell, piercing through the vortex. The endless thunderbolts fell into the vortex and were swallowed up. Zhuo Yuan's eyes turned a brilliant purple, and he reached out towards Yi Futian. All of the thunder in the area gathered up in his hand, forming a terrible chi field. He stepped out, disappearing from his original spot as he lashed out towards Yi Futian with his fist. Whoosh! Yi Futian disappeared as well, moving through space and appearing right above Zhuo Yuan. Both of them were skilled in spatial power. Zhuo Yuan looked up and saw Yi Futian staring down at him. With a single thought, thousands of swords appeared in the air, covering the platform. The swords were filled with thunder, and in a flash, they all fell. Zhuo Yuan's gaze was cold as he saw what was happening above him. Divine lightning seeped out from his hands. He stepped onto the ground and raised his fist up. A terrible vortex of thunderbolts filled the sky. As the swords fell, they were swallowed up by the vortex and destroyed. He held the power of divine thunder in his hands. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, covering the entire area. The endless divine swords fell, and they were all destroyed. A mighty force swept out from Yi Futian. All of his swords were moving with the power of the great path rules. They fell endlessly, but it seemed like they would never fill the vortex. But he did not stop moving. Sword after sword fell, each one splitting the air as it did. A fierce roar was ringing out without end. The falling swords seemed limitless, and each one was stronger than the last. Finally, a sword that was 10,000 meters long formed. Everyone's hearts trembled when they beheld it. The sword seemed to have been formed out of countless swords merging together. Boom! Futian stepped forward onto the sword and fell with it. The roar shook the heavens. The vortex in Zhuo Yuan's hands swallowed up the sky, and endless thunderbolts wrapped around the sword. But the huge sword kept falling, piercing into the heart of the storm bit by bit. The vortex was like an abyss of thunder, and it tried to swallow the sword, but incomparably strong tearing power burst forth from the sword. The thunderbolt vortex gradually expanded, growing larger and larger, until it was no longer able to support itself, and it collapsed with a loud noise. A powerful beam of light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. It covered the platform. When everything was calm again, Futian was still standing in the air. Zhuo Yuan was standing pitifully on the platform, coughing up blood. So strong. Everyone's hearts trembled. The power that had been displayed in this battle was far more impressive than what they had seen in Futian's battle with Li Ba. Last time, Futian had avoided direct conflict. This time, he had faced Zhuo Yuan directly, giving everyone a huge shock. A look of admiration came over the faces of everyone from the Violet Heavenly Palace. If this seventh swordsman were well trained, he would have a bright future. And even if he was not as impressive as Zhong Yuan, he was not much worse than him, and he could become an important figure in the palace in the future. Chapter 1424, The Refusal. The seventh swordsman, Zhuo Yuan. At this time, over the lofty platform, the deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace, who was sitting at the center of the crowd and overlooking the whole scene, announced Zhao Yuan to everyone. The scene engaged many people. Many figures of top powers, such as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Brahma's Pure Sky, took a close look at Futian and Zhuo Yuan. These two people, as well as a Li Ba, all showed their extraordinary talent at the level of unblemished Saint Plain and definitely would win a place in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Today, the deputy master of the Violet Heavenly Palace had announced it in person. You guessed it, on the other side, the big figure of the 10,000 Divine Mountain said to Jiao Huang, with his gaze also on Futian. This person was specialized in swordsmanship, and he also cultivated in the laws of thunder and many other laws. In the future, if he strengthened his cultivation of the laws of thunder in the Violet Heavenly Palace, he would grasp a broader ability and reach a higher level. At that time, he would be close to the Supreme Master Zhong Yuan. Futian and Zhuo Yuan looked up at the deputy master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was smiling at them down below, saying, "Would you like to enter my Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate?" Zhuo Yuan bowed slightly toward the direction and said, "Yes, sir, it would be my pleasure." As a cultivator of thunder laws, his ultimate goal was to join the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now, the deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace had invited him personally. Why would he refuse? The deputy palace lord announced this in person, which meant they paid attention to him. Seeing Zhuo Yuan nod, the deputy palace lord smiled and turned to Futian, but Futian just stood there quietly and did not answer immediately. He smiled and continued, "The seventh swordsman, how about you? You can enter the Violet Heavenly Palace and cultivate under my guidance first." Many people were a little shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Futian with envy. He could directly cultivate under the deputy palace lord's guidance. Nobody had ever had such an opportunity before. What was more, he just came halfway, without participating in many battles, but now he was treated with so much regard. The deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace smiled and still looked at Futian. He thought that Futian did not speak because he wanted to hear a commitment. After all, geniuses were very proud, and just entering the Violet Heavenly Palace was not enough for him. So, if he accepted him as a direct disciple, he thought this seventh swordsman should be satisfied. Countless eyes fell on Futian. After today, there would be another peerless figure in the heavenly mandate realm, and he might have a place in the Saint Plane. Yi Futian slightly bowed to the direction of the violet heavenly palace, then looked up and said, I came to this event today to see how strong the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm are, and I do not intend on joining the violet heavenly palace. Besides, I am not specialized in thunder laws, so I don't want to waste time cultivating in the heavenly palace. After Yi Futian's words, the vast space suddenly fell silent. The excited and bustling crowd looked at the figure dressed in white on the stage, stunned. They all looked bewildered. Did the seventh swordsman just refuse? The deputy master of Violet Heavenly Palace personally invited him to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace, and he refused to become his direct disciple. Those people of the top powers were confused, too. Some people showed interested looks. Things were getting more interesting. Over the high platform of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the purple underground emperor's expression subtly changed. He contracted his pupils and stared in the direction of Yi Futian. He represented the purple underground sect to fight in place of Zhong Changqing, and now he refused the offer of Violet Heavenly Palace. What did he mean by this? He was embarrassing the Violet Heavenly Palace. And as a referee, perhaps he would also offend some people. The deputy palace lord looked at Yi Futian. Couldn't it be that this seventh swordsman wanted to cultivate under the palace lord's guidance? Thinking of this, he continued, after you enter the heavenly palace, you may also receive the palace lord's personal guidance if your performance is outstanding enough. The palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace was a supreme figure, one of the mighty powers in the heavenly mandate realm, a true giant. The deputy palace master was indicating that Yi Futian still had the opportunity to become the palace lord's disciple in the future. However, if the seventh swordsman wanted to directly become the palace lord's disciple, the palace lord was not present, and other people could not make a decision for the palace lord. Thank you for your consideration, but I'm not interested in cultivating in thunder laws. Yi Futian took a bow and refused again, which made many warriors in Violet Heavenly Palace look mortified. Yi Futian was the first person to refuse the offer of the Violet Heavenly Palace. No one would have thought that on such occasions, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be rejected, and the person who rejected the offer was a peerless talent who they had valued most so far. At this time, the purple underground emperor's eyes swept toward Yi Futian. He said, "The Heavenly Palace's invitation to you is your honor. Entering the Heavenly Palace and studying thunder law will only make you stronger, and it will not affect your cultivation in sword laws." The seventh swordsman participated in the battle as a representative of the purple underground sect. Now, if he offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, wouldn't he? Did this jerk dare to cause trouble for him? Brother Changqing. Below, in the crowd of purple underground sect, Zijuan looked toward Zhong Changqing. The scene going on was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhong Changqing was also looking downwards. Before, when he saw Yi Futian defeating Zhuo Yuan, he felt a little lonely for himself but also happy, since, at least, it was the purple underground sect's honor. But now, the honor had become a slap on the face of the purple underground sect. Was he being used by others? However, if this B***** didn't want to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, what did he come here for? I used to hear that all the thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace, and I have been admiring this holy land. This time, I came here to join the battle just to confirm what I have heard about the Heavenly Palace. Since I have already confirmed it, I will not cultivate in the Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian looked toward Purple Underground Emperor and said, "I thank His Majesty for allowing me to participate in this event." After his words, the Purple Underground Emperor gave him a black look. Did he just expose him? Zhong Changqing was the same. He looked coldly at people around him and asked, "How do you know this person?" Zijuan and others also realized something, and their faces turned pale. They seemed to have been taken advantage of. On the vast Heavenly Palace platform, countless people were discussing. The seventh swordsman directly called out the Purple Underground Emperor. Was he not a disciple of the Purple Underground sect? If so, did he come to participate in this event just to challenge the cultivators of thunder laws over the world? In other words, He was targeting the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although in front of all powers of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace would maintain dignity and not do anything to him, he had offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, and it would be very easy to kill a Saint Plain person if he became the Heavenly Palace's enemy. Not to mention the Violet Heavenly Palace, would the Purple Underground Emperor let him go? Interesting. Those people of top powers watched the scene, all excited. Isn't the seventh swordsman your disciple? At this time, the Lord of the God-slaughtering mountain next to the Purple Underground Emperor looked at him and asked. Just a while ago, the Purple Underground Emperor was very proud. So, did the Purple Underground Emperor find someone else to replace Zhong Changqing and participate in the battle as a disciple of Purple Underground sect? Another lord also asked in a sour tone. Before that, the Purple Underground Emperor was high-spirited and talked proudly when the seventh swordsman defeated the warrior of the God-slaughtering mountain. But now, the seventh swordsman turned out to have been invited from somewhere else and was not a disciple of the Purple Underground sect. Moreover, he even refused the invitation from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although this event did not require winners to cultivate in the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was considered a default that they do so. The Violet Heavenly Palace organized this event to select talented cultivators to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace Temple and train them as backup disciples. Yi Futian refused the offer in public, which was like a slap to their face, especially since he was by far the most valued person, and the deputy palace lord wanted to accept himself as a direct disciple. In this way, Yi Futian made them more embarrassed. The Purple Underground Emperor's expression was solemn. There was a coldness in his eyes. He glanced toward Yi Futian in the lower sky. Although, after the thing happened, Violet Heavenly Palace couldn't do anything to him. He was taken advantage of by a person of the Saint Plain and embarrassed in public, and now, so many people treated him like a joke. One could imagine what his mood was like. So, this time, you came here just to practice with other cultivators in Thunder Law. The deputy lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was one of the top two big figures in the Violet Heavenly Palace, after all, and Yi Futian did not violate any rules of the Heavenly Palace. In his capacity, he would not do anything to Yi Futian in public. If he had killed Yi Futian here with a slap, he would surely become a laughingstock. It was the Violet Heavenly Palace that invited cultivators from all over the world here. And now, if anyone refused to go to the Violet Heavenly Palace, how could they punish him? Yes, sir, Yi Futian nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Well, if you don't want to, the Heavenly Palace will not force you. You can just go. The deputy lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace still had manners and did not appear angry. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it on the surface. In the upper sky, the Supreme Master Zhong Yuan took a glance at Yi Futian, looking cold. How dare he strike a pose in the Violet Heavenly Palace? The last battle, the battle between Nirvana Saints, the deputy palace lord announced. Immediately, the last two warriors set foot on the huge platform. This battle was still extremely violent, and the two warriors were evenly matched. Both Nirvana Plane warriors had extremely intimidating powers. The platform continued trembling, and the light of thunder engulfed the vast area. However, because of the previous accident, even though this battle was still exciting, many people were unable to concentrate, and all seemed to be thinking about what just happened. Probably, the thing was not over yet. But, in any case, this event held by the Violet Heavenly Palace must come to an end. Chapter 1425, The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. On the thunder platform of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the battle between two Nirvana Saints was still exciting. The final winner's name was Duan Huang. He was a man with superb talent. The defeated person was older, and he was a figure with fame for many years. His level was at the peak of the Nirvana plane, and his name was Gari Bo. Duan Huang, would you like to cultivate as my disciple? The deputy lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace invited him directly. This time, he was more straightforward than before and directly invited Duan Huang to be his disciple. Duan Huang's talent is extraordinary, and his power was also intimidating. His level was not far from the Renhuang plane. In this grand event, When it came to real strength, Duan Huang should be the first. Duan Huang looked calm. He slightly bowed to the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and said, "I'd be glad to be your disciple, Master." He was humble and courteous, without any arrogance, in sharp contrast to Yi Futian. This made many people sigh. The reason that the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace directly took him as a disciple was probably because of Yi Futian. Yes, the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace nodded slightly and was quite satisfied. The seventh swordsman before really made him feel a little unhappy. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was just a saint plain cultivator, after all. He might have too much of an ego to regard the battle platform as a place for trial. "Garibo, are you willing to cultivate in the Violet Heavenly Palace? Your cultivation has achieved sublimity, and you are only one step away from the Renhuang Plain. After entering the palace, if you do not understand anything, you can just come ask me," the Deputy Lord said to another person. "Thank you, Deputy Lord. Garibo is willing to be a member of the Heavenly Palace." Garibo bowed and answered. He was experienced and knew he needed the opportunity. Although he was only one step from the Renhuang Plain, it seemed still far away and hard to touch. After entering the Heavenly Palace, he would have a greater chance to set foot in the Renhuang Plain. He, as a Nirvana saint, was already standing at the top of the world and could rule over an area. But in the Heavenly Mandate realm, only Renhuang could stand at the top. "Good." The Deputy Palace Lord nodded, and then he said to the people around him, "If you think anyone among them has potential, you can ask if they would like to cultivate as your disciple." Those Renhuang figures nodded and sent out invitations. There were indeed many cultivators with potential among those who had been defeated. Naturally, figures like Li Ba had to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. This time, more than 30 disciples had been selected by Violet Heavenly Palace at one time. These people's talent was very outstanding, and if they received training in Violet Heavenly Palace in the future, their potential would be discovered more and would be strengthened. Those cultivators who had not been selected felt somewhat lost. This time, they should have had the opportunity to ascend to the sky, but they could only watch other people enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Changqing did not enter the Heavenly Palace. Perhaps because he gave the opportunity to the seventh swordsman, and after what the seventh swordsman did, the Violet Heavenly Palace would show mercy to him by not getting angry at him. The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace stretched out one hand and grabbed toward the void air. Suddenly, the thunder platform rose and disappeared, leaving a huge empty space on the ground. The 36 disciples selected by the Violet Heavenly Palace all showed up below the Heavenly Palace seats and lined up, with Duan Huang taking the lead. Among these Saint Plain figures, many people would become Ren Huang in the future. The Deputy Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace looked around at the warriors in the vast and endless space and thundered, "You must have heard about what happened in the Origin Mountains not long ago. In the past, Jiyu Tianxing rebelled in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and his hands were stained with much blood. The Great Law couldn't tolerate his sins. They gathered the power of the Heavenly Mandate realm and eventually killed him, but we did not expect that his soul did not disperse, and even passed on to his descendant. He had destroyed the Origin Mountains in the Demon realm and wanted to rebuild anew him. Now, he also had the protection of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If we leave him be, in the future, I am afraid he will massacre many people in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Therefore, we the Violet Heavenly Palace held this grand event here to invite all warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm to participate and enjoy themselves. We hope that warriors of the demon clans will not be bewildered and will help a human cultivator who stole your laws of origin. We, the Violet Heavenly Palace, selected the best cultivators to train and prepare for this. The descendant of the Jiyu clan must be removed." He talked loudly and used a lot of righteous words. It was as if Jiyu Tianxing was a heinous sinner. However, in those days, Jiyu Tianxing's hands were indeed stained with many people's blood, especially in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Countless warriors were killed, and many people of the Violet Heavenly Palace died. But everyone also understood that it was because of Jiyu Jiangnan's death that Jiyu Tianxing went crazy and went on a killing spree, staining the Heavenly Mandate realm with blood. Now, since the descendant of Jiyu Tianxing grew up and became another him, The first thing he would do was take revenge on the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Violet Heavenly Palace must make arrangements in advance and prepare for this. However, these big figures all had their own ideas. Although the giants of the demon world could not directly assist Jiyu Dongliu, they would not join forces with them, the Violet Heavenly Palace. They would just sit by and watch as the situation changed. The words of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord are very reasonable. As long as the Jiyu clan of the past still exists, it will bring disaster to the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Divine General of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord in his mouth was actually the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was in charge of the laws of Heavenly Penalty and ruled the Heavenly Penalty Palace in the 8th heaven of the Violet Heavenly Palace with appalling power. At that time, when the Great Emperor unified the divine prefectures of the East, the human race and the demon race coexisted and did not distinguish between each other. The so-called Heavenly Mandate realm was just nominal. Last time, we went to the demon realm, and today, warriors of the demon realm join us. There was no need for conflict. Today, there were various races in the demon world, and it was your heyday. When is it necessary for you to serve others as kings? Jiyu Tianxing was just a person full of self-importance. The divine general continued talking. His words sounded polite, but who knew what he had in mind? The human race and the demon race coexisted, but how could they not have their own thoughts? Indeed. This time warriors from everywhere of the realm came to attend the ceremony, and both the human cultivators and top figures of the demon realm are all there. If you want the intention, we can discuss laws and make friends, learn from each other, and witness the prosperity of the Heavenly Mandate realm together. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord continued. The prophet of the demon realm said that the Heavenly Mandate realm would change. Now that human beings and cultivators of the demon realm were all here, it was possible to see the strengths of the top figures in all parties and tell their fortunes. The Heavenly Mandate would change, and Jiyu Tianxing had made Jiyu Dongliu a peerless talented figure. However, Jiyu Dongliu was just a saint-plain warrior. If the change of the Heavenly Mandate realm were related to him, then the change would come from this generation. As for the so-called making friends, it was just a courtesy. Who didn't want their fortune and power to be unparalleled in the world and win over others? Not to mention, between the human cultivators and demon cultivators, even among the supreme powers of human beings in the Heavenly Mandate realm, they were all continually fighting and wanted to stand at the top. In the past, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were flourishing for a while, but then they became weak, and all other powers rose. Now, the Heavenly Mandate realm would change again. Who didn't want to reach the top? At the very least, Jiyu Dongliu could not be allowed to grow, otherwise, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would resume its fortune of the past. I heard that the Imperial Lord hails the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as the inborn Supreme Warrior, and I want to see if the Crown Prince indeed has unparalleled combat power, a powerful figure of the Dragon Divine clan said, his voice resounding through the void space. After his words, countless warriors bustled in the vast space, and the noise didn't stop. Today, all the top warriors gathered here. They had thought they would just witness the battles of those who wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, but now it seemed that they could also see those strongest warriors' performance. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord seemed to want big figures of all powers to practice combat with others as well. We are also curious. Since the old and new Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty are all great figures, and now, the Imperial Lord claims that the Crown Prince is superior to him and born to be a supreme figure, is his ability overstated? A demon emperor of the Sky Demon Court asked. The Crown Prince was now well known in the Heavenly Mandate realm, just like Jiyu Dongliu, and had attracted the most attention in the realm. Everyone wanted to see the prince's real strength. At this moment, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was just sitting next to the Divine General. His body was bathed in radiance, and there seemed to be a divine gleam in his eyes. He glanced around at the people. Were they all wondering about his strength? Whoever wants to know about my strength, stand up, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said slowly. For a moment, the vast land of the arena was silent. Was this an invitation to fight? He could fight, but whoever wanted to fight must come out on their own. The crown prince of the heavenly dynasty was born to be supreme. Now, he had proved his law as Nirvana plane, and he was very likely to be the strongest person below the Renhuang plane in the heavenly mandate realm, so how many people could fight with him? Even when all the warriors of the heavenly mandate realm had gathered here, there were still very few. A flash of golden lightning rushed out and was suspended over the place where the previous thunder platform was located. The figure was shining brightly, and the light of the great law fell. He was a golden-winged giant pengbird belonging to the Sky Demon Court. He had unparalleled speed. His eyes were extremely sharp. They penetrated the void air and gazed toward the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. He obviously wanted to challenge this inborn supreme figure. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty slowly rose and stepped forward, suddenly striding across the void space. Bang! He took a step and walked toward the other side. His whole body was bathed in the divine light, just like a deity. Appalling beams of glow appeared around the body of the golden-winged giant pengbird, and his sharp might swept out, flowing toward the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. However, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty stepped out again, and around his body, a boundless gorgeous scene appeared. Above the sky, phantoms of the golden-winged giant pengbird shone and soared between the sky and earth. A landscape appeared behind him. It was even more gorgeous than the golden-winged giant pengbird, who was actually standing in front of him. People's hearts thumped fast. It was too gorgeous. The golden-winged giant pengbirds were surrounding him. He pointed his finger forward, and suddenly, golden-winged giant pengbirds of all skies swept out. It turned into a rapid, cutting off the void air, flying toward the real golden-winged giant pengbird. The golden-winged giant pengbird turned into his original form, its wings spreading out to cover the earth and cut off the sky. But another giant pengbird, exactly like him, rushed out and thrust toward him. He lifted his claws and launched an attack, tearing off the void air. A shocking collision broke out. The body of the crown prince was suspended in the sky, and endless divine light shrouded his body. A lot of giant pengbirds attacked incessantly. It was as if he was standing there, able to use the power of phantoms to crush the real divine bird. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty hid him for many years and called him the inborn supreme lord. Of course, it was not an exaggeration. He didn't show his strength, which didn't mean he had none, but when it was time to show off, he would not stop. 1426. There is no place for you here. The golden-winged giant pengbird of the Sky Demon Court was the golden-winged Peng Emperor's descendant. It had extremely intimidating power. He spread his wings, and suddenly, many bright golden divine feathers thrust out at the same time, which turned into thousands of golden Peng phantoms and collided with the approaching golden pengbird illusions. A huge divine bird appeared and turned into its original form. Each divine golden feather was keen like a blade, piercing the void air, and spreading golden cracks over the sky dome. The crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty above him took a step out again, and a divine pattern appeared behind him, which opened up and turned into a scroll that covered the sky. The divine picture of heavenly mandate. In the vast and boundless void air, countless people looked toward the battlefield. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty was indeed born to be supreme. He inherited the ancestors' strongest life spirit, the divine picture of heavenly mandate. The life spirit of the heavenly mandate dynasty needed to experience several awakenings to become the strongest form, and the divine picture of heavenly mandate was the ultimate evolved form of the life spirit. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty had made it and evolved it to the ultimate form. The heavenly mandate dynasty engulfed the great laws between the sky and earth, and the scroll in the divine picture seemed to turn into a real vision of the sky and earth. The imagination and reality blended into one. In that divine picture scroll, the divine golden-winged giant pengbird flew across the sky, using its golden peng slashing technique to tear the sky dome. When the divine picture released its brilliance, all seemed to become real, and the boundless void sky was covered with the gorgeous scenery. Terminate. The crown prince of the heavenly dynasty looked indifferent and extremely calm. After his words, Countless golden-winged peng birds ran through the great path, thrusting toward the true divine bird. The divine golden-winged giant peng was spinning, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. The spinning body looked like golden flowing light streams, tearing off all existence, and continuously eliminating the golden peng figures attacking toward him. However, the attack of the divine picture of the great law seemed to have no end, and the endless void space seemed to be crushed under that attack. Bang, 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 the sound of the collision came out again and again, and finally, the divine bird was shaken to a very far distance. At this time, he was all covered in blood. He looked up at the golden peng scroll in the void air and felt a bit lost. Who was the real divine golden-winged peng giant bird? How could the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty use the attack of the golden-winged giant peng bird at such a high level and make him unable to fight back? Vroom! His wings spread apart, and all of a sudden, he returned to his original place without fighting again. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty glanced around the vast world and said, "Who else wants to have a try?" Another great demon of the demon clan stepped out at a breakneck speed. A dazzling silver spear appeared in his hand, and the great law air flow from the sky and earth merged into the spear. The warrior came from Yingzhou Mountain, and he also wanted to challenge the crown prince. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty took a glance at him. The divine picture of heavenly mandate turned into a picture of divine weapons. In this picture, there were countless divine weapons, just like a scroll of 1,000 weapons. An extreme sharp life force came about, and the divine picture of heavenly mandate spread out. Countless divine weapons over the sky dome thrust out, going straight to the other side. The warrior of the Yingzhou Mountain launched his spear, and a beam of silver light penetrated the sky. Countless divine weapons thrust out with no end. Countless people's hearts trembled while watching the fight on the battlefield. The divine picture of the heavenly mandate was a bit too terrifying, and no wonder it was titled the #1 life spirit in the heavenly mandate realm. This life spirit was indeed horrifying. Endless divine weapons showed up and collided continuously with the spear. Even though the warrior of the Yingzhou Mountain was strong, he still had a moment to feel tired. It didn't take long for his body to be penetrated by the divine weapons, and he was severely damaged. His silver wings flashed in the air, and he went back to the crowd of Yingzhou Mountain. Invincible, people murmured and felt shocked. They looked at the figure standing proudly in the void air. The crown prince of the heavenly dynasty could be described as invincible. Besides the people of the heavenly mandate dynasty, it was the first time for everyone to see the combat of the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. However, he had not used hands yet, but he had already defeated the two talented warriors and showed his invincibility. The only ones who were qualified to fight with him were probably high-level warriors like the Supreme Master and Qin He. But how many people had their abilities? At this moment, a figure walked out. The moment he stepped out, all the warriors of the great powers of the demon realm stared at him. Even the top figures of the demon realm watched him walking over. The person seemed as if they were bathed in fire, gorgeous like the sun. The golden fire also cast boundless sharpness. He was a sun-divine bird, a three-legged gold raven. He was the descendant of the sky demon court. His name was Jun. Jun stepped forward and walked to the opposite side of the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. 9 suns appeared above the sky dome, from each of which, a golden spear of divine fire appeared, emitting and swallowing dazzling light, trying to break the sky. The crown prince looked toward that side. He also knew who that person was. It was rumored that this descendant of the demon lord had appalling strength, and now he had a chance to fight with him. The divine picture of the heavenly mandate became brighter and brighter. Numerous divine weapons were formed and then thrust toward the other side. The sacred fire was shot from the eyes of Jun, and the spear of the sacred fire traveled through the void sky, like beams of divine sunlight. The sky dome directly burned the flames. The fire collided with the sharp divine weapons shot from the divine picture of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They collided in mid-air and then were annihilated. The crown prince of the divine dynasty looked extremely sharp, and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate evolved. In the skies, countless golden-winged peng birds roared up, crossing the void sky and engulfing those divine fire spears. There seemed to be suns in Jun's eyes, and the 9 suns behind him rotated and merged into one. From it, the light of the golden divine fire was emitted and turned the sky into a divine sun furnace. It directly smelted the attacks in the void air and burned them into nothing. According to legend, the flame of the golden raven was the closest to the divine fire of the sun. The flame of the golden raven demon, lord of the sky demon court, was the strongest among all renhuangs. It was the true divine fire of the sun. When the sacred fire was burning in the sky, many suns appeared around Jun's body as if he was the master of the sun. Even the attacks of the crown prince of the heavenly dynasty had no way to deal with him from a distance, and it could even be said that they were evenly matched. Neither of them moved, but the destructive power of the collision in the void was amazing. Who is this demon warrior? Many human cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm asked. This golden raven divine bird could even directly compete with the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were too strong. The strength released by them made many Saint Plain warriors despair. If they faced such attacks, they would be killed. The descendant of the demon lord of the sky demon court, so Jun is equivalent to the crown prince of the sky demon court, someone said, recognizing Jun's identity. Seeing this scene, anyone who knew about the sky demon court would have an idea of who he was. At this time, the attacks of the 2 people stopped at the same time. Neither of them continued to attack, and their eyes were fixed on each other. Both of them had appalling eyes. I always admire Sky Demon Court, and the Lord of Golden Raven is also a peerless figure. If there is a chance, I will visit you, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. Many people were secretly shocked. One day, if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty went to visit the Golden Raven Demon Lord, then the Heavenly Mandate realm would probably be unified. Otherwise, what would he go there for? You are welcome at any time, Jun responded slowly. They did not continue fighting, and both turned back to their seats. Good. At this moment, a voice came. The Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace looked around at the crowd and said, "Today's event is exactly what I expected. I really enjoyed the nice discussions and practiced combat skills. Let's just see the top figures of our Heavenly Mandate realm, how extraordinary they are." The battle between the 2 crown princes was also wonderful. In the future, the Heavenly Mandate realm will belong to you. Jiyu Tianxing wanted to create a hero and let him become the new king of the demon world to dominate the Heavenly Mandate realm, but there are so many gallant figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even though Tianxing tried to create chaos in the mountain range of origin, we will not allow him to, he continued, in a quite disdainful voice. Today, let's take this opportunity to show people of the Heavenly Mandate realm how strong our top figures are. His words fell on people's ears, and a few people stepped out. They were the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the one who took the lead was the Supreme Master Zhong Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Yuan glanced at the crowd, and arrogantly said, "On the way to prove laws, who wants to be my enemy?" These words sounded arrogant and full of contempt. Many top figures looked at Zhong Yuan with keen eyes. Soon, many figures came out. All of them were among the most gallant heroes. Many warriors of demon clans also flashed out and moved forward. Who was willing to fall behind? The Dragon Divine Clan, the Sky Demon Court, the Divine Elephant Clan, the Purple Gold Rat Clan, the Yingjiao Mountain, and other demon clans all had warriors step forward. Immediately, the demon power swept across the world, and the fighting wills around them were appalling. Zhong Yuan arrogantly asked who dared to become their enemy on the way of proving laws. In the lower sky, among the crowd, Futian looked up at the void air, and soon his body flashed and soared into the sky. Suddenly he showed up in the upper sky. However, there was no top power behind him as a backup, and he stood alone, looking quite lonely. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward him. He was exactly the person who refused the invitation of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord before. Did he also want to compete to be at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? Many warriors in Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Futian. How dare he stand out? A presumptuous guy, many people said in their hearts. At this moment, he chose to stand out, which was very meaningful. Of course, everyone understood what he meant. However, the The figures coming out today were all top figures. Zhong Yuan's eyes also swept toward Yi Futian. He looked cold. The rolling thunder above Yi Futian's head began to converge. The 8 series of divine thunder gathered, and the domineering power reached its apex. Zhong Yuan pointed one finger, and suddenly, the heavenly thunder dropped down. "There is no place for you here." His voice fell along with the roaring of thunder. Above the sky, the divine thunder seemed to turn into a roaring dragon, diving down and blasting toward Yi Futian, who was approaching. Before, the 7th swordsman had rejected the violet heavenly palace, which had already embarrassed the heavenly palace. Nowadays, he even dared to step out in public. How would Zhong Yuan turn a blind eye? He directly yelled to him, saying there was no place for him here. And then, he dropped the heavenly thunder. Above Yi Futian's head, the horrifying thunder fell. He raised his head and looked up to the upper sky, his body surrounded by the appalling sword power. He stepped into the void. His palms crossed the void and opened a crack from the sky. After a noise, the void sky was broken, and the roaring thunder dragon split into 2 and was chopped off. He hid the might of the space in the sword, with just one strike breaking the sky. The sound of the thunder growled and continued falling toward Yi Futian's 2 sides. Yi Futian walked through the middle of the thunder might, still stepping up, and his gaze swept toward Zhong Yuan. "Whether I have the place or not is not up to you." The voice coming out of his mouth was as sharp as a blade, making the vast space suddenly quiet again. The 7th swordsman's response to Zhong Yuan was forceful. He not only participated in the event hosted by Violet Heavenly Palace and showed his unparalleled talent, but now he was confronting him face to face. Was that his ultimate goal, to confront the highest level figures? The light of thunder bloomed in Zhong Yuan's eyes, and it thrust toward Yi Futian. This young man not only embarrassed the Violet Heavenly Palace but now challenged himself. How presumptuous! Boom! With a dull sound, Zhong Yuan stepped forward. The divine thunder above the sky was even more terrifying. Since this 7th swordsman was so presumptuous, he only had to use the great law to suppress it. "Young brother, since this person wants to know about the thunder law of the place of origin of the world, I will show him what it is like." "You don't need to do it in person." At this time, a voice came. An unblemished saint figure of the heavenly temple of Violet stepped forward. The might of thunder was also extremely overbearing and intimidating. This man was also a peerless figure in the Violet Heavenly Palace. His name was Xiao Ran. His cultivation of the thunder laws was extremely powerful. He was slightly older and entered the Heavenly Palace earlier than Zhong Yuan, so he called him young brother. The people in Violet Heavenly Palace nodded slightly. Zhong Yuan's opponents were those top figures, and even if he fought against the 7th swordsman and won, it was still not a glorious thing. If a madman came to challenge thunder law cultivators, and the supreme master of the Violet Heavenly Palace had to fight with him in person, others would say that Violet Heavenly Palace had no other people. Xiao Ran stepped forward and came to the upper sky above Yi Futian's head. He looked down at him, full of pride. It was as if Yi Futian didn't exist in his eyes. "Xiao Ran is the most suitable person for this," a Renhuang figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace said, laughing. He was Xiao Ran's master and fully knew his disciple's strength. This young man's talent was not inferior to Xiao Ran, but he is too ignorant and full of contempt. Thus, he can only suppress it by force. I hope he can repent and know his mistakes, and then we may give him another chance to enter the Heavenly Palace, the penalty palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace said. The 7th swordsman showed so much talent even without cultivation experience in the Violet Heavenly Palace. His talent was unlimited. "The deputy lord cherishes talents," the Renhuang next to him commented. But even though the Heavenly Penalty Palace owner wanted to give him a chance, this 7th swordsman might not appreciate it. Xiao Ran waved his palm, and a thunderstorm appeared over the sky. The thunder law of doomsday shrouded Yi Futian's head. Looking up, Yi Futian saw thunder swords of catastrophe emerging from the thunderstorm. It pointed down into the lower sky. The divine thunder roamed over the sword and shot straight down into the lower sky. At this moment, everyone was nervous for Yi Futian. The falling attacks were all lethal. You major in swords and also learned thunder laws. This time, you came here to get to know about all top figures of the heavenly mandate realm. If so, although I am a common cultivator in the heavenly palace, I can still teach you a thing or two. Xiao Ran looked down at Yi Futian in the lower sky and said calmly. However, everyone knew Xiao Ran was just modest. He was a very famous figure in the Violet Heavenly Palace. It was also possible for him to set foot in the Renhuang Plain someday. Although Xiao Ran's cultivation speed was not fast, his base was firm, and his progress was steady and stable. His humble words were naturally intended to show how powerful the Violet Heavenly Palace was. The sword matrix of Doomsday was born from the thunder law of the Doomsday of the Violet Heavenly Palace. You can have a try, and if it is too difficult for you, just leave by yourself in case you get hurt, Xiao Ran continued. Above the sky, there were countless sharp swords of Doomsday emerging from the horrifying thunderclouds, which covered the sky dome. Once the swords dropped down, it would be the real Doomsday. He used the might to threaten Yi Futian to let Yi Futian admit defeat and leave. Of course, if Yi Futian refused, since he had already said it, it was not his fault even if he hurt Yi Futian's life later. Many people felt the chill in their bones. Xiao Ran was so deliberate that he gave Yi Futian a way to retreat, but if Yi Futian refused, he deserved it even if he died. Yi Futian was also able to understand what Xiao Ran meant. He embarrassed the Violet Heavenly Palace in public. Even though they didn't speak openly, they must be displeased. These big figures were all extremely decisive people. If he refused, they would kill him. Seeing the thunder swords drop down from the sky, he could feel the overwhelming power and the appalling killing ability. The strength of Violet Heavenly Palace's warriors couldn't be average, especially the figure who was fighting with him. He must be extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not come out and be a disgrace of the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, Yi Futian's eyes still looked sharp. He swept upward and said, "Go ahead." "This guy is crazy," many people secretly said. Xiao Ran was so coercive and tried to give him a chance, but he let Xiao Ran launch an attack first. If Xiao Ran attacked, he would kill him, and Yi Futian might be wiped out under the thunder sword of the Doomsday. But it had all come to this step. If he retreated, it would be extremely embarrassing, and he had no choice. Moreover, he seemed to want to compete with top figures. Perhaps he had an ace in the hole? How could he have the confidence to compete with Xiao Ran? "Sure, I will help you achieve your goal." Xiao Ran's voice was cold. After his voice fell, the thunderstorm roared, and even stronger thunder swords fell, erupting the great law thunderbolts of destruction. "Fall," Xiao Ran spat icily. After his words, people just saw the sword of Doomsday in the thunderstorm matrix drop, intent on killing Yi Futian. It was so fast that Yi Futian had no chance to escape. Boom! A dull sound came, and everyone saw Yi Futian raise one arm and punch at the light of endless destruction. Many people thought he was just looking for death, but when the fist thrust out, the punch penetrated the space. For a moment, he soared into the sky and blasted the endless glow to the other side. The endless thunder sword of Doomsday blasted over Yi Futian's fist will and was directly torn and crushed. His body turned into a light stream. With a punch, he opened the ancient path of the Great Law and landed in front of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's face suddenly turned pale, and before he could react, a punch came and hit his body. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiao Ran's body flew upside down like a thunderbolt and smashed into the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Bang, bang, bang. A staircase below him was directly shattered and was turned into ruins. Xiao Ran's body even didn't stop until a Renhuang came to help. He just felt the blood in his body boiling and roaring, as if the one punch had broken all his organs. Cough. He spat a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. Xiao Ran bowed his head, and his life force was weak. He couldn't gather any strength at all. Above Yi Futian's head, the thunder cloud dissipated, and he stood on top of the void sky, still full of arrogance. "Your cultivation is indeed average, and you don't deserve to give me a lesson," Yi Futian said. Many warriors were staring at his arm. What kind of power was this? Many people's hearts thumped fast. Xiao Ran of the unblemished Saint Plain in the Violet Heavenly Palace couldn't even bear one punch and was shaken. That was to say, the seventh swordsman didn't use his full strength before. This power was too appalling. Even those big figures were surprised by this punch. They all stared at Yi Futian. Was this the enormous power of the divine elephant? When he punched, they all felt the power of the divine elephant. Who was this seventh swordsman? Zhong Yuan looked indifferent. He stepped forward and stared at Yi Futian. He could feel that the seventh swordsman that came here this time was to target the Violet Heavenly Palace instead of participating in this event. Who are you? Zhong Yuan said coldly. The thunder matrix of doomsday converged over the sky dome, even stronger than that of Xiao Ran. The vast and endless void sky was shrouded in the destruction light of thunder, and the world went dark. Yi Futian stared at Zhong Yuan without saying anything. The aura around Zhong Yuan's pupils was dazzling. He took another step forward, and thunder law of the doomsday came down, destroying all life forms in this space. Beams of catastrophe light came from all directions, and the divine bright light appeared over Yi Futian's body. Boom, boom, boom. A roaring sound came out, and suddenly many illusions of a divine elephant appeared between the sky and earth. They made horrifying elephant roars and crushed the great law in the space. The divine elephant clan. Zhong Yuan's voice was cold. Other warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked toward the warriors of the divine elephant clan. Their gazes were not friendly. What did the divine elephant clan mean? However, why did this person look like a human cultivator? Boom. The divine thunder again blasted down. The divine elephant roared in the sky. Yi Futian stepped in the void. The sky and earth were trembling. The ultimate technique of the divine elephant clan, divine elephant stomping the sky. At this moment, a person's name occurred to Zhong Yuan. Are you? Zhong Yuan stared at Yi Futian and asked. I should be counted as one in the great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm, too, Yi Futian said when stepping forward. His voice shook the world. In the vast land of the Violet Heavenly Palace, countless pairs of eyes were looking toward one direction. It was where Yi Futian was. Yi Futian's face changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Many top people had seen him. He was the person who had obtained the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions and was hunted down in the mountain range of origin because of it. The supreme master of the Violet Heavenly Palace was one of the people who had chased him. Later, he left with the divine elephant emperor and went to the divine elephant clan. Now, he showed up here. His disguising technique was so excellent that he even deceived Renhuang's. This should be some special ability. Of course, what was more shocking was his strength. At this moment, he was confronting Zhong Yuan, claiming that there should be a place for him in a great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm. As a peerless figure at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Futian wanted to occupy a place. Seeing Yi Futian's face, the emperor of the purple underground released his might of Renhuang. His eyes were extremely cold. He finally understood why Yi Futian entered the stadium with the identity of purple underground sect disciple. He framed him. As the dignified purple underground emperor, he was entrapped by Yi Futian. Yi Futian clearly came here to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, but the Purple Underground Emperor and Purple Underground Sect wanted to express themselves using Yi Futian. From now on, probably they would become a laughingstock. Yi Futian. Zhong Changqing shouted. His eyes were also extremely cold, emitting might of thunder full of fury. This jerk, Yi Futian, had taken advantage of them from beginning to end. He was taking revenge on the thing that happened last time. He led people to take down Jiyu Dongliu and imprisoned him in the Purple Underground, which triggered the subsequent storm. This time, the Purple Underground sect was in a miserable condition because of him. Not to mention, their reputation would be damaged. The Violet Heavenly Palace would have an awful impression of them. The Purple Underground sect, after all, was one of the 8 orthodox sects inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. If they offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Violet Heavenly Palace could support another sect force to replace it. Thinking of this, Zhong Changqing became more furious, but he was also powerless. He didn't even care about Yi Futian at first. But now, it seemed that Yi Futian even took no notice of him. He had shown contempt at him from beginning to end and always spoke to him with indifference and arrogance. As for strength, he couldn't compare with him at all. Yi Futian didn't care about him. Not only did the Violet Heavenly Palace chase him and want to capture him, but even the Renhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace had tried to kill them. Yi Wuchen and Yaya almost died in the Origin Mountains because of this. The Violet Heavenly Palace held this feast with their own purpose. They wanted to call on all the warriors to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Yi Futian's third brother Jiyu Dongliu. Now there was a chance, so Yi Futian would not hesitate to destroy their plan. In addition, Jiyu Tianxing wanted to support the third brother as the new king of the Demon Realm, and the warriors in the Demon Realm were all watching. Now, among the human cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were also figures such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Supreme Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although the third brother inherited the laws of origin, it was not easy to get approval from people of the Demon Realm. So, now he had a good relationship with the Divine Elephant clan, and if he showed his unique talents, he might have the opportunity to change the attitude of the Demon Realm. Although they couldn't serve the third brother as the new king right now, at least he could make them pay more attention. That was why he claimed that he should earn a place in the Great Law Battle of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. He needed to occupy a place to represent the Divine Elephant clan. It didn't matter at all whether or not he would offend the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the beginning, when he turned the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down in the Celestial Demon City, he had already offended them. Not to mention the subsequent things, like the hunting incident and Ranhuang's involvement. Without a background, the Violet Heavenly Palace could destroy him like an ant and bully him at will, and he could be killed for whatever reason. However, he now used the Divine Elephant clan as his background. He represented the Divine Elephant clan in the battle against other Heavenly Mandate forces, which shouldn't be a problem. There were many other top figures in the Demon Realm beside him. However, when he pretended to be the seventh swordsman, he could be more provocative and embarrass the Heavenly Mandate Realm. In this way, he could undermine the spirit of the Violet Heavenly Palace and weaken their influence in this event. Many goddesses and saintesses in Brahma's pure sky also looked toward Yi Futian. It was him. They still had memories about Yi Futian. He turned over the Violet Heavenly Palace, survived 2 crises in the Origin Mountains, and obtained the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. Besides, he also inquired people of the Brahma's pure sky twice about a lady. However, there was no such person in Brahma's pure sky. Didn't expect him to be so overpowering, many ladies of Brahma's pure sky thought. Each time they saw him, he seemed to be stronger than last time. At this time, standing on the opposite side of Yi Futian, the might of thunder roared around Zhong Yuan's body. His eyes flashed with cold, murderous thoughts. Even after being swallowed up by the tree of death and falling to the destructive abyss, he was still alive and was taken by the Elephant Emperor. After that, he seemed to have new chances. Obviously, the Elephant Emperor did nothing to him. "Have you broken through to a new plane?" Zhong Yuan said. Yi Futian had made a breakthrough and entered the unblemished plane just like him, so he was so presumptuous and dared to come to the Violet Heavenly Palace to provoke people. In the great law competition of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, whether or not you will have a place is unknown. Zhong Yuan said, "But if you fight again with the Imperial Bone, I will show no mercy to you." Afterward, he elicited the heavenly thunder from the sky through his arm, and infinite divine thunder roamed around him, entwining with his body. Over Yi Futian's head, the heavenly thunder from 8 directions converged. Endless thunder divine light shot down and wiped away everything. If the Renhuang had not protected you, you would have already died in the Origin Mountains. I even fought with the Renhuang. Do I need your mercy? Yi Futian responded coldly. He stepped in the void air, and endless divine elephants appeared in the sky dome, walking over the sky. On his body, a boundless and huge elephant phantom appeared. The violent thunder blasted on the elephant's body but could not break its defense. As Yi Futian walked, The divine elephants that crushed the sky seemed almost to flatten the sky, not to mention Zhong Yuan in front of them. A thunderous sound burst from Zhong Yuan's body, and a thunder deity showed up. In front of the thunder deity, there appeared a large thunder matrix of doomsday. Above the sky, the endless might of thunder flew in. Even the sky over the top of the violet heavenly palace was full of flowing thunder that converged in the matrix, and the dim world was like the apocalypse. The doomsday matrix grew bigger and bigger. From it, divine swords infiltrated. There were the swords of doomsday, which were much stronger than what Xiao Ran had used just now. Bang, bang, bang. The divine elephants walked in the void air, crushing it, and rushed toward Zhong Yuan. Under the pressure of the elephant's stomping, Zhong Yuan just felt his body trembling, his organs shaking, and his blood boiling. It was the ultimate attack skill of the divine elephant clan, just like the thunder matrix of doomsday in the violet heavenly palace, with immersive offensive force. Finally, the sword of doomsday came out, breaking through the sky and wiping out everything. It collided with the marching divine elephants, and a terrible explosion sound broke out. The void air was crazily exploding. The storm submerged all, but Yi Futian was still moving forward, and Zhong Yuan was still converging appalling might of thunder. He can fight against Zhong Yuan's catastrophic sword of doomsday. That's unusual. This man's talent is extraordinary, many people remarked, shocked. They did not expect Yi Futian to be so intimidating. After all, his opponent was the best of this generation, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace. His thunder law was far better than others, and so was his thunder might of great law. Jiao Huang, what do you think? A powerful figure of 10,000 divine mountain asked. He is good at various laws, and his combat power is superb. His attack strength was also unparalleled. As a human cultivator, he could cultivate the stomping technique of the divine elephant clan at such a high level. Even with the help of the elephant imperial bone, his own talents are also extraordinary. Just from today's battle, I can tell there should be his place in the great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm, Jiao Huang said. How many people were able to fight against the supreme master of the violet heavenly palace in the heavenly mandate realm? The vast majority of people of the same plane were simply vulnerable in front of Zhong Yuan. He would just kill them with one strike. But currently, there seemed no sign that Zhong Yuan could beat Yi Futian. Boom! There was a loud noise from the sky. Yi Futian was walking through the storm. The void sky shook and roared. Although Zhong Yuan's attack shattered many elephant phantoms, under the elephant's stomping, the spirit got higher and higher. The galloping elephants were endless and couldn't be eliminated. There was no way for Zhong Yuan to stop Yi Futian from moving forward. Zhong Yuan looked indifferent. His two hands stretched out, and immediately, in the upper sky above Yi Futian's head, there was another terrible storm condensing. It seemed to be a new thunder matrix of doomsday. The endless divine thunder gathered toward that side, and a horrifying gloomy cloud also showed up above Yi Futian's head. He wants to converge a double matrix. People looked shocked, and all stared at Zhong Yuan. Was this the power of the Supreme Master? How intimidating his laws of thunder were. He could use heaven and earth as he pleased. Behind Zhong Yuan, endless thundercloud storms converged into a true thunder sword surrounded by the endless destructive might of thunder. The power of killing was truly overwhelming. Even a Nirvana saint would be exterminated. Before the sword came out, the world had changed its color. At the same time, 8 horrifying beams of thunder light appeared above Yi Futian's head and fell directly from the sky, destroying everything. 2 divine matrices with 2 attacking forces that thrust out at the same time. Who could stop him? Boom! The sound of elephants trumpeting made the void sky tremble. The divine elephant over Yi Futian's body was shining brightly. He took a step up against the trend. The stomping elephants suppressed the world, and numerous elephant phantoms changed direction and galloped toward the sky dome. Vroom! The divine sword showed up in front of him. The world was shocked, and the void sky was annihilated. Boom! Yi Futian took one more step across the void. He took 2 steps and shook the world. His fists blasted forward, and the light of fist turned into elephants, smashing the great law of all skies. The sword came again, but Yi Futian punched it away with his fists. What a marvelous scene! Under this punch, the space seemed to be torn and shattered. The great law was broken, and the void sky was torn apart. The infinitely bright sword was cut in half and was destroyed. At the same time, Yi Futian kept going forward. He directly crossed the void, and his fist continued blasting forward. Zhong Yuan did not expect this to happen. His body flickered, and the light of thunder flashed. He wanted to dodge, but then he saw a punch bloomed in the air and broke the void sky. Boom! A dull sound came out, and the space where Zhong Yuan was located was shattered. He was blown away by a punch. Supreme Master, is that all you can do? Yi Futian said while taking another step forward. His voice resounded throughout the world. The supreme form of the great path, nothing more? Countless eyes were fixed there, looking at the battlefield. The strongest figure of the young generation of Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhong Yuan, the so-called supreme form of the great path, was repelled by Yi Futian. Although the winner was not determined yet, the scene was still shocking to many since that was the supreme form of the great path of Violet Heavenly Palace, the Violet Heavenly Palace's future. All the thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace, and among all the descendants of the Heavenly Palace, Zhong Yuan ranked first. What did this mean? It meant Zhong Yuan must be undefeatable among his peers. When he was confronted with warriors of the same plane, except for the few figures also well known in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he should defeat all cultivators in this world. Who dared to make him retreat? But now, a nobody who had never been heard before, with one punch, dominated him. Yi Futian was the man who once stepped into the Purple Underground sect and was ignored by the Purple Underworld Emperor and then refused to cultivate in the Purple Underground sect. Who would have thought that he would be standing at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm now? Just as he had said, he should have a place in the great law battle of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In this battle, he had proven that his previous ravings were true. He was qualified to stand with the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm and see the scenery of the world. Another peerless figure, many people thought. Who could expect it? Even in the Origin Mountains, no one would have expected that Yi Futian's combat power could be so dominating. In the surrounding area, many top figures, such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, warriors of the Sky Demon Court, and the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, all looked toward Yi Futian. This person would also be an opponent on the battlefield of the Great Law. Amid the crowd of the Purple Underworld sect, Zhong Changqing had a dreamlike feeling. Did Yi Futian repel Zhong Yuan? At that time, he directly captured Jiyu Dongliu without paying attention to these two brothers. Nowadays, Jiyu Dongliu had obtained Jiyu Qianxing's teachings and had become a threat to the giants in the Heavenly Mandate realm that they had to prepare to defend in advance. Yi Futian also showed striking fighting power, which was really like a dream. The Violet Heavenly Palace was most embarrassed. Their supreme form of the Great Path was repelled, and the person had overthrown the Violet Heavenly Palace in Celestial Demon City at the beginning in all four planes. And now, Yi Futian repelled Zhong Yuan, and if Zhong Yuan were defeated in this battle, it would be a complete defeat. Even the Violet Heavenly Palace's status in the Heavenly Mandate realm as the supreme power of Thunder Law would be questioned. At this moment, people began to understand why Yi Futian did not enter the Heavenly Palace. Did he need to enter the Heavenly Palace to cultivate? Even the supreme form of the Great Path taught by Heavenly Palace only had such abilities. The Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist. These cold words came from the Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace. Ordinary people couldn't tell, but in his capacity, how could he not recognize it? The fist skill Yi Futian used repelled Zhong Yuan and directly broke the void air, exterminating everything. Even after Zhong Yuan retreated, he was still affected by the punch. This was the ultimate attack skill of the Divine Elephant clan, the Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist. Many warriors trembled when they heard what the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord said. Although many people hadn't seen it before, the Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist was not unfamiliar to them. It was the secret technique of the Divine Elephant clan and a super attack. The two great skills of the divine elephant clan were both passed on to a human being, the divine general of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. His sharp eyes glanced toward the crowd of the divine elephant clan, and he said slowly, "What is Yi Futian now?" They all knew that Yi Futian had obtained the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. After the elephant emperor took him away, did he fully recognize Yi Futian and teach him all the secret knowledge of the divine elephant clan? Yi Futian inherited the imperial bones from our ancestors, and now he is the successor of divine elephant clan. Since he is good at various cultivation methods, we will give him the title of supreme successor of laws, said an influential figure from the divine elephant clan. The warriors in the violet heavenly palace were speechless. Zhong Yuan was the supreme form of the great path of the violet heavenly palace, so Yi Futian was given the title of the successor of the divine elephant clan? And he had to add the word supreme. The supreme successor of the great path? What did it mean? In fact, if others didn't ask, the figure of the divine elephant clan would not have given Yi Futian a title at all. Before Yi Futian left, the divine elephant emperor said something, but he didn't confer a title to Yi Futian. However, they had not expected that Yi Futian was so merciless. In front of the world, he just slapped the violet heavenly palace's face and made a laughingstock out of it. At this time, if he were not given a domineering title, perhaps many people would remember it. The violet heavenly palace held the event and claimed that they would only fight the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm. So, the supreme successor of the great path of the divine elephant clan also came to fight. Nothing wrong with it. Taking a human being as the supreme successor of laws of the divine elephant clan, the Violet Penalty Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly, slightly questioning things. Were they targeting them? Not long ago, didn't you, Heavenly Penalty Master, say that demon and human cultivators would no longer be distinguished in the Heavenly Mandate realm? The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan asked. Why can't we confer a human as the successor of the Great Law? What's more, Yi Futian inherited it from our ancestor Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 directions. It doesn't matter whether his title is successor of the law or not. If you want to talk about seniority, Yi Futian's seniority in the Divine Elephant Clan may be higher than mine. Other warriors all understood what he meant. Yi Futian inherited something from his ancestor, so in terms of seniority, how high was his rank? Many people saw the embarrassed look of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord. It was humiliating. Just now, the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord did say that human cultivators and cultivators of the demon realm would not be distinguished from one another. They did not doubt what the powerful figures of the Divine Elephant Clan had said either. If they had not absolutely trusted Yi Futian and treated him as a clan member, how could they pass on another ultimate skill of the divine elephant race to him? Today, Yi Futian possessed the two strongest techniques of the divine elephant clan and owned the demon bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. It could be said that Yi Futian was more a clan member than the other warriors of the divine elephant clan. Since he is a supreme successor of the great path in the divine elephant clan, why didn't you directly send him to join the event? Why did he have to disguise his identity and come here in this way? The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord snorted and asked. What Yi Futian had done before was clearly aimed at embarrassing the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the territory of the demon realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace used to put him in a difficult situation, and even your Renhuang almost killed him. Yi Futian was extremely upset. Compared with what Violet Heavenly Palace had done, it is normal for him to come to challenge the Heavenly Palace people and vent his grievances. We Divine Elephant Clan didn't know many details. The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan slowly spoke. The two ultimate skills of the Divine Elephant Clan shocked the world and even defeated the supreme form of the great path of the Violet Heavenly Palace, which was a great honor to them. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the host of this event, and they let all warriors of this world fight here. Did they have no ambition? They must have their own planes. They wanted their supreme form of the great path to crush all top figures of the demon realm and create momentum, to show their prosperity and strength and leave the demon realm in awe. At least, they would not be too close to Jiyu Dongliu. However, the Violet Heavenly Palace did not expect that today, Yi Futian showed up. Yi Futian, who was able to fight against Zhong Yuan, their supreme form of the Great Path. Since you, Divine Elephant Clan, have an interest, we are willing to keep you company. At this time, a cold voice resounded through the void sky. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at the figure in front of Yi Futian. Zhong Yuan, who was shaken away, was suspended in the air, and the roars of thunder over his body rang through the world. The horrifying thunder trembled in his body, and beams of thunder light seemed to directly penetrate his figure, erupting infinite divine light. At this moment, it seemed that Zhong Yuan was transforming. Above his body, endless beams of great law thunder burst out, and those thunder beams penetrated his body and headed toward the vast, endless void air. What was he going to do? Warriors stared at Zhong Yuan and asked. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty contracted his pupils slightly. At this moment, Zhong Yuan made him feel a faint wisp of threat. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked solemn. He looked at Zhong Yuan and said, Zhong Yuan was conferred as the supreme form of the Great Path, but it is not just a simple title. He was born to have the supreme form of the Great Path. Now you all can see the so-called supreme form. Supreme form of the Great Path, the supreme one among all forms of the Great Path. Was Zhong Yuan going to reveal his cards? The dazzling rays of thunder light connected his body with the Great Path between the sky and earth. The sound of thunder rang through the world. Zhong Yuan's body was suspended in the sky. The endless gorgeous scene was astonishing. His body seemed to be no longer mortal, it was the form of thunder merging with the great law. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced toward him. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension was released, and a cauldron of the great law appeared over his body, refining all the laws of the world. Ancient characters surrounded him. His whole body was bright and sacred. It was as if he didn't belong to the world. Zhong Yuan reached out his hand, and immediately, the endless thunder of sky and earth converged in the sky above his head. A more brilliant thunder sword appeared, which was born of the endless thunder of sky and earth. He pointed his finger forward, and the sword broke up the sky, chopping toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped forward, the power of the elephant stomping technique erupted again, and countless divine elephants suddenly appeared, galloping and crushing the sky and earth. He raised his fist and launched a punch, the void sky roaring and shaking. Boom! The divine sword collided with the fist, but it did not immediately collapse. The sword was sealed by the endless thunder of the sky and earth, emitting the endless aura of thunder. Yi Futian stepped forward again, and his fist will exploded. Only then did the divine sword collapse and shatter. Zhong Yuan looked up at the sky. There was endless thunder in his pupils, resonating with the thunder in the sky. The light of thunder engulfed the vast void. The supreme form of the Great Path in harmony with the law of nature. All the thunder laws between the sky and earth are under my control, Zhong Yuan shouted to the sky. Countless streaks of thunder descended from the sky, and between the sky and earth, swords of the doomsday converged and enveloped this void sky. At this moment, the battlefield turned into that of a real doomsday. Is this the power of the supreme form of the Great Path? Countless warriors looked at that figure in shock. Now, Zhong Yuan's body was not even concrete. He became the avatar of thunder. He had become the law itself and merged into it. How could the Violet Heavenly Palace supreme form be defeated easily? However, even figures like the supreme form of the Great Path were forced by Yi Futian to such a degree that he had to stop hiding. Because of this, Yi Futian was qualified to stand on top of the Heavenly Mandate realm with other top figures. Zhong Yuan had always been the one who vanquished others in his battles with his peers. No one could fight him for more than one round, not to mention let him show his true powers or launch the power of the supreme form of the Great Path. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked indifferent. They had thought that this was the ability to be released only during the fight with the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. But it was fine. Just let them see how strong the supreme body of the Violet Heavenly Palace was. At this time, Yi Futian was staring at Zhong Yuan, the supreme form of the Great Path, but in fact, he could only be called the supreme form of the great thunder path because he only perfectly fit the great law of thunder. At this moment, the divine thunder between the sky and earth was all under his control. The wind and clouds roared above the sky, and the will of endless thunder fell from the 9 skies, all of which turned into his power, and the infinite space became the world of thunder. Some Renhuang warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace created defense barriers so that the destructive power would not spread to them. Yi Futian, at the center of the thunder world, at this moment, was almost engulfed by the endless divine thunder. What was even more frightening was that countless thunder swords were pointing at him. Once they fell, the world would be turned into ruins. Zhong Yuan seemed to know that Yi Futian's defense was strong, so he didn't rush to take action but let the thunder sword gather more and more laws of thunder. The catastrophe thunder of doomsday raged wildly over Yi Futian's body, but his whole body was protected by the divine elephant and was not affected at all. At this time, in Yi Futian's life palace, the ancient world tree swayed like a towering sacred tree. Now, his life palace had been transformed into a world, and each wisp of life spirit was integrated with infinite wills. When the ancient world tree life spirit swayed, all the wills flew to the ancient tree. It was as if the ancient tree was the core of the world and could distribute power at its discretion. A terrifying storm emerged, and the ancient tree life spirit merged all the wills into one and then turned into the power of divine elephants. For a moment, the sound of the elephant roaring in Yi Futian's body trembled the sky and collided with the thunderous rumbles from Zhong Yuan's body. The collisions formed a terrifying sonic boom. Although the destructive power of the space they were in was shocking, people could still feel the power of the sound explosion. Many people's hearts trembled. These 2 Saint Plain warriors had sounds of elephants and thunder in their bodies colliding in the air, which was horrifying. It was the first time for many people to see such a wonder. At this time, another amazing scene appeared. The deed of thorough comprehension enveloped Yi Futian's body, turning it into a cauldron of great laws. Over the sky dome, wills of all kinds were condensed and appeared, and then flowed into Yi Futian's body madly, all being refined in the glory of the deed of thorough comprehension. The sound of elephants roaring became more and more terrifying. Giant elephants appeared one after another, and the divine elephant power over Yi Futian's body was still getting stronger. It was as if he could refine the laws of the world. This was including the laws of thunder. I have the supreme form of the great path. It is naturally in harmony with the great laws. How can the thunder laws be under your control? Zhong Yuan said. Yi Futian's eyes looked overbearing. He glanced toward the thunder supreme form of great path. All laws of the world gathered over his body and helped him forge the enormous divine elephant power. You can only use the thunder laws. How dare you say your body form is supreme? I can cultivate in all kinds of laws, so shouldn't you call me the master of all laws, the divine form of heavenly path? Yi Futian's voice caused the sky and earth to tremble. Countless people's hearts were shaking due to his words. The divine form of heavenly laws. It was almost who in the world dared to name their own body the divine form of heavenly path. Heavenly laws. Divine form. Although it was satirical, it sounded too arrogant and overbearing. Those who stood at the top even did not dare to speak about divine form of heavenly laws. He was praising himself far too much. How dare he say his body was a divine one of heavenly laws? Simply shameless. However, although they felt Yi Futian sounded too arrogant, they were still in disbelief at the scene before them. It was too gorgeous. Yi Futian was refining the laws of all kinds. Many people could feel that different kinds of laws were condensed and integrated into his body, refining his cultivation method. In the end, they were all merged into the divine elephant giant power, strengthening the phantoms of the elephants appearing around him. It was as if they were real divine elephants that could crush the great path. Qi Shengang was also in the vast crowd, but he was not so conspicuous. He looked at Yi Futian. His disciple was about to surpass him. How long had it taken? Although he knew Yi Futian's background was not simple, he still had not expected him to grow so fast. However, his decision at that time had indeed been correct. The deed of thorough comprehension was the most suitable cultivation method for Yi Futian, which could help him refine the laws of all beings. Presumptuous, The heavenly penalty palace master said coldly. The heavenly path had been broken, and he dared to speak the name of the divine form of heavenly law. This was not just being frivolous, his arrogance came out of his ignorance, and he did not understand what respect meant. What was more, just because he was able to cultivate all kinds of laws, could he really call himself the divine form of all kinds of laws? If so, then are all the saint plane cultivators could be called forms of great laws. Zhong Yuan's eyes shot out dazzling light. He ignored Yi Futian's words and stretched out his palms. His wills shrouded the sky and earth. He pointed one finger toward Yi Futian, and suddenly, all the thunder swords pierced through the sky at the same time. Boom! Yi Futian stepped into the air. The technique he used was still the divine elephant sky stomping. Many divine elephants galloped toward the divine swords. At the same time, Yi Futian raised his arm and continuously punched out fist wills. At this moment, the sky and earth seemed to be penetrated, and the space was in chaos. Each of his punches broke one corner of the world. The divine sword exploded and shattered, and no sword could approach Yi Futian's body. Bang! He continued striding. Countless elephants crushed over the sky dome and crumbled. And at the same moment, Zhong Yuan turned into a war deity of thunder, and the thunderous light in his body bloomed and blasted out toward the marching elephants in the void air, making them collapse and shatter. He was also heading forward. Behind him, a large thunder matrix of apocalypse appeared. At this moment, the matrix seemed to be integrated with his body. He was the matrix. Zhong Yuan came before Yi Futian and wanted to have a melee with him. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled. Yi Futian's cultivation method, the divine elephant void-splitting fist, was so powerful. Could Zhong Yuan contend? Zhong Yuan became the incarnation of the thunder deity. He raised one arm and blasted forward. His arm was no longer made of flesh and blood. It became a distorted thunderbolt, wiping away the existence of everything. Yi Futian didn't dodge. He stepped forward and lifted his arm. The divine elephant great strength merged into his arm. He punched out. The divine elephant phantom appeared, crushing the space and colliding with Zhong Yuan's arm. The moment the two men collided, Zhong Yuan felt that his body was about to explode and shatter, while Yi Futian felt that the enormous power of the divine elephant in the arm was guarding his body. Still, the thundering force of destruction was penetrating and destroying everything. Zhong Yuan was testing who would be the first one to attack and destroy the other. The extremely violent collision did not make either of them fall back. They raised their arms and blasted at each other again. Bang, 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 they collided with each other again and again, and each collision was earth-shaking. Many people were shaking inside. Could their bodies of flesh and blood be able to withstand such attacks? This was just crazy. When Zhong Yuan attacked, the thunder of all skies fell and spread all over his body as if the battle was going on in the catastrophe. When Yi Futian attacked, the deed of thorough comprehension shone with bright light. His body was surrounded by ancient characters and protected by divine elephants. Both sides launched extremely aggressive strikes. With a loud noise, they were separated and moved back to their original positions. Over Zhong Yuan's body, the divine light of thunder shone, but the might of thunder over that figure of the thunder deity seemed to be a little unstable. Even though he was the supreme form and the law of thunder went all over his body, filling every part of it and was able to destroy the intruding power, such an attack still made his face pale and blocked the flow of the thunder in his body. Yi Futian was also uncomfortable. At this moment, there were endless beams of thundering light raging over his body. However, the power of the ancient world tree could swallow and digest this will, which allowed him to persist and have a stable life force. Supreme form of great path. Yi Futian raised his eyes and glanced at Zhong Yuan. He asked, "Are you okay?" Zhong Yuan's eyes looked cold. After Yi Futian spoke, a thunder sword directly fell from the sky. Yi Futian raised his hand to blow it away with one punch. He walked forward and suppressed the heavens. Vroom! Zhong Yuan's body turned into a flash of lightning. It was extremely fast as it flew toward Yi Futian, intent on killing him. Yi Futian stepped across the space and transformed into a bolt of lightning. They continued to collide in mid-air. The crowd could only see two flashes fighting from the ground to the upper sky. There were no more fancy skills, only forcible collisions. Even so, it was difficult to see their specific shapes. There were only two glares, divine thunder all over the sky, and a bunch of blasting divine elephants. Boom! Their bodies were separated again. The thunderous light over Zhong Yuan's body danced wildly. His face was pale, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yi Futian's life force fluctuated. The destructive thunderbolt merged into the aura of the deed of thorough comprehension. Soon, it was swallowed and refined. The momentum from his body was still arrogant. He said, "It seems that your supreme form of great path is inferior to my divine form of heavenly laws. What's wrong with you?" Lightning fell from Zhong Yuan's body, and the sound of thunder was roaring. Until now, everyone had already understood that Zhong Yuan's attack could do nothing to Yi Futian, but his guy's physique also seemed unique. Even the ultimate attack couldn't hurt him. If the battle continued like this, the supreme form of Violet Heavenly Palace might lose. Zhong Yuan, who had released his ultimate power, still couldn't beat Yi Futian. Many people looked at that peerless figure and trembled inside. Another peerless figure showed up. After this battle, perhaps the whole heavenly mandate realm would know his name. Boom! The bright light in Zhong Yuan's eyes shone, and he dashed straight forward again. Yi Futian looked indifferent and also headed toward Zhong Yuan. With his arm raised, Zhong Yuan blew out a punch. The light of thunder broke through the void air, rushing at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body flickered, and his fist also blasted out. This time, instead of banging on Zhong Yuan's fist, he hit Zhong Yuan's body. Zhong Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he seemed to be aware of Yi Futian's intention, but at this moment, how could he quiver? Boom! The dazzling light of the divine thunder blasted directly over Yi Futian's body. The violent thunder of destruction destroyed everything. It was as if everything in his body would be demolished. But at the same time, his divine elephant void-splitting fist hit Zhong Yuan's body of the thunder deity and directly punched through it. Yi Futian's body was blown back, and the light of his deed of thorough comprehension seemed to be extinguished. The might of thunder destroyed him, and the destructive thunder raged on him. His body trembled, blood oozed out from his mouth, but he remained standing. Zhong Yuan was blown away with a punch, and the condensed body of the thunder deity exploded and shattered. The might of thunder over his body continued to be weakened, and he surrendered, coughing up blood continuously, and his life force was weak. In the sky above the violet heavenly palace, there were still wills of thunder dripping down. However, at this time, the vast heavenly palace was very quiet. Countless people were gazing at the battlefield, watching Yi Futian and Zhong Yuan fight. Yi Futian was struggling to carry on the attack of thunder while launching a punch at Zhong Yuan. It was crazy to withstand the destructive attack of thunder with a body made of flesh. His divine elephant void-splitting fist was absurd, too. Even Nirvana Plane saints might not be able to endure it. This lunatic, but at this time, Yi Futian's status was better than Zhong Yuan's. Everyone could see that Zhong Yuan was more injured. Even more frightening was that, at this time, Yi Futian's whole body was dazzling, bathed in a sacred aura. A will of life kept washing over his body, making him look sacred in the void air. Before, he was fighting and recovering at the same time, but now, when he was injured, the injuries inside his body could be healed immediately. Obviously, Zhong Yuan didn't have such an ability, which was why Yi Futian always had the advantage. The advantage was not just in attack powers. Yi Futian was proficient in laws of all kinds. He seemed to have even released the wills of life and death as if he had really cultivated in laws of all ways. Had the bone of divine Elephant Emperor of 10 directions and the Elephant Emperor's 2 ultimate skills created another peerless figure? However, despite this, Yi Futian's inborn talents were also uncommonly outstanding, so he could directly become the most talented warrior in the heavenly mandate realm. Perhaps it was for this reason that the divine Elephant Emperor regarded him as the successor of their ancestor and truly recognized him as such. As for the so-called supreme successor of the Great Path, it was made up by that warrior of the divine elephant clan. But his purpose was to emphasize Yi Futian's status in the Divine Elephant Clan, which should be equivalent to that of Zhong Yuan in the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Emperor of the Purple Underground and Zhong Changqing didn't know how they should feel. The sudden appearance of Yi Futian turned out to be more shocking than that of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. After all, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was conferred as the Crown Prince when he was 18 years old. Even though he had not shown up in public, people had assumed he was amazingly talented and had certain expectations of him. However, Yi Futian, a cultivator from the lower realm, had brought shock to the Heavenly Mandate realm. There were not many people in the Heavenly Mandate realm who were able to quell Zhong Yuan, the supreme form of the Great Path of the Violet Heavenly Palace. What was more terrifying was that although his thunder talent was not as outstanding as Zhong Yuan's, who had an inborn body form of thunder that could fit the great law of thunder, Yi Futian was really proficient in various laws. He could integrate various laws into the Divine Elephant Massive Power, which was more powerful and imposing, and directly went against Zhong Yuan's supreme will of the Great Path. Seeing this battle, many people understood that it was nothing for him to lead people to overturn the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Changqing bowed his head in silence and had mixed feelings. Even though the Purple Underground sect was outstanding, it was still not at the same level as Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian had trapped them, what could they do? He was backed by the Divine Elephant Clan, so the Violet Heavenly Palace couldn't do anything to him. Zhong Yuan slowly raised his head and stared at Yi Futian. His mouth was still stained with blood, and his body seemed to be broke. He looked to be in extreme pain, but he still persisted. The mental suffering was more difficult to bear than any physical pain. As the most outstanding figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace's young generation, he was the future of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was destined to compete with the strongest figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He strived to dominate the future. However, today, he had already been defeated. Also, he lost to Yi Futian, a cultivator who didn't have any fame at all. The Violet Heavenly Palace held today's event. His battle would be recorded in the history of the Heavenly Mandate realms and become an anecdote. He, Zhong Yuan, would live in the shadows of Yi Futian, who would soon gain fame. But why was he defeated? He was very clear about his strength, which had been proven many times in the Violet Heavenly Palace, but how could this unknown person be so strong? You have damaged my divine form of the Great Path. Supreme form of the Great Path of Violet Heavenly Palace, it was enough for you to be proud of yourself, Yi Futian said arrogantly, standing in the void sky with his hands behind his back. Zhong Yuan heard his words and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely cold. He should be proud that he had managed to merely injure Yi Futian. How ironic this. Many people looked at Yi Futian, speechless. There was no need for discussion on Yi Futian's strength and talent. His strength was indeed unprecedented. Zhong Yuan should be proud to have hurt his divine form of heavenly laws. Nobody knew what the mood of the people in the Violet Heavenly Palace was like after they heard this. But as the old saying went, losers had no right to justify for themselves. Yi Futian had vanquished Zhong Yuan with absolute power. No matter what Yi Futian said, Zhong Yuan and the Violet Heavenly Palace had to listen. How could they argue? Strength meant everything, and the defeated had no dignity. The divine form of heavenly laws. Many people muttered in their hearts. He had come up with that stupid title divine form of heavenly laws, and now he actually used the title for himself, which was shameless. If they had been Zhong Yuan, they would have spat blood, too. Marvelous, a powerful figure of the divine elephant said. The Lord of the Heavenly Penal Palace said that today, we would practice combat and discuss laws to prove that cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm are no less than the figure created by Jiyu Tianxing. I also believe that the Divine Elephant Clan is no worse than anyone else. Zhong Yuan could fight with the supreme successor of our Divine Elephant Clan at such a high level, which already showed his peerless ability, no matter what the battle result was. This battle also let everyone witness the outstanding performance of the young generation of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everyone looked at the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan. What he said was true, but the one who had been defeated was not Yi Futian, It was Zhong Yuan. When the Violet Heavenly Palace told the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate Realm to confront each other, they didn't expect that Zhong Yuan would be defeated. If so, what was the point of hosting this event? Were they being used? If I remember correctly, this person is Jiyu Tianxing's younger brother's descendant. Initially, he went to the Purple Underground sect to ask me for that person. The relationship between them is not ordinary, the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant clan glanced at him, with great majesty in his eyes, and said, "What do you want to say?" The Emperor of the Purple Underground frowned slightly. He looked at the powerful figures of the Divine Elephant clan and saw them also staring at him. The powerful figure continued, "You Purple Underground sect captured the descendant of the Jiyu clan, and now you are afraid. You have a grudge with the Jiyu clan. The Divine Elephant clan does not. I don't think I promised to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with you, but now you have started to draw a clear line with me." The Divine Elephant clan was a peak clan in the Demon Realm, and they were at the same level as the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace held the event to dissuade all clans of the Demon Realm from getting close to Jiyu Dongliu. The Violet Heavenly Palace, however, did not have the right to decide who the Divine Elephant clan accepted as a successor and who they should be close to. Not to mention, the Emperor of the Purple Underground. "My apology," the Emperor of the Purple Underground admitted frankly. But he did not say anything wrong. He intentionally spoke to everyone. Yi Futian took advantage of him once today and also demonstrated such peerless talent. Later, perhaps the Violet Heavenly Palace would resent him. In a discussion or combat, victory and defeat are inevitable. I should congratulate the Divine Elephant clan for receiving such a supreme successor of the Great Path, the Master of the Heavenly Penalty Palace said in an indifferent tone. Their purpose today was to target the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. However, now the younger brother of the only descendant of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven's Jiyu clan showed off his outstanding talent. What would the world think? In the future, if this person climbed to the top of the Heavenly Mandate Realm and joined forces with Jiyu Dongliu, wouldn't the Heavenly Mandate Realm be turned upside down? Not to mention, Yi Futian was now backed by the Divine Elephant clan. In this way, it might be more difficult for all forces to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with them. After all, as the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant clan said, they had no grudge with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "Thank you very much," said the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant clan, smiling. Yi Futian and Zhong Yuan's fight today was also beyond his expectations. It was no wonder that he could quell Xiong Mang in the Divine Elephant clan. It seemed that what the Divine Elephant Emperor did had a deeper meaning, and this Yi Futian indeed had unlimited potential. First, Jiyu Tianxing created Jiyu Dongliu, and now there was Yi Futian. What kind of era would the Heavenly Mandate Realm face in the future? In the so-called Big Change of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, what kind of role would they play? The Divine Elephant clan is known for its unparalleled strength. Their Divine Elephant massive power is so powerful that few are able to compete in the land of the Demon Realm. This young man has the ultimate heritage of the Divine Elephant clan and possesses the bone of the ancestor of the Elephant Emperor. His future is indeed bright, said a big future of the Divine Dragon clan. "You're welcome." The Divine Dragon power of the Divine Dragon clan is also peerless in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant clan responded. In the Demon Realm, the Divine Dragon clan and Divine Elephant clan stood at the peak in terms of strength. Warriors of the Divine Dragon clan and the Divine Elephant clan all have innate talent. As a human being, he could make this, which should be the limit of human beings. He must have had intense physique cultivation in addition to cultivating in all kinds of laws. His body is saint level, and in terms of strength, I am afraid it is hard for any other human being to reach him, the warrior of the Divine Dragon clan continued. "I am flattered by your comments, sir. I inherited this from the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions and made such achievement all because of the Divine Emperor's teachings. Speaking of physical strength, my brother is stronger than me." Yi Futian behaved rather modestly at this moment. Since the big figure of the Divine Dragon clan praised him, He could not act as he had in front of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was close to the Divine Elephant clan and had a friendship with Zhu Gan, the Demon Emperor. The Zhu Yang Demon Emperor and the Dragon Divine clan were old friends, and third brother received the heritage of the Origin Mountains. With such a background, he'd better get along well with all the demon clans of the demon realm. The Violet Heavenly Palace was destined to be on his opposite side. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to kill the third brother, so they were destined to be his opponents. Stronger than you, the warrior of the Divine Dragon clan said and looked surprised. Yi Futian had just shown great power in the battle with Zhong Yuan, and he said his brother was even stronger than him. Did he mean there was another top figure? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,